Helene.
We want to start right now with the Fox 35 storm plane. Let's get right over to meteorologist Jessica Dobson. She's got the latest for us. Jess?
Yeah, that's right. We have been watching this pretty much all morning long. We've had a couple of bands of rain move in, a couple of tornado warnings. We haven't had any sort of confirmed reports just yet, but as soon as we find those out, whether or not they are confirmed, we will, of course, let you know. So looking at our Fox 35 storm tracker radar, we can see that we do have some showers and storms, mostly in the way of downpours still taking place. They're moving off to the north and really the northeast at a pretty fast rate. So yes, they're dumping a lot of rain, but it's over a pretty short period of time. We are though keeping a close eye on this storm in particular. This is going to continue to kind of graze the coast here in Volusia County, close to Edgewater. You guys are seeing quite a few downpours there. Also just to the south of New Smyrna Beach. So you guys will probably see a couple of these pretty heavy downpours over the next few minutes as well, if you're not feeling it already. Looking at our Fox 35 storm tracker radar further inland, close to Pearson, we have a downpour taking shape there, and then some steadier rain as we work further off to the north and west, closer to the Gainesville and Palatka area there further to the north. So when it comes to Hurricane Helene, we had the latest update come in from the National Hurricane Center, and this storm is just a very large storm, and that's one of the reasons why the impacts are felt so widely. So when it comes to the storm as a whole, it is now a Category 2 hurricane, just shy of Category 3 strength. So that means it's just shy of being a major hurricane. And wow, you can really tell over the last couple of minutes, it's really tried to get that eye wall going, and it's almost done doing so. So we'll have to kind of watch for that to take place here as it continues to strengthen and potentially undergo rapid intensification, meaning it would intensify very quickly over a very small and short span of time into a major hurricane. So when it comes to our wind gusts, those have certainly been one of the bigger stories. We've already started to feel those tropical storm force wind gusts across many places, up to 35 miles per hour in Orlando, 40 miles per hour in Leesburg. And again, these are not the peak we've seen so far today, just over the last couple of minutes. These are the peak wind gusts we've had. We did have a report just north of Cocoa Beach earlier this morning, almost an hour ago. That was in upwards of around 64 miles per hour. So these storms and really these downpours, it doesn't even have to storm, they're not messing around. So it's really important that you stay inside if possible. We have wind gusts in upwards of 43 miles per hour close to the Tampa area, where we've really had a lot of that storm surge potential in that spot as well. And coming up, we're going to break down the impacts. I'll have Brooks Garner with me as well to talk more on what we can expect in wind, specifically here in Central Florida. That'll be coming up in a few minutes. But until then, I'll send it back over to you guys at the desk.
And we appreciate it, Jess. Thanks so much. It's 11:34, and our team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Marley Capper joining us live in Lake County, where residents are picking up sandbags this morning. Marley, good morning.
Good morning, Danielle. It has been a crazy day so far. A ton of rain out here in Sorrento, and people were like scattering to try to get some of the sand. We're here at a local park, and I talked to a gentleman who said that he drove all the way from Altamont Springs up here because he couldn't find any other open sandbag locations. And so this is the one that we know in Lake County that's open. There's a few in the area as well, but people are definitely stressed trying to get that last minute prep in. There's definitely still lots of time to make sure that you are prepared and thinking about your home and staying weather aware. Here's what this dad had to say.
But I thought, hey, you know what? It's always a good opportunity to talk about some work ethic. We're going to get out there and do what we need to take care of the house. Teach a little bit along the way as you walk on the road, as you rise, as you go. Teach and train your kids.
We are at the East Lake Sports and Community Complex in Sorrento, and there's plenty of bags here. There's, at least 30 or 40, so there's plenty of bags left for you. There is a few shovels here. There's been some maintenance workers coming in and out and trying to help people. Thankfully, the rain stopped, because when it was pouring, those kids and the family, they're all shoveling all the dirt that they could in their car to go then drive home back to Seminole County. So definitely, I know a lot of parents are worried about, how can we make sure that we're protecting our homes and our kids. Thankfully, that family was able to get here safely and get the bags that they needed and then go prepare their home as well. But it's honestly been pretty quiet so far since the rain stopped. There was more people here when it was pouring out rain. But for now, we'll go ahead and send these back to you guys.
All right. Stay safe out there, Marley. Thank you. Utility crews from all over Florida and across the country ready to respond to power outages.
Fox 35's Morgan Parrish is live at the Duke Energy staging site in the Villages for us this morning. Ooh, hello, Morgan. You're high atop. What are you looking at?
Guys, good morning. I am 55 feet in the air. We are in one of the bucket trucks. I'm joined with lineman Colby. He's up here with me. Colby, you guys have been preparing for what's to come later on. We're up here. What can we see up here?
We got 4,000 trucks scattered across the pastures here, ready to go restore power once the wind dies down.
Yeah, and when do these typically go out?
Once the wind gets below 35 miles an hour, where bugs can fly safely, they'll be going out.
Okay, you know, how do you prepare for a day like this? I mean, 4,000 trucks in this lot. This isn't the norm.
There's a lot of preparation comes with it, with getting the trucks ready and getting our families at home ready as well.
Yeah, and we also know that there's some trucks that are actually called swamp masters, and they're specifically designed to get to flooded out here. Or where could we typically find those?
You can find those in the swampy areas where the water's too deep for the bucket trucks to go.
Okay, and what are you guys anticipating today?
We're just anticipating the storm to come and for us to get out and restore power.
Okay, and this is all the way up, and then you were saying we could go halfway up. How high would that be?
We're 55 feet now. We could go halfway up, which would be 25 feet.
Okay, and what are the hours been like for you guys today? Because we've been speaking with people who said, you know, they're about to start working 24 hours. You guys have different shifts.
We'll be working 16-hour shifts.
16-hour shifts. Yep. Okay, so what time did you come in this morning?
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. Okay. All right, and lastly, I mean, you know, any advice for anybody, you know, especially if they're dealing with any power outages?
Just stay away from fences and gates. Anything that's metal could become energized, and just let the lineman come out and take care of it.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you so much, Colby. And, you know, we've been out here all morning. We've been in the rain. It finally stopped. So this is how we were able to get up here, but it was pouring a little bit earlier. Wow. So we have to stay on the ground. So we're going to be out here and talking more with some more of the linemen and some more Duke Energy employees. So stick with us. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Morgan. Yeah, we are seeing power outages already in some parts of Florida, down in the Fort Myers area. We're seeing some power outages in Polk County. So it is starting to happen.
What I love about that perspective that Morgan gave us is it really gives us an idea of how hard they work, how high up they have to go to make sure that they're able to restore our power. And we were also joking that, well, better Morgan than us, because that is very, very high.
I would pass on that.
All right, the time right now is 11:38. Also, right now, communities across Florida are bracing for a lot of flooding.
So some are trying to get ahead of the rain, and we are expecting a lot of it. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie live in Orlando, where residents have been picking up sandbags and really just trying to protect their homes. Amanda?
Yeah, that's right. So preparations are still underway at sandbag locations, even as these outer bands of Hurricane Helene make their way through. You probably just heard about 10 minutes ago, it was quite a downpour over here. So these sand piles are quite wet now, but folks are still out here filling up sandbags in preparation for the worst, but expecting the best. And I have John Michael over here who's been shoveling some bags already. And tell us a little bit more about why you are getting these bags and what you plan to use them for.
Absolutely. So my name is John Michael. I'm with the Pink Team real estate team here in Orlando, Florida. The reason we're getting these bags is because we want to make sure that our houses don't get flooded. We heard that there was going to be about 20 feet of rain. Don't know if that's true or not, but want to make sure that we're prepared for the hurricane and that everybody's safe. We're giving some of these bags to some of our clients, the elderly, to make sure that they're prepared. And that's it. Just better safe than sorry.
20 feet is more of the storm surge along the coast, but we are expecting about 2 to 3 inches of rain here in the Orlando area. But then again, if you have poor drainage or if you're prone to flooding, that's why these sandbags are so important. Do you have any advice or strategy for how you would place these around a property?
Oh, absolutely not. But you know, YouTube University has everything that you need. So if you go on there, that's where I'm going to look. It should tell you everything that you need to know.
It's already very hot out here. You're sweating and working very hard. And, you know, it's funny to see how much the temperature and the weather conditions change. You know, well, for one moment it's cool and breezy and then a downpour, and now it's hot and humid. So typical Florida, a lot of change in the atmosphere here. What else would you like to tell us about what you can do to help prepare your home during this time?
Oh, I have absolutely no clue. I think this is a good start, you know, just going on, you know, following Fox 35 because they have all the best news and they're up to date with everything. Just following them, and that's how I found out about some of this sand. So just get some sandbags.
All right, thank you so much for your input. And of course, you can have 15 bags per resident that comes out. And this is behind the Up Orlando Center. This is off of Michigan Avenue, just south of downtown Orlando. So there's still sand available. There's about 2 big piles here left over. Yes, it'll be a little bit wet. You might want to bring some gloves and a shovel to get the work done. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, crazy to see the sun is shining right now where Amanda is, right? That won't stay that way,
Not for long.
But yeah, it is a nice break. All right, we do have much more to come this morning on Good Day Orlando.
We'll be right back with more coverage on Hurricane Helene right after this short break.
Well, we've got some pretty shocking video to show you. This is actually a live stream from the southernmost point webcam, and Danielle and I have really been just enthralled watching it. There are 4 people standing right there in front of, look at that, now they're starting to walk away. Such dangerous conditions for people to be out and walking around, and I guess using this as a photo opportunity, I suppose, but I mean, I can't imagine anyone's going to jump in and rescue you if you get pulled out.
That's exactly what we were saying, and there have been people, even in addition to those 4, who have, run over there to take pictures, and some of them standing very, very close to the edge as the waves come crashing ashore. And if one of those waves takes you out, as you said, there's really nobody there who's going to save you. And so probably not a good idea to be doing that right now. And even when we saw the cars, we were like, why are people driving past? Well, now they're getting out of their cars and they're walking up to the buoy there for photo ops in conditions like this. So probably not the smartest thing to be doing today.
Yeah, I feel like we're, like watching like impending doom. I mean, it just feels like at some point something bad is going to happen.
Right.
So anyway, that is from the southernmost point webcam. We have been telling you about flooding concerns in the Shadow Bay community. That's in Longwood. Neighbors there say that a woman filled a storm drain with concrete right near her home.
Well, now that woman is acting ahead of Hurricane Helene. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay joins us now from the neighborhood live this morning. Chris, good morning to you. So what are you seeing out there right now?
Good morning. Well, things are starting to fill up here a bit in the Shadow Bay community, but when this situation is at its worst, it's hard for people to get out of their driveway. As you mentioned, this trend all started when a woman filled the drain on her property with concrete. I spoke with her as she spent her morning trying to clear the water, draining it to the retention pond behind her home. She tells me there were several holes on her property that she chose to fill, and since then, she and others have been dealing with the consequences. officials. We spoke with neighbors who just want the problem fixed. Others are pushing for fines and other penalties. Now, there is a lawsuit and other criminal investigations underway, but up to this point, no criminal charges have been filed. Again, here in the Shadow Bay community, things are relatively clear, but keeping a close eye on this drain because with more heavy rain, you could see flooded streets. Reporting live in Longwood, Chris Lindsay, Fox 35 News.
All right, Chris. Yeah, a lot of folks frustrated in that neighborhood. And right now we want to bring back in the Fox 35 storm team. Meteorologist Brooks Garner and Jessica Dobson have been very busy today.
Oh, all morning long. And guys, we've been talking about the storm reaching a Category 4 before it makes landfall. What are the possibilities of that? The waters out there are very, very warm in the Gulf.
Yeah, definitely. We're talking like record warmth in terms of the waters in the Gulf. Yeah. So we're already starting to see it intensify here over the last, hour or two. It's now up to a Category 2 strength. And when it comes to the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, that was at 11 a.m. So that was almost an hour ago now, but it had winds of 105 miles per hour. Once it reaches speeds of around 110, 11, that's where we start to see major hurricane status at a Category 3 storm. It is going to potentially make landfall, though, as a Category 4 hurricane. So we'll talk more on that in a moment. But I do want to point out the latest in terms of our satellite imagery here, and this helps us to get the overall structure of the storm. You can really see that eye wall is trying to get going and trying to become more organized, and that's what's going to really help for this storm to take off in terms of the intensity and also the speed. It is going to be booking it in upwards of 20 to 25 miles per hour as it races towards the panhandle of Florida. So when it comes to the latest track, obviously it could change a little bit, but overall we're seeing a pretty narrow track when it comes to the forecast, and that usually means there's a fairly good amount of confidence when we have a more narrow forecast cone like this. You don't want to focus on the center of the cone itself because it, again, could wobble a couple of miles either direction, and we will continue to have more updates in regard to the cone through the rest of today. But regardless, landfall is looking likely later tonight, close to the hours of around 6, 7, all the way through about 9 p.m. That's kind of the window we're expecting. And again, it's going to be very close to the Tallahassee area. And this is an area that has not seen the likes of a storm like this before, a major hurricane at that. And there are a lot of trees in this area as well. And so that could lead to widespread power outages. That's going to be one of the bigger impacts felt, especially in this particular spot. Now, it's also worth noting, too, that this is going to be a very quick moving hurricane, as I mentioned, and it's going to be making its way on shore and potentially lasting into a hurricane strength as it makes its way into southern and central Georgia. That is going to bring impacts as far north to the Carolinas, Virginia, all the way into Tennessee and possibly Kentucky. Just with the how quickly it's going to be racing, it's really not going to have much time to weaken. It's going to take some time to do that. So a lot to take away. We're going to be talking about this a lot here over the next couple of days, not just for us locally, but just across the southeast as a whole. When it comes to our wind gusts, these are some of the numbers we've been picking up here over the last couple of minutes. We have, though, seen gusts as high as around 45, even 64 miles per hour. That was during the 10 o'clock hour, right around 10:45 north of Cocoa Beach. But as of right now, some of the peak wind gusts do include about 39 miles per hour right now in Cocoa Beach, 39 in Winter Haven over the last few minutes here, 39 as well in Claremont. Meanwhile, in Orlando, and upwards of 33 miles per hour. So it's still a very gusty day, and that's what we're going to continue to expect. And the reason being, this is such a big, large storm. The wind field expands for hundreds of miles. So that's why essentially much of this state is going to be experiencing at least, tropical storm force wind gusts, but especially closer towards that landfall across the Big Bend, Nature Coast of Florida. That's where we could potentially even expect some of those hurricane force wind gusts. Now, when it comes to our impacts specifically, when it comes to, who has the best chances of seeing these strong wind gusts, I'll send it over to you, Brooks, for the very latest on that.
All right. Thank you very much. Great job, Jessica. And, weather-wise, you called it. This afternoon conditions will start to deteriorate. We're also waiting for the 2 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. It's a position update, but also an intensity update. It's at that point we expect this system to become a major hurricane. It's currently a Cat 2. The forecast is that it becomes a Cat 3 and maybe a Cat 4 before landfall, a landfall in Appalachia Bay near Tallahassee. Right now, the winds sustained are at about 34 to 35 miles per hour in Key West, about 17 to 20 miles per hour in the Orlando area. Higher gusts, though, are occurring, and as the afternoon progresses, we'll see those tropical storm force winds coming close to shore and then finally making it into central Florida. And it's it's a big storm. As Jessica mentioned, it's just got a very broad reach to it. So there's a huge storm surge component to this one specifically. We could see storm surge as high as 12 feet plus from Homosassa Springs up into Crystal River, with a 20-foot storm surge possible in the Big Bend region, specifically from Levy County, Horseshoe Beach, up into, I should say, Cedar Key, up into Horseshoe Beach in Dixie County. And another way to offer this perspective is just the yellow. The yellow is the tropical storm force winds. And I mean, look how far from the center this goes. If you focus on the center of the storm to think that's where the impacts will be, that's grossly underestimating the impacts. And this is important because we're going to see conditions really deteriorating today, especially after 4 o'clock. Bands of heavy rain setting up, and under each band we could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. That's when the power outage incidents could occur, especially the closer you are to the system. So for Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, and Alachua counties on the Big Bend, we're looking at the worst impacts between 4 p.m. today and 7 a.m. tomorrow, with hurricane force winds gusts up to 100 miles per hour, storm surge, tornadoes, flooding rains, the whole gambit. So especially west of I-75. Now impacts will still be significant, but not as severe for Marion County, Sumter, Lake, and Polk counties. We'll see the worst impacts between 5 p.m. and 6 a.m. tomorrow, 50 to 75 mile per hour winds and a few tornadoes. And then as you head farther toward the east, the impacts will be a little bit lesser, but still notable, especially for Orlando, where we could see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, and a couple of spots could catch a tornado. We've got a tornado watch in effect till 8 p.m. We're staying on it. Our continuous coverage will commence after this break. Stay with us. The latest information yet to come.
And welcome back to Good Day Orlando as we take a live look at Key West right now. This, by the way, as you know, is the southernmost buoy out there. We have seen car after car after car driving past. We have also seen person after person after person stopping to take selfies or to take pictures there with the waves crashing. I asked Brooks how high the winds were out there. He said they're 30 miles an hour with gusts of up to 50 miles an hour. So probably not a good idea to get out there and take pictures, not even to be out there driving in conditions like this.
No, it's very dangerous. And yeah, just incredible to watch. I mean, we've all just been waiting, unfortunately, like for something bad to happen.
Exactly.
I hope it doesn't.
I hope it doesn't either.
I hope it doesn't. Mm-hmm. Well, some new video also coming into the newsroom showing some flooding. This is in St. Petersburg. As you can see, this van is driving through some pretty high water, enough that they're able to get through, thankfully. But this part of the street is flooded. This video is coming to us from the St. Pete Police Department. Folks there are urging not to go out driving through the water. So something that is very concerning, because Tampa, of course, is in a situation where the storm surge could be significant for them.
Especially as conditions continue to deteriorate. It's certainly not a good idea to get out there and drive, because you don't know if you're going to hit power lines or what you're going to hit when you're out there. And hurricane hunters, they're playing a very pivotal role in getting accurate forecasts during hurricanes like this one. This, by the way, is the team's second time flying Kermit. During the flights, the team collects real-time information, and they do conduct real-time research as well.
So as far as our mission profile today, like I said, it is a standard butterfly pattern that we fly, where we have 3 what we call legs or passes through the storm. And along the way, we will be dropping expendables, which include our dropsondes, those UAS drones that I mentioned, as well as potentially a few wave drifters and some buoys.
And Kermit is one of the 2 NOAA aircraft that operate out of Lakeland, Florida. Kermit flew through its first hurricane way back in 1976. And take a look at this video. This is from South Florida, where areas are already starting to see some pretty intense wind and some rain coming in from Hurricane Helene. This, by the way, is Doral, just outside of Miami. The National Weather Service says wind gusts are expected to reach up to 40 to 50 miles per hour there. This video was taken in the early morning hours. They've also issued a storm surge warning, by the way, for the Florida Keys and most of the state's west coast, forecasting surges of up to 20 feet.
Right now, the sheriff of Pinellas County says there is a big problem. Too many people that live in an evacuation zone are not listening. So officials say it may not be safe to get out of that area for much longer. They are urging people to please get out if they can.
Dahlia was 4 feet. What we're talking about here, and this graphic shows you where the storm surge was with Dahlia, where we had over 1,500 homes in Pinellas County flood. We are talking about peak surge up to about 10 feet. This is much higher than what we had for Dahlia.
Well, officials warn that it may be possible to leave your home by this afternoon, maybe even early evening. The water may not go down, though, until tomorrow morning. And Sunrail suspending its service due to Hurricane Helene. They are hoping to get back up and running as soon as possible tomorrow morning. Once crews have checked the tracks, they just want to make sure there are no obstructions. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is reminding electric car owners you got to keep them fully charged. They say do not drive through floodwaters or leave your EV behind in a low-lying garage. If water gets into an EV's battery, it can potentially cause a fire. You want to keep electric vehicles at an elevated level, and do not drive your car if you think you got water in the battery. Good advice there. Making headlines at this hour, New York City's Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted.
Adams is now facing federal criminal charges from a Manhattan grand jury. Here are the details. The nature of those charges have not yet formally been announced, but sources tell Fox News the indictment could be unsealed as early as this morning. The news comes after several close colleagues of the mayor have also come under investigation as well. Adams responded to this indictment, saying he will stay in office even if the case does go to trial.
Well, Congress avoiding a government shutdown, lawmakers overwhelmingly passing a temporary funding bill, which will run through December 20th. Also included in that bill was an additional $231 million for the Secret Service after 2 assassination attempts on the former president. Well, there is much more still ahead this morning here on Fox 35.
Our special coverage at 12 o'clock starts right now.
Fox 35 News starts now with a storm alert.
We are tracking Hurricane Helene this morning as it curves its way up the coast of Florida and potentially into the Big Bend. We are looking at the latest track. We've also got a live look there on the right side of your screen at Port St. Joe. So thanks so much for sticking with us throughout the morning. We so appreciate you. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
Hi, everybody. It is good to see you this afternoon. I'm Danielle Knox. We are keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Helene. So let's check in with our storm team meteorologist, Brooks Garner, with the latest. Brooks.
Hey there. Good afternoon. Yes, so our next update on the position and the strength of Helene comes from the National Hurricane Center at 2 p.m. But as of 11 a.m., it is strengthening. It's got winds of 105 miles per hour, so it's a strong Category 2. It's expected by 2 p.m. to strengthen to a major hurricane, Category 3. But category aside, it's already got hurricane force winds and storm surge and a wind field that extends outward over 300 miles. So even though it is forecast to make a landfall in Appalachia Appalachia Bay, on the Big Bend, Florida's Panhandle, near Tallahassee. We're going to feel wind effects here developing this afternoon, especially after 5 o'clock, with tropical storm force wind gusts and hurricane force wind gusts west of I-75, including places like Micanopy, also Denellen, whether you're in Alachua County or in Marion County, and of course points west toward Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist, and Taylor counties. The official forecast from the National Hurricane Center featuring a narrow cone indicating a near certainty that this is going to work up toward the Tallahassee region. That's significant because its exact track, as far as miles matter in this case, will determine the impacts to Tallahassee. If it tracks just east of Tallahassee by 10 miles, they'll still get hit very hard with a lot of power outages, but they'll be spared the worst. If it tracks right through or just west of Tallahassee, that is the center, the core of the hurricane, they could be lashed with winds over 130 miles per hour this evening between 6 and 9 p.m., causing untold tree damage, trees down, structural damage, life and limb and power outages for several weeks. Regardless, there will be major power outage issues here lasting for more than 10 days across a big chunk of the Panhandle. It's just a matter of exactly where this land falls. That said, don't pay attention exclusively to where this is going to make landfall because, as I mentioned, it has a reach that goes out over 300 miles, which will encompass the entire state of Florida as far as the peninsula goes of Florida, and the entire peninsula is under a tropical storm warning outside of the hurricane warnings. By the way, this thing's going to make it all the way into Atlanta as a tropical storm. There could be wind gusts in A-Town up to 75 or 80 miles an hour tomorrow, and you can bet that's going to lead to airport delays and cancellations through Hartsfield Airport. So if you have any flights out of Atlanta, that's going to cause more trouble. Hurricane warning in effect from western Alachua County right on through western Marion, including Denellen, points west, and in the orange, tropical storm warnings in effect for the rest of our area. Conditions will start to get bad, especially after 4 o'clock. The orange indicating the tropical storm force winds over 40 as the system approaches our latitude, that is its center of circulation. That's where it's going to start to push that tropical storm force wind into our region, where gusts to 50 and 60 become the normal. But once you get west toward Tampa Bay, that's where the hurricane force winds will start to just brush the coastline before the core of the hurricane makes it onshore, bringing winds that could surpass 100 miles an hour from Tallahassee eastward through Taylor County, Dixie County, as well as maybe even Levy County. So Horseshoe Beach and Cedar Key may bear the brunt of this, not just in wind, but also with up to 20 feet of storm surge. Look at that span of wind, almost 400 miles across of tropical storm force winds, and hurricane force wind gusts can't be ruled out even in coastal Georgia as the system pulls through. Now, already out ahead of all that wind, we've had a non-thunderstorm wind gust, as it's classified. So this wasn't related to a severe storm. This is just wind at Cocoa Beach of 64 miles an hour, at Vero Beach 58 miles an hour, and at Cape Canaveral 43 miles per hour. Now, we did earlier have a tornado warning, meaning a tornado was indicated by radar. That was for Brevard and also Volusia counties. It has long since expired. That happened before lunchtime. But we've got a tornado watch now encompassing the entire state east of Port St. Joe until at least 8 p.m. This includes areas all the way up through Jacksonville, all the way into coastal Georgia, and all the way into the Midlands of South Carolina. So it's an extensive tornado watch, as this is an extensive hurricane, Hurricane Helene. On radar right now, things are fairly quiet. We're catching a lull, just a couple of showers around Daytona and DeLand, but winds are starting to gust right now to 40 miles per hour in Claremont. So we're starting to get toward the arrival of those tropical storm force winds. We'll take a much deeper dive into the impacts coming up of future major Hurricane Helene in just minutes from now. Guys, back to you.
All right, Brooks, thank you so much. 12:05. Some new video from the Big Bend shows Panama City getting lashed by Hurricane Helene's outer bands. This was shared from the suburb of Callaway, and you can see heavy rain coming down, lightning flashing there in the background. Panama City is west of where Helene is forecast to make landfall later on tonight. Our live team coverage continues this afternoon with Fox 35's David Martin. He joins us live from Crystal River in Citrus County.
And David, I know you've been talking with a lot of the folks who live there about how they're preparing for the storm. They have seen significant flooding, really just in the past year or so.
Yeah, from Hurricane Idalia in 2023, Hurricane Debbie this past summer, and now Hurricane Helene, the threat today in Crystal River, West Citrus County. And in a day like this, when you know the storm's coming tonight and it's going to be nasty, you want some comfort. Comfort in terms of personality and emotions, but comfort in terms of food as well. And we found that here at the breakfast station number 9 here on US 19, owned by Alex Chalice. How you doing, Alex?
Hey, good. How are you today?
Good, good. Listen, Paolo and I, we do a restaurant show at noon for Fox, and normally we'd be eating at a restaurant right now. I can tell our audience and you, we have had breakfast at a breakfast station here in the west side of the state. We love it.
Good, great.
Food's great.
Oh, absolutely.
Service is wonderful. And on a day like this, people want to eat before what potentially could be a nasty 36, 48 hours.
Absolutely. You know, they need to calm their nerves, and they can do that with a good plate over here.
Yeah. Let's go inside and see how crowded you really are, because you've been open since 7 o'clock. Yep. You were going to close at noon, but you got sort of a rush in the past 20 minutes.
Piling in,
The people piling in, right. So you're going to stay open a little bit longer. But I guess the question is, will you be open tomorrow?
I'm hoping so. You know, if God willing, we will be.
Yeah. Have you done anything to prep this, for the storm here at the restaurant?
Yeah, so far, at least for right now, we've moved everything. We've moved everything off of all the bottom levels. I have contractor bags, sandbags, everything to get the store all set up to go.
Okay, so you need some time to get that going, obviously.
Yeah, I'm going to take a little bit. Hopefully, I'll be home by 2 o'clock. I know that'll make my wife really happy.
Yeah, of course. And where will you be during the storm, Alex?
So we live in Beverly Hills, which is about 20 minutes inland from here.
Okay, so you'll be high and at least drier, I assume, there?
Yeah, I would say so. Hope so.
It's a large storm, so I think we're all going to be impacted in some form or fashion. But here in Crystal River, storm surge is always the concern with these storms. And you've gotten several brutal ones in the past 12 months.
Yeah, even with the last storm, the closest that we've seen the water right here on the US 19, these retention ponds in the plaza were filled up. But so far in the last 10 years, we have not, knock on wood, we have not had any water in the plaza yet.
That is excellent. Although they're saying this one is historic, one for the books, so we're going to pray for you that over the next 12 hours we don't see a change in that record. We'd like to have a dry breakfast station open tomorrow morning, and you will be if all things work out. You have power,
yes,
right?
sir, absolutely. If we've got power and everything like that, we'll be here for you, folks.
I will say this. People like that. On a day of hurricane or right after a hurricane comes, they need that comfort food. They need to eat because they got a lot of cleanup.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, well, thank you.
What do you recommend we have here?
So I would say if you're really going for it, you know, if you're feeling sweet, I would go for either the crunch toast or the cinnamon swirl pancakes. We've got great Reubens, hand-patted half-pound burgers, and fried chicken junction. That's a great one right there.
You have said it all. Owner Alex Chalice of Breakfast Station here in Crystal River. Good luck to you in the next 24 hours, brother.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to send it back to you in this studio, Amy and Danielle.
So we'll do both the cinnamon swirl pancakes and I guess the fried chicken, right?
Yeah, I'll take it all.
Yes.
One of each. Thanks,
Thank you,
David. Well, after Hurricane Helene is through Florida, its next target will be Georgia. In fact, Georgia's already experiencing some of this.
Oh, it certainly is. The storm is still expected to pack quite the serious punch when it does hit there. And so we've got Fox 35's Oliviana Comity is live in Valdosta, Georgia for us this afternoon. Good morning. It is good to see you. Or good afternoon. It is good to see you this afternoon. Things look fairly calm there right now.
Amy, Danielle, it does look really calm right now. People are trying to get their last-minute prep in. A lot of people had said, hey, you should do it before now, but any last-minute things people are heading out to do because we do expect winds up to 100 miles per hour, even here in Valdosta. And a lot of folks were out on the road last night. It was pouring rain last night. The wind was starting to pick up then, so seeing tidbits of it right now, but a lot of folks have already evacuated.
It's so large that I don't know. And they're saying it's worse than Idalia, and when I heard that, I was like, Idalia was pretty rough. So I don't want. We had a lot of trees down and a lot of water in our house with Idalia. So I'm like, I don't want to stay with my baby.
They said that they're still picking up the pieces from previous storms here in this area. And one person said the wind in this storm is going to just tear this city apart. They have a ton of trees in this city. That's the reason why he said that. There are almost 10,000 power outages already from this storm because we've had some rain going into today. And we're under a tornado watch as well as that hurricane watch. We'll be continuing to monitor the weather as the hours go by today. I'll send it back to you guys.
We appreciate it. Thanks so much for that. And we do want to let you know that no matter where you live, you can get alerts from our Fox 35 Storm Team Weather app. You can also watch us live on Fox Local and fox35orlando.com. This afternoon, our Fox 35 Storm Team, we are answering all of the questions that you may have that are storm related. So just go ahead and submit your questions. You scan the QR code right there on your screen, and they'll be answering your questions throughout the course of the day. It's 12:10. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Coming up on 12:15 now, we are keeping a very close eye, of course, on the storm. Brooks is here. He has been working very hard alongside Jessica this morning.
Boy, oh boy, have they ever. And we certainly thank you all for all you're doing today. And let me tell you something. The viewers, they have been sending in questions because they're very curious about what's to come, right? And so we've got some questions that we want to read and go ahead and get the answers from you, Brooks. The first one is from Susan, who asks, how significant will the impact be in Alachua?
Yeah, and in the shout out to Fox 51 viewers there in Alachua County. Well, the answer is, unfortunately, it is likely to be very significant. And the farther west you go, the higher the impact. So in Micanopy, for instance, southwestern Alachua County, we could see a wind gust over 100 miles per hour.
Oh, boy.
It's most likely they'll be around 75, 80 miles per hour. That hits tonight close to between 7 and 9 p.m. In Gainesville, we're likely to see a wind gust between 65 and hurricane force, maybe 75 miles per hour, anywhere from 3 inches of rain to 8 inches of rain. rain and a possibility of a tornado. So Alachua County is likely to have power outages as well as a lot of trees falling down. And the farther west you go, closer to Tallahassee, the worse it gets.
All right. And I know UF was a little hesitant, it seemed, yesterday about whether or not they were going to close. They didn't make the call until noon. That was a good call. Good call.
I think it was a very good call.
No classes in Gainesville. Okay. Let's hear from Charisma now. She's asking, what is the likelihood of a tornado or flooding in Deltona?
Yeah, it's a common question specifically, you know, what's going on in my house? You know, what's it going to do in New Smyrna Beach? And in Deltona, like the rest of our area, does stand a chance for a tornado today, although statistically speaking, it's a very low chance, but it's a high enough chance that we'll have tornadoes around the region in general that the National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch in effect till 8 o'clock. That means conditions are favorable for tornadoes, but to make a call of, you know, will it hit Deltona? Will it hit Daytona? It's impossible to say. It's statistically a very low chance, but it's a chance because we're talking about a tropical system making landfall in Florida.
And when you talk about that tropical system, one of the things you talked about during that tornado warning that was about 10 o'clock or so this morning, the conditions are favorable for these tornadoes to kind of pop up and so quickly.
That's right. So as bands of rain rotate around Helene, and we'll see those bands rolling in earnest later on this afternoon and this evening, they'll bring with them the characteristic gusty winds of 60 or 70 miles an hour, even to Orlando, that we typically see with a tropical storm. But inside those bands, they're inherently rotating because the winds are blowing in different directions at different levels of the atmosphere, from the ground to about 30,000 feet. And those different directions can cause spin from the wind shear, resulting in numerous tornadoes. So a hurricane provides a very dynamic environment with a lot of really quick spinning wind to produce tornadoes. So that's why we got to watch out for them. Some hurricanes produce numerous tornadoes, other ones just one or two. Hopefully this one is the latter, just one or two.
Brooks, I promised our viewer Steve that I would ask you this, and you can go right into your forecast from this if you'd like, but he says, can you have Brooks or Jessica explain the difference between the northeast or the dirty side of the storm and the northwest side? He said a lot of folks who are new to Florida don't know the difference.
If you look at a hurricane, it kind of looks like a buzz saw, like a circular saw, and if you cut it into quarters, the right-hand quarter is called the dirty side of the storm. That's when you see, just based on the dynamics, most of the tornadoes, most of the rain, and most of the really damaging impacts. The west side is considered the cleaner side of the storm, or the left-hand side. The worst quadrant out of those four is the northeast quadrant, and it's all about the geometry of the storm. You get the best shear and the highest chance for tornadoes and also the highest wind gusts, at least in the northern hemisphere. That's because of the direction of the storm moving. So let's get right to it right now. The latest on Helene. A big update coming out at 2 p.m. We are under a tropical storm warning for basically the entire viewing area, with a hurricane warning for western Marion and in Alachua County, as well as Levy, Dixie, Gilchrist, and Taylor counties. Helene, a Category 2 hurricane, but it is strengthening. Winds currently at 105 miles per hour. Looks like these thunderstorms are going to try and wrap around the core, and in doing so, allow it to gain even more strength. The next advisory comes out at 2 o'clock, and there's a chance that between now and then, it becomes a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 120 miles per hour before making landfall somewhere in Appalachia Bay. And I say somewhere in as if that's not specific enough. I mean, that's very specific as far as a place that's going to make landfall. But it matters because Tallahassee's located just north of this. And so if the core moves just east of Tallahassee, it will spare our state's capital of the worst impacts. It'll be on the left-hand side, the clean side of the storm. But if it tracks just west of Tallahassee, it'll be on the dirty side, catching the full force of this hurricane and wind gusts over 130 miles per hour. That could cause untold tree damage, power outages, structural damage, and of course the threat to life and limb. As far as Orlando's concerned, though, it's important not to pay attention just to the core of the system because this one's big. It's got a really far reach, extending outwards of over 300 miles. And what that means, see the orange? This is tropical storm force winds. Even though the center of circulation will be in approximately this location, this is going to be west of Spring Hill in Hernando County by about 120 miles by 6 p.m. this evening. That'll be about the time it's at the exact latitude of Orlando. We're going to be in the tropical storm force winds. That's going to be when we start to catch the biggest winds, with hurricane force winds in red lapping up against the Gulf Coast from Bradenton to Tampa to Spring Hill up through Gainesville. And the strongest winds, it looks like at this point, will be in Taylor County, Levy, and Dixie counties on this track using our exclusive Fox model, but it's entirely possible that it's a little bit farther west. So we'll see. Tallahassee's going to be right on the edge of a very serious situation. Either way, it's going to be very difficult for the Panhandle tonight. Okay, this thing extends outward some 400 miles. Again, it's important not just to think, oh yeah, you know, the only impacts will be here inside the cone. No, they're going to have up to 20 feet of storm surge here. Incredible storm surge in the Big Bend. And down toward Tampa, there could even be anywhere from 5 5 to 7 feet of storm surge. So that's enough to inundate Bayshore Boulevard, parts of South Tampa. And if that's not enough, we've got a tornado watch, meaning conditions are favorable for tornadoes to develop later on today until 8 p.m. at least. On radar right now, things are quiet. We're catching a break in the action. A couple of downpours now around Palm Coast that'll be heading northward into Marineland and eventually crossing the border into St. Johns County over the next hour or so up toward Crescent Beach. But I want to show you future radar. We're going to see by 3 o'clock the first bands developing to the southwest becoming more numerous towards 6:30 p.m. So as the sun starts getting low in the sky, that's when things are going to noticeably change around here with regularly higher wind gusts, the wind whipping around the trees. That's when we could see our branches falling and power flickering or going out entirely. And we're going to be in the thick of it as we head right through the evening. It won't get better until tomorrow morning. We're going to talk much more about the impacts from an approaching Hurricane Helene coming up with more continuous coverage from Fox 35 right after this.
It's happening. Welcome back. It is 12:24 right now. Utility crews from across Florida and around the country really are coming here to help respond to power outages.
They certainly are. Fox 35's Morgan Parrish is live at the Duke Energy staging site in the Villages. We are happy to see you back down on the ground, Morgan. Good afternoon.
Good morning. Yeah, I can't believe I went up in that. I heard you guys say better me than you guys. It wasn't too bad. But yes, we are talking about preparations for today. It really feels like the calm before the storm because it's pretty dry out here. As you can see, it only rained for about 45 minutes around 10 o'clock this morning, but still crews are getting ready. There's more than 4,000 trucks out here. We've been hanging out with Audrey all morning with Duke Energy. Tell us a little bit about how you guys have been getting ready.
Yeah, so we have a detailed storm storm response plan. It's something that we, plan well before a storm even is expected to hit. And so we look at, what the storm is doing as far as intensity, projected path, and things like that. And we move around resources. We determine how many resources we need, and we stage them at locations, safe locations across the state to respond quickly and safely following the hurricane.
Yeah, talk a little bit about safety precautions. We know there's a lot in place.
Yeah, so safety is number one for Duke Energy, and it's also very important for our customers to be safe before, during, and after a storm. So they can go to our website and get all the tips to stay safe. But number one, I'll say, is just after a storm, there could be lines down, reports of lines down, and they can be very hazardous. So just treat all lines as if they're energized and dangerous, and stay away from them.
And we have crews from all over the country here, staged right here in the villages. What are you guys anticipating? Again, it's calm right now, but we know it could look a lot different later on.
Yeah, so a Category 3, a Category 4 could mean, extensive damage to our equipment. It can mean a lot of flooding. And so all of that will definitely hinder our ability to get out and start our damage assessment and restoration process. But once it's safe to do so, our crews, a lot of these contractors you see here today, will be deployed to areas where it's hardest hit to get those communities back on their feet faster.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you so much for spending the day with us. We're going to keep hanging out here at the Duke Energy Staging Center. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thanks so much, Morgan. And we still have much more to come here for you. Good day, Orlando. We're now transitioning into the afternoon hours.
We certainly are. We are tracking Hurricane Helene as it makes its way towards Florida. The time right now is 12:27, and we will be right back.
Fox 35 News starts now with a storm alert.
And a storm alert because we are continuing to track Hurricane Helene on its way to the Big Bend of Florida. There's a look at the current track of the storm. That's actually the radar there on the left side. And then on the right side, we've got a look at Port St. Joe, where you can see they are getting some significant rainfall and some very choppy surf out there. There's the track for you. Great to have you with us, everybody. I'm Amy Kaufeld.
And I'm Danielle Knox. It is good to see you this afternoon. We have live team coverage all across Central Florida this afternoon. Esther Bowers, she's in Brevard County for us. We also have Chris Lindsay, who is live in Seminole County with an update on the homeowner accused of filling a storm drain with concrete. We'll start with Chris in just a bit, but first...
That's right. Let's get over to Brooks because he's got the latest updated forecast on that storm. Brooks?
Yes, good afternoon. So we are under a tropical storm warning. The full force of the hurricane will be felt later this evening in the Big Bend near Tallahassee, also for Taylor, Dixie, and Levy counties where there's a hurricane warning in effect. Also includes Gilchrist County and sections of eastern Marion, make that western Marion and western Alachua counties. We're looking at Micanopy over to Denellen, Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach, but that's where you can see wind gusts well over 80, 90 miles an hour this evening, and this evening we'll see wind gusts over 60 in Orlando. So things are going to deteriorate as we get into the hours to follow. It's been a fairly, relatively speaking, calm morning. Here's the latest from Hurricane Helene. When I say relatively speaking, we've had 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts on Cocoa Beach, and we had an earlier tornado warning, but it's been almost kind of like odd to get these erroneous reports, but they're all legit. It's just it's coming in little isolated spurts before the main push arrives. This hurricane is getting better organized as we speak. The next advisory at 2 o'clock, and it's entirely possible, as is currently officially forecast, that this explodes into a Category 3 hurricane, becoming a major hurricane. That's defined as winds of or above 111 miles per hour. That's when you can start to get into the damage that is considered very, very widespread. And at this point, we're looking for these thunderstorms in the last few frames to wrap around the circulation. Once that happens, it becomes more of a concentric, almost sort of like buzz saw or saw blade-like configuration. It'll have the chance to rapidly strengthen. It's moving northeast at 14. It is accelerating, and it will continue to do so, and that will have a major implication on the impacts where it tracks for two reasons. Number one, it will not weaken as it comes ashore. It will continue strengthening. It will not have time to weaken. Oftentimes, as hurricanes slowly come ashore, they encounter the shallow shelf waters here of the Gulf of Mexico coastline, and those shelf waters tend to easily upwell colder water and essentially pull out the cover from underneath the hurricane. We saw that with Katrina back in 05. It came in as a rip roaring Cat 5, dissipated to a Cat 3 before landfall, brought with it the storm surge, though. This one's no Katrina, but listen, it's going to be a big one, and because it's going so fast, it's never going to weaken. In fact, it could strengthen straight through landfall. And going so fast, as it enters the Tallahassee region, it's not going to lose much strength as it plows through our state's capital. But the track in this case really matters because it could track just west of Tallahassee, really producing a lot of damage, or track just east of Tallahassee, sparing the city of the worst. Either way, we are going to experience tropical storm force winds this afternoon and this evening of up to 60 miles per hour and a threat for tornadoes. I'll show you the latest information on this storm and the impacts you can expect coming up in just a bit. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Brooks. We've been telling you about flooding concerns in the Shadow Bay community. That's in Longwood. And folks who live there say that a woman filled a storm drain with concrete right near her home.
Well, now that woman is acting ahead of Hurricane Helene. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay joining us now from that neighborhood this afternoon. And Chris, what are you seeing out there right now? Not a whole lot of flooding, it looks like.
Yeah, not much flooding at this time, but this is what that drain looks like right now. That woman, I spoke with her earlier. She said there were a couple of manholes on her property that she filled with concrete to avoid flooding on her own property. That tube there is running to a retention pond, trying to drain some of that water in the backyard. I spoke with her. She spent the morning trying to clear the sewer. The past several months have been frustrating for her and her neighbors as they navigate the extra flood risk. We spoke with neighbors who just want the problem fixed. Others are pushing for fines and other penalties. There's a criminal investigation underway, but up to this point, no charges have been filed. The woman tells me she's working with the county and a contractor to come up with a long-term solution. Now, as you said, not too much flooding at the time, but when this area is at its worst, it's hard for people to drive through this road or even get out of their driveway to check the mailbox for that matter. At this time, things are looking okay, but we'll continue to monitor the situation. Reporting live live in Longwood. Chris Lindsay, Fox 35 News.
All right, Chris, thank you. A lot of frustration there in that neighborhood. We are tracking Hurricane Helene this afternoon. The Fox 35 Storm Team working very closely with the National Hurricane Center, as they always do, to get the latest updates as this storm moves in through the Gulf. And joining us right now is Jamie Rome, the Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. They're in Miami. Great to see you, sir. How are you?
Good. Thank you for having us.
Well, listen, this storm really has not changed its trajectory too much. But as you know, and we know from tracking these things for many, many decades, just one little bobble to the east or the west really can make a big difference. What do you want folks to know?
I think in this case, the small fluctuations in the track and the intensity aren't going to matter as much as in past storms because it's so big. This huge size that we've been talking about all week, you know, to use a cliche, I think the cake is baked in a sense because the impacts, regardless of where it precisely tracks, you know, it's going to be a devastating wind and storm surge impact for a good chunk of the Florida Peninsula.
As far as how this storm formed and what is helping to fuel it, how does all of that work to make a hurricane so big and so powerful?
Yeah, so it depends on the environmental conditions when it develops. So this one was sort of large at the onset. That's what enabled us to forecast the size and to communicate the large size, you know, so strongly. It depends on the environmental conditions, and some of the same environmental conditions that help with intensity. So things like you know, the relative humidity or moisture of the atmosphere and whether or not there's vertical shear across the storm. In this case, you know, Helene had all of the right ingredients at the right time to produce this large and powerful hurricane.
Jamie, one of the things we keep hearing about this storm is that it is not going to slow down, right? Usually it's that there's like a landmass or something that kind of, you know, drags a hurricane and that slows it down a little bit, but we're not anticipating that with this storm?
No, there's nothing in front of it but warm ocean water, and that's why we are, you know, very confident that it's going to continue to intensify right up until landfall. And we're looking at the potential for a major hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale later today as it moves across the western portions of the Florida Peninsula.
What do you want people to know who perhaps stayed in Tallahassee? We know some students stayed on campus at Florida State, and maybe those folks are anywhere near that area. What do you want them to know before this storm makes landfall?
They have to be prepared to sustain themselves without assistance during a prolonged power outage. And you won't be able to go to the store, you won't be able to go get gas, you won't be able to move around, get supplies, get prescription. There's going to be downed trees everywhere, roads are going to be impassable, and power could be out for multiple days. So do what you need to do to be able to sustain yourself for several days under those conditions.
All right, that is good advice, and we so appreciate you taking the time to be with us. We know you're very, very busy today. Jamie Rome, thank you so much from the National Hurricane Center.
Thank you.
And our live team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Esther Bowers. She has been live this morning from Port Canaveral.
And Esther, good afternoon to you. We do know that the cruise ports closed at midnight, right? And it's looking pretty empty out there where you are right now. What is the protocol for folks who may be planning a cruise or even may be out to sea right now?
Yes, we've actually chatted with a few passengers that tell us they're kind of stuck at sea right now, specifically on the MSC seashore. They were planning to dock here today, but right now they're just kind of sailing. Thankfully, the conditions that they're sailing through haven't been too bad, but for me, it really feels like it's on pause. It's just kind of weird. We'll see a couple cars coming by. We'll see a few people, you know, just walking around, but we've moved locations over to the parking garage, and that's because I want you to get a sense of the feeling of pause that I'm talking about. What we do know is several ships were supposed to be docking today and other cruise passengers were going to be going out. So what you'd expect to see right now is all these cars with suitcases, people leaving, other cars coming in, and really we're not going to see that. Quite frankly, we don't know when we are going to see movement kind of pick back up here at Port Canaveral. We're in this Operation Zulu, which, keep in mind the letter Z, it really just means everything is closed. The Coast Guard is the one one who sets that, and they say that they put the port in that position because they're predicting sustained winds of 39 to 54 miles per hour hitting this exact area. They don't want to see cruise ships docked and then slamming into the docks. So right now it's just safer to keep everything out and kind of make sure things are not moving once we see conditions start to get worse. Now it does sting because you have families that have been planning vacations for almost a year. I was chatting with the Trenzato family, and we have some pictures. Really their vacation is just on pause. They're holding out hope. They're kind of hunkering down at home, trying to find some things to do. But Janet tells me she isn't sure if they are going to be able to take their cruise this week.
We're praying that the storm goes quickly without, damaging or hurting anybody, and that we can get on that ship on Friday.
And they were setting sail, supposed to be today, on the MSC seashore. Now, guys, they had family fly in from Vegas, from all over. About 35 people came into Port Canaveral to try and take this trip. It was only a 3-day cruise, so it's already going to be cut down to at least 2 days. But that is if we see any of these ships be able to come back in, if we see the port reopen. And as of right now, we don't know. They don't know. Janet tells me they haven't heard anything else from the cruise line. But if you do have a cruise where you are expecting to set sail on Friday or Saturday, really you need to be reaching out, checking in with the cruise line, trying to see if there's any kind of update on whether or not we're going to see the port reopen. And you might have to rebook. You could get your money back, but just a lot of unknowns as officials kind of wait to see what happens when Hurricane Helene makes landfall. But for now, reporting live in Brevard County, Esther Bauer, Fox 35 News.
All right. Yeah, you feel for those folks who have those vacations planned, of course, and that's usually the risk you run when you book during hurricane season. So no matter where you live, of course, you can get alerts from the Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. You can also watch us live all day long on Fox Local and fox35orlando.com. We still have much more to come this morning. It is now 12:42.
That's right. We're tracking Hurricane Helene, as we have been all morning and all afternoon long, here for you as it makes its way towards Florida. Stay with us. And welcome back. Some new video shows severe flooding in Fort Myers Beach. Take a look at this. This was shared by the Lee County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff warned people to avoid the area and said do not drive through any standing water. Some really great advice there. And right now, communities across Florida are really bracing for the flooding that could happen.
Yeah, that is the one thing that folks are concerned about. Some trying to get ahead of that as far as the rain is concerned. And our team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie. She's live in Orlando, where some of the residents have been picking up those last-minute sandbags and still dry where you are, so that's a good sign.
But the pile looks smaller behind you, Amanda.
Yes, the sand piles have definitely been diminishing over the past couple of days and today. And one thing that I thought was strange was that there seems to be large blocks within this sand mound behind me here. So even though it looks like it's a tall mound, maybe not as much sand left as you would think. There are still plenty of bags. This is at the Up Center in Orlando off of Michigan Avenue, just south of downtown Orlando here. Folks have been kind of coming in at a steady stream to get some last-minute bags. There's a limit of 15 bags per resident, and if you fill them up all the way, they could weigh up to about 30 pounds. So kind of factor that into your decision as to how many bags you can legitimately carry in your vehicle as well. We've noticed is that there has been 1 or 2 strong bands of rain come through this morning. Right now, cloudy. The wind has picked up. It is hot and humid out here. So if you are shoveling this dirt, yeah, it's going to be some hot and humid conditions. As far as what we can expect, the worst of the storm, from what our Fox 35 meteorologists are telling us, is going to be this evening around 5, 6 o'clock this evening. And then we could expect rainfalls here in Orange County, Central Florida, to be between 3 to 7 inches of rain. And depending on where you live, if it's a flood-prone area, you could see water levels much higher than that. Or if you have poor drainage issues, that is something to be mindful of as well. A lot of folks just tell me that they're just trying to be proactive. Some say they've never even had any flooding issues, but they just want to be careful and prepared given the size of this storm and how we've been reporting that it is gaining strength as it continues to move through the Gulf of Mexico here. So if you are in need of some sandbags or thinking about it, there is still some time. The weather is still in good condition here for Orange County to get outside and do some things. We've been driving around as well, and we've noticed that a lot of businesses are still open today. So that is good news if you have some last-minute errands you need to run as far as getting your supplies or getting your sandbags. Again, this is one of the locations here at Up Orlando Center, south of downtown Orlando, but we have a whole list of other sandbag distribution centers on our website, fox35orlando.com. Reporting live in Orange County, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
All right, Amanda, thanks so much for that. And officials in Hernando County, they're expecting significant damage.
As Fox 35's Aaron Mesmer explains, they are preparing for water to reach all the way to the highway.
Conditions here in Hernando County have been slowly deteriorating this morning. We've seen a band of weather come through where it was mostly wind and a little bit of rain. That's still what we're dealing with at this point, but I want to show you where the water level is. High tide was just a little while ago, and you can see that the water is just about 6 inches or so from ground level, what we're standing on here. And this is a big reason why folks in this part of Hernando Beach are really concerned about what they're going to see as the day progresses. It was just a year ago during Hurricane Helene when the water flooded into neighborhoods, communities, and homes. Folks tell us they had 3 to 4 feet of water during that storm. That storm surge, I'm told by emergency management here, was about 6 feet at the time. This one, the speculation is that it could be double that, or give or take a foot or two. So that is a big reason why emergency managers and law enforcement and crews are really concerned and urging people to evacuate. At this point, the evacuation order remains in effect, and that is going to continue zones A, B, and C. That's pretty much everybody west of US 19, coastal areas, low-lying areas, folks in manufactured homes countywide. They need to be out sometime this morning, according to the emergency management director in Hernando County. He says, don't wait around for the weather to get worse. At some point, emergency crews are not going to be able to help folks who are stuck. Also, for folks who are still trying to prepare their homes, sandbag sites are still open this morning and into the afternoon. So far, the county has handed out about 30,000 or so sandbags. Again, if you haven't prepared your home, we're told now is the time to do so. Shelters are open. About 30 or 40 people are staying in the
the shelters at this point, but again, we've heard from emergency personnel that those shelters should only be used in case of an emergency as a last resort. They're urging folks to stay with family members, stay with friends if they can, but most importantly, get out of those evacuation zones. In Hernando County.
Aaron Mesmer, Fox 35 News.
And on Florida's East Coast, workers spent days building a wall between the Tampa Bay and Tampa General Hospital. It's called the Aqua Fence. It's 1,000 feet long. It's 9 feet high. It's designed to protect the hospital from a 15-foot storm surge. The $1 million Aqua Fence was first used during the 2021 storm season, and officials say each time they put it up, they improve it with better anchors to the pavements and straps in the back. But the real force that holds it up is when floodwater piles onto the horizontal base of it and the bottom of the L shape.
So the weight of the water actually supports the wall, and we bolt it into the ground to keep the wind from blowing it over before the water gets here.
And hospital officials say if the Aqua Fence does not hold up, they will move patients and staff to the upper floors of the hospital. Our live team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Marley Capper. She joins us live from Lake County this afternoon.
So Marley, how are things looking in Lake County?
Good morning, ladies. Things are looking pretty good. We're here in Mount Dora. We're actually with an arboriculturist. Is that the correct way to say it?
Arborist.
Arborist.
Yes.
Thank you. I knew I was going to mess it up, but this is Forrest. He has the perfect name for his job. So tell us a little bit about the importance of pruning trees and taking care of them, because in Seminole County especially, you know, it's not going to be so much the rain, which is obviously going to be a big deal,
yes,
but the wind is what they're really concerned about uprooting trees. So can you talk about this process and why it's so important?
The pruning before a storm is important. What you ought to do is call a certified arborist with a pruning prescription qualification and or tree risk assessment qualification. You're going to want them to be on your property while the work's being performed. You know, we can reduce leverage. We don't have trees falling over that we prune, that we trim, that we take care of. We're back every other year or so. Our customers aren't concerned about their trees falling over.
So talk about emergency services. Actually, really quick, what's happening up here? We have Nate up here in the tree. Yep. Tell us, what is he doing?
Nate is doing prescription pruning. So he is reducing leverage by following the dominant leader, or the dominant branch, and cutting the end off of it, and that reduces leverage, and leverage is what makes trees fall over. The limbs on the interior are meant to be inside of the tree. We do want to retain those. If you're hearing people say to remove the limbs on the inside of the tree to let the wind blow through it, that's nonsense. Please don't have them do that. Call an arborist. Please don't take big limbs off your trees. We want to keep these limbs on the interior. That actually softens the load of the wind against the tree. So
very interesting and good advice. I like that you said, you know, sometimes people will tell you get rid of the stuff in the middle, but that's, you know, so the wind could go through. That's not the case. So okay, so let's say, you know, there is a lot of wind and trees are uprooted. What would be the next step? What's, you know, the proper protocol to make sure that these things are being cleaned up properly?
Call a certified arborist and have them come to your home, and when for emergency response, we emergency respond. They need to be dressed up like Power Rangers. They need to have helmets on. They need to have eye protection. They need to be using saw protection for their legs. They need to be making sure that the power is shut off. You can't mess around with power lines around here. It will kill you really quickly. You know, just look into your insurance. Is your insurance going to cover an issue if a tree falls onto your home? That's another thing that you really want to look into. We can bill insurance. Tree companies can bill insurance. You know, it's a way to kind of push the hurt of the situation further down the line. So
definitely, and I know that this is a concern for people, especially when they have huge trees like the beautiful one we see in front of us that could sometimes fall onto homes. Earlier, there was a press conference with Governor Ron DeSantis and some emergency management people up in Tallahassee, and they were saying, you know, if you hear tree cracking, treat it like a tornado, and, you know, take cover, don't run outside, see what's going on. What's your advice if somebody's in the area and they're hearing what sounds like, you know, popping noises? The gentleman that spoke during the press conference says it sounds similar to fireworks or gunshots. So if you hear a tree cracking, what's the best way to protect yourself and your family?
Get away from it and you know, move to an interior room with no windows is the silliest thing. But honestly, we clean these trees out of people's beds. Wow. During storms, and so it's scary. It's horrifying. People's homes get absolutely destroyed. We've got from Hurricane Ian, a home absolutely destroyed. They had to level the whole thing. It's quite terrible. Just you know, you ought to be aware of the trees that are around your house anyways, and if there's one you're concerned about, you know, maybe stay on the other side of the house and keep the kids out from underneath it.
Definitely. So this is proof here with this pruning that you can take preventative measures to protect your home and the trees.
Absolutely.
Forrest, thank you so much for joining us this morning. I really appreciate your time. And if you guys are needing somebody, obviously we got our guy right here, Forrest. It's a great name. How can people reach you?
407-369-1267 is my office phone number.
Perfect. There you go. All right. Thank you so much. We'll go ahead and send this back to you, ladies.
Thank you.
All right.
An arborist named Forrest.
I love that. Yeah, and very knowledgeable. Good stuff, Marley.
Thank you, Marley.
All right, we want to bring back Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner now.
Brooks, we are talking about this storm reaching that Category 4 before it makes landfall. We do know the waters are exceptionally warm, so the conditions are there, right?
Absolutely, and this really for us will be more of a wind event than a flood event, and the winds are going to kick up pretty soon, like inside the next couple of hours. We're right on the edge of this event really kicking up. So as of 11 o'clock, the latest advisory is a Category 2 hurricane with winds of 105 miles per hour. The next advisory coming out shortly before 2 p.m. will be an update on its position and its wind speed, and at that point there's a potential it may become a Category 3 hurricane with winds of at least 111 miles per hour. That's the official forecast as of 11 a.m. from the National Hurricane Center, that a Cat 3 or perhaps even a Cat 4 will impact the Big Bend, specifically Appalachia Bay, and potentially Tallahassee between 6 and 9 p.m. tonight. Now, I say potentially with a big asterisk because, let me rephrase that, it will affect Tallahassee. It's just a matter of how bad. Now, Tallahassee has never experienced in its over 200-year history a major hurricane directly. They've had a lot of near misses. They've had a lot of minimal hurricanes, but a major hurricane is a totally different ballgame. And with this going forward now at 15 miles an hour or thereabouts, and it's accelerating, so it's going to continue ramping up. It'll be like 20, 25 miles per hour by the time it makes landfall. It will not have time to weaken before reaching land. It will hit this area, including Tallahassee, with the full force of a hurricane. If it tracks just west of Tallahassee, that is the eye wall, and they catch the eastern eye wall, Tally could see wind gusts over 130, maybe 140 miles an hour. It would be an incredible tree fall, power outage event. Unfortunately, a lot of folks would have a lot of damage to their homes, and hopefully would stay safe. But I mean, this is a real life and limb situation here. Very, very unsettling and a difficult night ahead either way. If it tracks just a little bit east of Tallahassee, the impacts would be a little lower. They'd still be on the western eye wall, but winds would be more like 80 to 100 miles per hour. Still untold tree damage, but just not as bad. The latest models kind of are suggesting maybe it'll go just east of Tallahassee. We'll see. Regardless, the damage not confined to this cone. This is a huge storm. In fact, the winds go out over 300 miles. So the whole peninsula of Florida will be under threat of the wind, and it begins very soon. Tropical storm warnings in effect from Jacksonville all the way south to Miami. Hurricane warnings in this fuchsia purple color, including Taylor, Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist counties, western Alachua County, western Marion County, Delnellen, Micanopy, once again Williston, Chiefland, Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach. Hurricane warnings. That means hurricane conditions are expected, and tropical storm warnings for the rest of us. Winds between 40 and about 70 miles per hour possible in the strongest gusts. That could cause power outages around our region. Wind gusts so far have been recorded in the last hour up to about 40 miles an hour in Sanford, 40 miles per hour in Bushnell. Winds will be picking up. In fact, our Fox model is suggesting that by 3 o'clock, we may see the first real gust from the storm starting to make inroads to our region. Those inroads eventually leading to wind gusts by 9 o'clock tonight, ranging from 60 to as high as 70 miles an hour in Ocala and up to 90 miles per hour once you get out to Cedar Key. The hurricane itself likely to make landfall around 8 o'clock in the Big Bend, which would mean that this would be the time that some of the strongest winds impact the region. There could be gusts well over 100 miles per hour there out on Cedar Key. Meanwhile, here we're going to see high wind gusts right through about midnight before things start slowly ramping down. And by Friday morning, as far as the wind component goes, we'll be out of the woods from the big wind gusts. But there will be a lot of cleanup, and there could be loose dangling limbs and branches. So be careful. It won't take much for those to come down. 20-foot storm surge possible. This is a really, really big deal. 20 feet of storm surge is like Katrina level storm surge, where it just does unbelievable damage to coastal locations. So if you haven't evacuated, you got to get out now. Cedar Key, Horseshoe Beach, a lot of the fish camps in this area. Even Tampa Bay could see upwards of 8 feet of storm surge, which would inundate parts of South Tampa, including Bayshore, parts of West Shore, over by Channelside. So that would be an impact for sure. Apollo Beach. Meanwhile, right now things are quiet on radar. That's going to change. We've got bands of rain expected to really redevelop bands from Hurricane Helene by 3 o'clock. And so while we won't catch Helene squarely in our viewing area, we'll be close enough to it to feel the impacts. And when this rain develops, these bands of rain, this is where the business end of the wind will be. That's why today's a Fox 35 Storm Alert Day. There's also going to be a tornado threat, as embedded in these bands of rain will be rotating cells like maybe this one near Lake Jessup and Lake Monroe around 6:30. So we'll be watching out for that. The rain bands will be continuing through tonight. It makes landfall, as I mentioned, around 8 or 9 o'clock. That's where the eye will be approaching Tallahassee, also Perry, also Steinhatchee, and the easternmost eye wall band could even approach Gainesville and Ocala and the Villages before finally wrapping up tomorrow morning. So that's why things are going to start ramping up. Give you an idea of some of the impacts here. I mean, we could easily catch wind gusts over 100 miles per hour with sustained winds between 60 and 70 for a time, especially at the beaches here in Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist, and Alachua counties. Much more on the impacts and the developing Hurricane Helene. It is strengthening. We've got an update coming up. Garrett is in the studio. Good afternoon, Garrett. Good to see you. And take it away, sir.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
Oh, good afternoon to you. You are watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. We are monitoring the latest path, the satellite image and cameras from all across Florida, like this one there you see in Jacksonville. A look there, and then we have another one in Cedar Key in the Big Bend. You can really see the rough water. It has risen. It is splashing on the dock that is right there. This camera from KramerSnugs.com, and you can really see the power of that water as it approaches there in Levy County. So thank you for joining us. I am Garrett Weimer. We are going to be here on all day and all night as we continue to track this storm and its impacts here in Central Florida. And we want to go ahead and check back in with Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. And Brooks, you've been on the air now since 4 a.m. and have really watched this thing as it continues to approach. Is it still going as expected so far?
It is. It is, in fact. You know, there have been some wobbles here and there in the track, but at the end of the day, to quote Jamie Rome from the National Hurricane Center, he said essentially this cake is baked. The impacts are decided. It's just a matter of when they get here. And one of the major impacts will be a big wind event for the Big Bend, as well as a big storm surge event. We're going to be on kind of the peripheral edge of it, but still catching some significant impacts from Marion County southward through Polk County between 5 p.m. That's when the worst of it will be, about 5 p.m. So we're not there yet, but we're getting close to it. And as late as 6 a.m. tomorrow morning with winds of 50 to as high as 75 miles per hour in gusts, especially along and west of I-75. And there could be some tornadoes. Our whole region under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. Now to the east, including Orlando, Sanford, also the beaches, we've got impacts that will be notable for sure between 5 and 3 a.m. Winds of 45 to 60. Tornadoes, we've already had tornado warnings. Right now things are quiet. That wasn't the case mid-morning. Periodic rains, the total of 1 to 4 inches. Trees down, perhaps in spots, power out in other spots, and this is why. The orange tropical storm force winds arriving inside of the next 2 hours. We're going to see a lot more gusts. The hurricane force winds in red lapping up against the shores of Tampa Bay before slamming into the Panhandle and into Tallahassee. Meanwhile, we're going to be in the thick of it as far as the tropical storm force winds straight through midnight and beyond. It's not about watching the center of the circulation as far as we're concerned. This is a huge storm. The wind field extending out over 400 miles for the tropical storm force winds. So it's a very large circulation, and along with that incredible energy in the atmosphere comes a risk for tornadoes. So we're under a tornado watch until 8 p.m. tonight. So I want to lay it out for you. Just here's your bottom line with the impacts to expect. There's a tornado threat through at least tonight, bleeding into tomorrow morning. Of course, there's the wind gust threat here in yellow, up to 70 miles per hour for our entire region, but especially west of Orlando. And there's the rain threat. It's not going to rain the whole time, but we could get a couple of inches in a short amount of time, leading to some ponding on the roadways or a little bit of flash flooding. There's even a chance for some storm surge in Flagler County and northern Volusia counties of 1 to 3 feet, so higher than normal tides. A lot going on. We're going to track the latest with this hurricane, and one thing I haven't shown you in a long time, but it is applicable to our forecast, is just that, the 7-day forecast, because today is a Fox 35 Storm Alert Day. 80% chance of rain. That rain kicks in later this afternoon and this evening. Rain lingering potentially as late as the weekend, but the impacts directly from Helene will thankfully start to wane as we get into tomorrow morning. It'll dissipate by daybreak. It'll be a more normal day tomorrow to clean up what has happened overnight. So, Garrett, it's going to be a tough one, to say the least, for the Panhandle. A difficult situation as Helene's full fury heads toward the Big Bend and Tallahassee tonight.
Yeah, Brooks, those storm surge numbers are certainly concerning to see, but we appreciate you giving us the latest update here. And our team coverage continues now with Fox 35's David Martin. He was in Crystal River earlier and shows us what things are going on there.
Good afternoon, everybody from Crystal River, West Citrus County. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce you to one of the general managers of the many hotel properties out here in this very beautiful tourist city, the Paddletail. And his name is Mr. Tim Robinson. Tim, how are you, my friend?
Doing good, sir.
Shake your hand.
Nice to meet you.
The general manager of a beautiful hotel, home to a lot of excursions for manatee diving and scalloping during the summer. So you know, when we look out at that river and those waterways, it's a coming, isn't it?
We're going to see them up close and personal.
Yeah, you will. So the water is creeping up. We're at high tide at the moment, aren't we?
Correct. But the heavy stuff's going to hit later on this afternoon, so this will probably all be under.
You say under, so we're walking out of the parking lot here towards your marina during a dahlia last year. Do you recall how high the water was here?
You didn't see any of this here.
Really?
Yeah, it reached pretty far up to the front, but this one they're expecting more, so it's going to be new for us. We're not sure how high it's going to get.
So during a dahlia, well above this wall?
Actually, no. It was because we got the slits in the fence. It was just going right through, and that's what drove it up all over US 19.
Got it. So it wasn't so much deep, just creeping up.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. So I see you're under construction here on the marina. And
new sunroof out here, a sun deck. Getting ready to put the timbers on, but we thought better not. So we're going to hold off on that.
Yeah, So as a property owner here, I mean, you've got to always keep your eye on what makes your money. What have you done in the past 24 hours to keep the property safe?
Actually just doing hourly patrols, just making sure everything's secured, making sure everybody's safe. We don't really have a lot of folks here right now, so just staying in touch with them, making sure they have everything they need.
Yeah. What's that building right there?
This one here, that's actually a private residence.
It is.
Yeah, everything here is ours except that one there.
So how high will the water get on his property, you think?
I've only been here a few months at this location, so I really don't know how high it's went up on that building, honestly.
But he's right on it for sure.
He's a little bit closer than we are, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to come back tomorrow and see luck as well. Evacuated all your guests. I know they had to probably leave, and that was probably tough to tell them, but
yeah, it
safety
was,
first.
But they're pretty smart people around here. They're like, hey, we hear you.
Yeah.
Paradise comes with its price sometimes, so it's a blessing now, but it can also be a curse, so.
Oh, look at that water. That will recede a little bit this afternoon, but it's going to come right back.
It's going to come back later in the afternoon, and they're calling for unreal numbers we've never seen, so who knows? We're hoping for the best.
Well, we enjoyed our stay here last night, of course, and it was no problems for us, but we're going to move a bit further inland. We have to preserve things like power and vehicles. We don't want to get underwater with our cars. In fact, you moved your personal car 20 miles inland.
Yeah, I want to be safe.
Yeah, smart move.
Yeah, we did, so.
Yeah. You've got other media outlets staying here at the Paddletail, Fox organization, so some are going to hunker down and weather the storm. We're going to take a more conservative approach, move inland, but we wish you the best of luck in the next 12 hours.
Appreciate it. We appreciate having you guys here and appreciate all you do.
Yeah, thank you for your time today, and good luck. Stay safe. All right, we're going to send it back to you all in the studio.
Yeah, so the preparations continue there all along the coast, and our live team coverage continues now. Fox 35's Marie Edinger is driving around right now in Marion County. And good afternoon, Marie. What's it like there right now?
It's kind of eerie almost. The roads are not too busy. There are still people driving around, and right now we've got no rain. There was a bit earlier, but nothing all too bad. It's one of those things where it's, I guess, the calm before the storm. We know it's coming. Lots of things are shut down, but as for the feeling out here, it is still pretty calm. I know we were also here yesterday in both Marion and in Sumter counties, just kind of checking on things, and it seems like people are taking storm preparations really seriously. in both of those counties, either making sure to fuel up ahead of time in case gas stations are closed or in case they run out of gas, and then also making sure to bunker down, tie down anything that might blow away that are outside, or bring them in if they can. We did also go to the World Equestrian Center in Marion County yesterday. We know that people were bringing their horses there just to make sure they aren't left out in barns that are wooden or even out in fields. So things are coming along here, but right now it's not all too bad.
It looks like the sun's out there right now.
It's the Florida sun. It's completely overcast, but still somehow bright out. It's one of those. If we're really lucky, we'll get the Florida 2 for where it starts pouring, yet is sunny. But again, it has been coming in waves. There has been rain that's come through just in patches, but right now it's not all too bad. I feel like I'm starting to see the wind pick up. That could be just in my head because I'm keeping an eye out for it. But I have seen some pretty good gusts. It's just one of those things that we know is going to intensify rapidly in the coming hours. So people are just kind of bracing for that. We are also going to be headed to Sumter County today to check in on some areas that had flooded there in the past. We know that there's a neighborhood in Wildwood where they brought in a pump just to make sure that doesn't happen again. We're also going to check out Denellen today. And I'm going to be checking in with some places in the Ocala area that had flooded or had issues in the past. This area seems to be somewhat susceptible to tornadoes, or at least to major gusts of wind or flurries that can cause some damage, just because there's these large open spaces. It's a lot of, for instance, horse country that can really sustain some heavy damage because just a lot of things are placed outside. So we're checking in there. I did also reach out to a couple of people who I know live in mobile home parks in this area who had some damage in previous storms. So we'll make sure to keep in contact with them, and we'll be checking in with law enforcement agencies to see what they're following as the storm intensifies throughout the day.
All right, well, thank you, Marie. And no matter where you live, you can get alerts from our Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. You can also watch us live on Fox Local and fox35orlando.com. We'll be right back. watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. The eye of the storm expected to make landfall along the Big Bend area later tonight. But we've already been feeling some impacts here in Central Florida. And you can see the live images there and the satellite image showing the storm, the size of that storm as it continues to churn in the Gulf and head our way. And our live team coverage continues now. Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is live at Orlando International Airport with a look at the flights there. Hi, Randy. How are things there?
Hey, good evening, good afternoon, checking in with you. I want to first start with travel on the way here. We didn't see any rain, any significant wind. When we got here, we could feel the moisture in the air, an indication of what's coming. But because of current conditions in the Orlando area, the airport has said that it is open and operational. You might see some people moving behind me, getting to their flights, getting something to eat or hunkering down or settling down until they get ready to head out. They are asking you, airport officials, to continue to monitor their social media, their website, because as Helene moves closer to Florida, we know that conditions will deteriorate. And so they will monitor weather to determine how they continue operations today to make sure that people are safe, that their staff continues to make sure that they are safe. They're also asking you to make sure that you monitor your airline carrier, social media, their website, make sure you get updates because we are going to see more cancellations and delays. So we're sitting right in front of the big board. I want to point your attention to what we're seeing. I want to first start on the departure side. You see some white on the screen. Those are flights that are running as normal, getting ready to head out. You do start to see some red, and so those are delays and cancellations already. When I looked closer at, what areas are impacted, it looks like a lot of travel within the state. For example, a flight to Miami, a flight to Pensacola, those have been canceled. When we transition over to the arrival side, you see a lot of colors on that side. And so I want to break it down really quickly. So it gives the status. Any green that you see, that's a flight that has landed. The red that you see, again, that's a delay or a cancellation. The yellow that you see on the screen, those are flights that have updated flight arrival times. And it's interesting when I was looking closely at what are the changes with the status of flight arrivals. Many of these flights are now arriving a little bit earlier. So a flight may have been landing at 2:30 and the flight is now scheduled to get here at 2:15. So it seems like pilots are trying to get folks here very quickly because, as we know with Helene, as we get later into the day, the conditions will begin to deteriorate. They want to make sure that people get here safely and are able to get to a safe place as we move into later this afternoon and this evening. In terms of traffic through the airport, as we were getting ready to get to our location, we passed by the Southwest check-in. Didn't see too many people here. So in terms of traffic moving through the area, we do see people, but it's not the normal hustle and bustle that you see at the airport. And it may be because people have already gotten their alert from their airline that, hey, if you had a flight at 5 o'clock today, you don't need to worry about coming to the airport because you're not going to head out. Now, we have been here for about 15 minutes. So our next step is to go around and talk to some of the people who are here right now to find out what's the status of their travels today, because we do see people kind of hanging out, not going through TSA, so they may be stuck here, and want to check in with people about how they are going to handle the severe weather moving in, especially if their flight is now canceled. So we'll hope to have an update for you coming up at 2 o'clock. So for now, I'll send it back to you. Reporting from the airport, Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
All right, Randy, thank you. We certainly expect to see things change there throughout the afternoon. An update now, Universal Orlando canceling Halloween Horror Nights tonight. Universal Studios also closing at 5, with Islands of Adventure closing at 8 p.m. City Walk are going to close early tonight at 7 p.m. And we want to go ahead and check back in with Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. And Brooks, we're kind of in that little bit of a lull right now as we wait on that next round to head our way.
Yeah, it's interesting as the storm gets closer how it progresses. It's super humid outside. It feels like Costa Rica outside. It is so steamy. And the winds are picking up. Here's a live view from Lake Fairview, a live view from the Grills Lakeside camera there. It's 85 degrees right now. Dew points are in the upper 70s. It is just thick air out there. And here's a look at the visible satellite imagery of this almost major hurricane. The 2 o'clock advisory comes out. I think at that point it will be upgraded to a Category 3 hurricane, and it's about 250 miles away from landfall near Tallahassee along the Apalachicola region from Alligator Point to Appalachia Bay. And that's about 10 hours from now, so may have to adjust to the landfall timing on this. Earlier it looked like 6 to 9, but now it looks like it may be closer to 11 o'clock tonight. Regardless, it looks like it's just a matter of when, not a matter of if. There's going to be some significant damage here in the Panhandle. We're going to be on the edge of this, but we're still going to catch some impacts from tropical storm force winds developing over the next several hours. The winds right now are already ramping up, but eventually we're going to catch a severe weather threat with tornadoes and some bands of heavy rain. Here's a look at the radar out of Tampa. The rain is the outer bands visible here, the eye wall visible on radar, and it is heading north. Now they're having a couple of wobbles, but the general direction of this thing is north, so the confidence is still high that it's heading for Tallahassee. But the storm is so wide that it doesn't really matter exactly where it landfalls. There's going to be a lot of damage done from an incredibly wide and broad wind field. It extends outwards over 400 miles, so it's going to encompass the whole peninsula as far as the tropical storm force winds. And hurricane force winds will extend probably from I-75 points west, so a huge swath from Alachua County, Marion County's points west. Right now, Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, we've got some rotating thunderstorms offshore with water spouts, but nothing onshore. That may change as soon as 3 o'clock as the first bands start to make inroads into Tampa Bay and eventually Orlando by dinner time. So around 6:30, it'll start getting dark outside. That's when the wind kicks up. It's inside these bands of rain as Helene makes landfall early tonight there in the Panhandle that we start to catch those embedded tornadoes, those wind gusts commonly up to 60 miles per hour. Also important to note, it doesn't look as bad in Melbourne, obviously, as it will be in Ocala because you're farther away from the center. Winds there gusting about 45 miles an hour. Real quick, we've got 105 mile per hour winds out of this thing, but it looks like it may be strengthening. And if it does indeed make landfall approaching Tallahassee tonight, this would be the first test of this region. Tallahassee, in its 200-year history, has never seen a major hurricane make landfall right where it is located. Kind of an incredible stat because, you know, we know the Panhandle's had its fair share of major hurricanes, but this would be the first time, and it would do a lot of damage to the trees and knock out power for a long time. So, Garrett, we're going to stay on it with this. Our team coverage here in the Weather Center continues. I've got TJ Springer on deck, and we'll bring you the latest information.
All right, Brooks, thank you. And you are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. And as we go to break here, let's take a live look at some of these cameras across the state. You see Key West right now. Not too many people in that restaurant at the moment. We'll be right back.
All of the
You are watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. We are monitoring the latest path, satellite image, and cameras from across Florida. You see a live look right now from Cedar Key. And our live team coverage continues now up in the Villages. Fox 35's Morgan Parrish joining us live from the Duke Energy staging site. And hi, Morgan. It looks like the crews there are ready to go.
They are ready to go. Yes, about 4,000 crews, about 1,000 trucks out here. We've been hanging out with Audrey Sasko all morning long. She's been telling us what goes on, what preparation is like. I wanted to ask you about this because I feel like we've been touching on everything, but do you guys utilize drones when assessing damage after or around hurricanes?
Absolutely. So you might see the trucks here, but there's a lot of stuff that we use behind the scenes. So drones, absolutely one of them. We're going to fly those over to do damage assessment, tell us where there might be trees in contact with our lines and things like that. Also helicopters. We use helicopters on some of our larger voltage transmission lines.
Wow, are you expecting to utilize them today? I mean, I know right now it seems like, you know, this is really the calm before the storm, but we know things could get a lot worse later on this afternoon.
Yeah, so we'll deploy all of our resources. Once the storm hits, we'll do our damage assessment, and that's really important because that's going to get us out on the ground, see what's damaged, see what equipment needs repairing, see what kind of repairs, and that's how we'll deploy all resources, including helicopters, drones, you name it.
Okay, and right now we are standing in front of the command center. Can we go inside?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask you what's going on inside of here because we haven't stepped inside yet.
Yeah, so this is actually, you see some of the ladies behind the logistics. So this is one of our command centers where, you know, yesterday they had thousands and thousands of those contractors coming in here, getting their hotels. And so, yeah, these are the ladies behind the logistics and another important part of our storm response plan.
Yeah, they're answering phones. I see they're taking notes. They're typing up things. What else?
Yeah, so these are just the ones behind the scenes, really like the ladies behind the linemen, I'll say. So yeah, those 4,000 resources that you see had to come in here first to check in, make sure that they're reporting to where they need to, and then yeah, getting them in lodging.
Okay, I don't want to bother them real quick, but I want to come over here and ask you ladies, what are you working on over here?
So we're assigning their hotel rooms and just validating all the information is correct, yes.
Talk about all the hard work that you guys have been putting in today or even before today, all week, you know, gearing up for Helene.
Oh, it's been crazy. But yeah, very, very busy.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, well, we appreciate all the hard work that you guys do inside, outside, all the linemen. You know, we've really been having a great day out here at Duke Energy at, you know, one of the staging sites, just learning about all that goes on. We're going to be out here catching up with some more people who are doing all this hard work, but for now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Morgan, thank you. You are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. We will be right back after this.
35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
Welcome back to our live team coverage of Hurricane Helene as it makes its way toward Florida. We are continuing to track its approach, and we want to get right back to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner and meteorologist TJ Springer joining us now as well. So we know we're waiting on that 2 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, but what's the latest right now?
Yeah, Garrett, we're looking at the latest. This thing's getting bigger. TJ and I were just analyzing the satellite imagery, and we're confident that this is going to be a major hurricane this afternoon.
Yeah, we were talking about, too, how quickly that tornadic threat's going to increase, Brooks, because you don't want to see the sunshine on a day like today, and that's exactly what's happening now, a little farther away from the center of Helene.
You're right. So let's take a look outside right now. We've got some bright skies. The concern here is that the sunshine warms us up. It adds to the instability. So as the inevitable bands of rain come in from Helene, considering we have so much spin in the atmosphere, it'll produce enough lift to really get those storms pumping, and the tornado threat will go up a lot over the next couple of hours. So we're going to stay on it. We're in a bit of a lull right now, but the winds are coming up. You can see the palm trees blowing in the wind there from the Grills Lakeside cam. It's up to 86 degrees. Port Canaveral, another great spot to look at. You can see the wind is whipping over the water there. Winds anywhere from 20 to 35 miles per hour right now in gusts, but it's nothing compared to what's coming our way later on this afternoon and this evening as this almost major hurricane. It looks like a major hurricane to me on satellite with this central dense overcast wrapping around an eye, and it continues to strengthen with thunderstorms blossoming. It's sitting over some of the warmest water in the Gulf of Mexico, and as it approaches, it's about 250 miles away from its landfall location in Appalachia Bay. It will continue strengthening, and it will accelerate, and that's important because it's not going to have time to weaken as it approaches shore. It's going to be a strengthening major hurricane, which means that the impacts will be exponentially higher compared to a weakening hurricane. It's just one of those funny things about the dynamics of how these work. And these bands of rain will start to work ashore, bringing with them the possibility of some flooding in the Tampa Bay region and the tornado threat here. But for now, we're mainly quiet, although we've got a couple of downpours popping up on the Polk County and Osceola County line. Tornado watch in effect until 8 p.m. It'll probably be extended, but it's for the entire region. Conditions are favorable for tornadoes, and this is what it looks like here with the future radar. We're going to see these bands setting up by 3 o'clock, and then this is the business end of Helene's impacts here in Central Florida. These bands featuring wind gusts over 60 miles per hour, potentially rolling in around 6 o'clock, so around dinner time, and continuing as we get into nighttime, becoming more intermittent, but there could be tornadoes inside of any of these cells. Brief flooding rains as well as wind gusts to 70 miles per hour. But the impacts will be aplenty, especially west and north of Orlando. For more on that, let's go to meteorologist TJ Springer for the latest. Hey, TJ.
Hey, Brooks, and all the things you were just mentioning, that's the reason why it's now a Fox 35 storm alert day for the downpours, for the potential for tornadic activity, especially later on this afternoon and evening. We've already had some tornado warnings. Brooks and Jess were talking about those earlier on, and that's certainly a big factor of what we're going to see through the remainder of our afternoon and as we progress further into the evening. And downpours becoming more numerous in nature. All these things you're going to have to deal with as we progress through the rest of our Friday Eve, our Thursday. So if you're trying to get some last minute things done, certainly want to get them done sooner rather than later, because it's going to get worse quickly as we head through the latter half of our Thursday afternoon. Here's our timeline of impacts through the remainder of our day. We've seen the potential for some tornadoes here this morning in some of the outer bands, and we're going to continue to see those now as we progress deeper into the afternoon. We're also going to see the potential for 40 to maybe even 70 mile per hour gusts, some spots higher than that in our northwestern communities, up for some of our friends who are watching us from WOGX, our Fox 51 viewing area, closer and closer to the center of circulation with Helene. Now, in terms of rain, as we've seen already today, it's not going to pour down the entirety of our Thursday, but we're going to start to see those tropical downpours becoming more numerous in nature. So the dry time in between those will become less. Thankfully for us, surge isn't a big concern, nothing like what the Big Bend and the Panhandle are going to experience, and we'll talk about that in more detail in just a little bit. But there is a slight rise in that water, the surge potential for some of Flagler and Volusia counties as we progress into our day tomorrow as Helene continues to move away. statewide. Now, in terms of impacts, the worst of the impacts, Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist, and Alachua counties. As we progress through the afternoon into our Friday morning, that's when we're going to have the wind gusts at hurricane force. This part of the viewing area will for sure see the worst of Helene, at least for those of us that live closer to central Florida. Storm surge and, of course, the tornadic potential going to be increasing rapidly. In terms of rain, also going to pick up the most in terms of our counties here across the region. Could have totals between 6 to potentially near a foot of rain in some localized spots. So that's why we're going to try to keep you abreast of all of this as it continues to unfold. As we head through some of our central counties, some of our eastern counties, Marion, Lake, Sumter, and Polk, from this evening, 5 o'clock through Friday morning, early, our wee hours of our Friday morning, still could have 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts, sustained wind in that 30 to 40 mile per hour realm. A few tornadoes are possible, and heavy rain in those bands with amounts totaling in that 3 to 7 inch range. Now, as we progress a little farther to the east, Volusia, Flagler, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard counties, not going to be as bad. Still bad, but not as bad as what some of our northwestern neighborhoods are going to see. Still could have those tropical storm force wind gusts this afternoon and evening, right through the wee hours of our Friday. A few tornadoes are possible, and we're going to see more periodic rain bands. Still downpours, still tropical heavy rain with totals in that 1 to 4 inch realm. And that's all of the, so to speak, big headlines that we'll see throughout our day. And something we've been talking about, how notable Helene is how large of a storm it is, how far those tropical storm force gusts are extending out from the center. Nearly 400 miles away from the center. And just another note, something to note, there are alerts, tropical alerts, all the way up into Georgia and the Carolinas. So that's something that you often don't see, but it's going to be something that we're going to watch. And this is still going to impact the heart of the country as it dances around an upper level area of low pressure. But back to what we're seeing here locally and across the Sunshine State, the gusts going to continue to intensify and get worse as we progress into the evening. Our peak wind gusts, the closer you get to the Panhandle and the Big Bend, that's where the hurricane force gusts are really going to take shape. In the orange for the heart of Florida, still could have 55 mile per hour or higher wind gusts at times in the strongest of storms. The farther south and east still going to have tropical storm force gusts, just not as high, but still could have them topping out over 45 miles per hour as Helene continues to close in on northwestern Florida later on this evening and into tonight. So if you are getting out and about, we highly don't advise it, so to speak. You want to be hunkered down and staying with us through the remainder of the evening. I do think the arrival of the gusts in that 4 p.m. range, closer to mid-afternoon, early evening on the Gulf Coast, the heart of the area, the heart of the peninsula, 8 o'clock from Disney, Orlando, up through the villages, and then later on this evening around 10 for our eastern seaboard counties, Brevard, Flagler, Volusia. Zooming things out, we can see how many of us are under those hurricane watches and warnings, Brooks, and I feel like it's just been such a massive storm, and it's only just the beginning.
Yeah, that's right, and it's only getting stronger. The latest satellite imagery from Helene, currently officially with 105 mile per hour winds, suggesting a very defined eye developing with very big thunderstorms wrapping around it. The 2 o'clock advisory is coming out inside of the next 15 minutes or so, and I'm confident they're going to upgrade this thing to a Category 3. Regardless, it is likely to be a major hurricane as it makes landfall. Could be as strong as a Cat 4 by then. Here's the problem with the system. It will be strengthening as it continues to head inland and accelerate. So it's not going to have time to slow down as it and weaken as it heads into Tallahassee. You know, oftentimes these hurricanes will slow down as they approach the shoreline, and in doing so, they'll start to sample colder waters because along the coastline, we've got a big shelf that upwells colder water from below when there's enough time, if you will, for the winds getting pulled into this thing. That's not happening this time, and that means that for cities like Tallahassee, that amazingly, in its history of over 200, I think it's 202 years old now, Tallahassee, they never had a directly impacting major hurricane before. So this will be a true test, and its exact track, does it go just west of town, does it go just east, will determine the damage. If it goes just just west of town on the western edge of the cone. Tallahassee is in for gusts over 130 miles per hour. With all the trees, that's going to be a big deal. But you can see the wind goes all the way out to the Atlantic, so all of us will start to see conditions deteriorating considerably over the next several hours. And there are hurricane warnings all the way up to Warner Robins and Macon, Georgia. This is a big storm. It's going to take a lot to wind it down. So as Jamie Rome of the National Hurricane Center said recently in speaking to him, he said, you know what, the cake is baked, Garrett. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when and how bad.
Yeah, and kind of concerning that nothing there to slow it down. Brooks, thank you. Our live team coverage continues now. Fox 35's Manny Martinez joining us live in the Storm Team Thunder Truck. Manny's heading to cover another storm to hit the Big Bend area. Manny, something that they have seen far too many times in recent years.
Hi, Garrett. Good afternoon. It is now 3 times in a little more than a year that we are talking about people in Perry, Florida, which is where we are going, and we'll give you a front look out of our Thunder Truck. Forcing to evacuate this time around, mandatory evacuations in Taylor County where they are. Perry's only a town of about 6,000–7,000 people. We were there last year for Idalia when they got hit. It was a Category 3 landfall around 7 o'clock in the morning, that time or so. We were there, myself and the driver, Mike Schlissel, and we got out of there just before landfall and came back to see some of and assess some of the damage in that area. So we saw some torn roofs, lots of scattered tree limbs on roads. We were at one point told to go to Steinhatchee, check out some of the damage there, and that's about a 45-minute drive south of Perry. We couldn't make it because the roads were impassable, and that was a year ago for Idalia. And then just last month, folks had to deal with the Category 1 storm and Debbie at the beginning of August. And again, this time around, forced to evacuate as Helene now moves in, and the county, Taylor County Emergency Management, has said that there aren't shelter options available, so you need to get out. And so as we take a live look at what we're seeing, we just entered into Alachua County, so we're about 20 miles south of Gainesville. We still have about an hour 45, 2 hours to go until we reach Perry. We, Garrett, have not seen a drop of rain since we left the station in Lake Mary a little before noon, but we know what is to come, Garrett.
Manny, thank you. We appreciate those updates. Well, and after Hurricane Helene is done with Florida, its next target is Georgia. The storm's still expected to pack a serious punch even when it hits there. Hurricane Helene gaining strength right now, setting its sights on Florida's Big Bend region. Nearly all of Florida under a weather alert, and warnings extending hundreds of miles into Georgia and even the Carolinas beyond that. Fox 35's Oliviana Calmes is in southern Georgia in Valdosta right now. And Oliviana, what's the latest there?
Garrett, people here in Valdosta are preparing for the worst here. It's calm right now. It's wet out here, but it is calm. So people are taking this time to grab the last minute items they may have forgotten in preparation. But a lot of people in this whole region have evacuated the area entirely already.
It's so large that I don't know. And they're saying it's worse than Idalia, and when I heard that, I was like, Idalia was pretty rough. So I don't want to. We had a lot of trees down and a lot of water in our house with Idalia. So I'm like, I don't want to stay with my baby.
Even in this area, we're looking at winds of up to 100 miles per hour. So one person I talked to today said the wind is what's going to just tear this city apart here. And there are almost 10,000 people here in this area without power already from this. It started pouring last night, and we're under a tornado watch as well as that hurricane watch in this area. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Oliviana, thank you. You are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. We'll be right back after this. are watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. Another live look at Cedar Key in the Big Bend area. See the rough water continuing there as it rises, splashing on the dock that is right there in that image. We want to go ahead and check back in with Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner now. And Brooks, continuing to see the conditions kind of worsen there in the Big Bend, but also seeing impacts on the Atlantic coast as well.
That's right, Garrett. This is a huge storm as far as its wind field goes. So even though the center is forecast to make landfall tonight in the Tallahassee area, the winds extend outward more than 400 miles, which fully encapsulates the peninsula of Florida. Look at the palm trees blowing here in the port. We're getting winds of 20, gusting at times to 35, even up to 40 miles per hour. So the sphere of influence from Hurricane Helene is now starting to work over our region, and we're starting to feel the effects which will get worse as time goes on, peaking late this evening and early tonight with gusts well over 60 miles per hour for a lot of our area. We're seeing winds gusting to 40 in Claremont right now, 40 in Titusville, 47 in Cocoa Beach. Cocoa Beach earlier having a 60 mile per hour wind gust. We're also gusting here in Orlando at the Grills Lakeside Cam. So we're going to have these wind gusts with us for at least the next several hours, only ramping up. We are looking at overall conditions that, my computer's a little bit on the fritz here. Let me get back to it. We're looking at conditions here that are generally going to deteriorate as the system gets closer to Tallahassee. We're going to start catching these outer bands, and they'll roll in right around 5, 6 o'clock, and it's within those outer bands that we're going to start to see really the more insistent wind gust, and also what could be some tornadoes that are embedded in the circulation. So that's the scoop on Helene. The track taking it into Tallahassee. That's right, Tallahassee in line here to catch this one, and the exact track will be very important because, okay, you know what? Well, let me just tell you real quick. Yeah, Tallahassee could get hit for the first time by a major hurricane in its recorded history. We've got a news conference going on right now in Brevard County. Let's listen in.
Shoes, and if you know anything about John, you have to. He does messaging through his shoes. These are the storm shoes. These are the ones that we have to worry about a little bit. But John, I think this storm's going to pass us by with no significant damage.
And that's what we're hoping to. Fingers crossed, we don't see any of those tornadoes make it all the way down for us. But again, the best way we mitigate this as a community is we limit our travel for the rest of the day to essential stuff. We're prepared should we get a tornado warning. Hopefully we continue to see good weather patterns for us. We get through to tomorrow, we move on.
Yeah. Keep checking our websites for any updates about schools. I will tell you that from the Sheriff's Office perspective, we've already assembled a team. We will be pulling out first thing in the morning, early day, to go up to the more impacted areas and offer our assistance to our brothers and sisters up there and anybody in harm's way. So we'll update you more from that. But John, great job by the EOC team here. Level 2 activation. Everything's working. This was actually a good chance to kind of test everything and see how it's working.
Yep, no, it's going well. You know, I'm a very superstitious guy, hence the shoes.
See that,
so,
yes.
like, we're not going to jinx it for us at all yet. But, yeah, we're pleased with it, where it's going. We're getting a little chance to work the building through its paces. So we like where it's going, and we're glad you guys are going to be sending some help to our friends up north.
All right, so thanks, John.
Yeah.
We appreciate everybody. Just keep checking the websites for any changes on the schools. Just stay inside, stay off the roads as much as you can, and tomorrow will be here soon enough.
All right, that was Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey there talking about the Sheriff's Office putting together a team that is going to help out in some of those more impacted areas. We have more team coverage of Hurricane Helene coming up after this break.
Right now.
watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. The mayor from St. Petersburg joined Fox Weather earlier this morning to talk about how that city is dealing with these storms' impacts.
We have 2 shelters set up in the city of St. Pete. One is pet friendly, the other is for special needs. In the greater St. Pete area in Pinellas County, there are 6 shelters. So working with the county, we've, there's no reason for folks to stay in an evacuation zone if you need to move. And we also are providing transportation through our local transit.
And streets in St. Pete are already beginning to flood. You can see this video police posted to X earlier this morning. They are reminding folks not to drive through high waters, a situation that's only going to get worse. We've seen those storm surge projections, so something certainly to keep in mind. You are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. Stay with us. We have much more to come right after this.
Same thing, yeah, so.
Of Hurricane Helene. Helene is causing flooding on parts of Anna Maria Island, and Fox 35's Kimberly Cuizon shows us the conditions there.
We're right off of Spring Avenue, and you can just see how turned up the Gulf of Mexico is right now. Want to show you just how high up this water is coming. If anyone's familiar with Anna Maria Island, this is the Sandbar restaurant. Normally there's a good distance of beach between the Gulf and the restaurant, but these waves are just getting larger as the day goes on, and that is what officials are concerned about. The storm surge we are expected to see sea. Now, earlier we saw a high tide. Spoke with some officials from the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Brett Getman, who works out here, and he said that the water was already starting to recede, but in places it is still high. Along Holmes Beach, there is water along residential streets, along the main streets to get onto Anna Maria Island, and that is why people are asked to evacuate and to stay off of the barrier islands. Officials are still waiting to see what we can anticipate to see, but based on what they're seeing right now, they say that the storm surge is the one thing that they continue to focus on.
The problem is the ground is so saturated from all the rain we've had this year. The water really doesn't have much to go, many places to go. And we're just seeing a little bit more flooding than we anticipated so far. The high tide is going to be later tonight about 11:40 after the storm passes us, which is going to bring those winds from the Gulf onto the island, which will push that water up, which will cause more flooding.
Now, as we were coming out here, we did pass some trucks still with sandbags, and even the bigger trucks had a difficult time making their way through. We also saw West Manatee Fire Rescue out here in their high water vehicle, anticipating those storm surges that are expected to push in later today. Now, we will be moving locations. Once again, law enforcement has asked people to stay away from the barrier islands, so we'll be getting off as well. But they really ask the public to heed those warnings. If you're even trying to come out here on Anna Maria Island, you can't come out to Anna Maria unless you're a resident or somebody that has business out here and that can prove that you are supposed to be out here. From Anna Maria Island,
Kimberly Quizon, Fox 35 News.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
You are watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. We are monitoring the latest path, satellite image, and cameras from all across Florida. This one is in Palmetto in Manatee County, north of Bradenton there along the Gulf Coast, where they are expecting quite a bit of impact from Helene as it continues to approach. Thank you for joining us. I am Garrett Weimer. We're going to be on with you all day and night as we continue to track this storm and its impacts here in Central Florida as well. And first, we want to go ahead and check in with the storm team meteorologist Brooks Garner. And Brooks, we just got that 2 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. What's the newest information with that?
So it's strengthening, Garrett. It's not quite a Cat 3, but it's teetering on the edge. Winds now up to 110 miles per hour. A major hurricane occurs once winds reach 111 miles per hour. At this point, it's within 1 mile per hour. The damage is done. The cake is baked, as Jamie Rome from the National Hurricane Center said. It's just a matter of where this is going, what impacts it will have. And the answer is that it is heading for the Tallahassee region, getting there early tonight, and it's likely to be a major power outage event for this region with untold tree damage and an area that hasn't been tested by a major hurricane directly. This specific part of the Panhandle and Tallahassee's history, which spans over 200 years. They've had a lot of minimal hurricanes. They've had a lot of close calls, but never a direct hit. And this one looks like it may do just that. At this point, we're on the edge of the worst of it, but don't focus on the center. This storm has far-reaching impacts. The cone narrow to indicate certainty in the track. The impacts widespread, indicating a large storm with winds that extend to the east of the center by more than 400 miles. So we're all going to experience tropical storm force winds and the possibility of hurricane wind gusts later on this evening, especially west of I-75. But a Cat 3, the official forecast at this point, impacting Appalachia Bay this evening after 8 p.m. So now it looks like landfall will be a little bit later, between maybe 8 and 11 or maybe 9 to midnight, something around that range. But either way, it's going to be moving into Tallahassee tonight. 20 feet of storm surge possible in Appalachia Bay and to the east, including the Big Bend. And east of the center, we'll have hurricane force winds extending outward more than 50 miles. So we could see those winds approaching 100 miles per hour as far east as Cedar Key, and hurricane force wind gusts in the Gainesville area. So Helene then rolling up into Georgia. There are currently hurricane warnings as far north as Macon, and they could see hurricane wind gusts, hurricane force wind gusts in Atlanta by tomorrow morning. Well, here's a live view from the Port Canaveral Lunch Credit Union cam. It's showing the palm trees blowing in the wind. We've got a sustained wind out of the southeast, about 25 to 30 miles per hour, gusting at times up to 45 miles per hour at Cocoa Beach, and about 36 miles per hour in Orlando. We're going to see those winds kicking up, and we'll eventually get into that tropical storm scenario as we get into the evening. This is a visible satellite image showing the storm 250 miles away from its point of landfall. That places it there in about 10 hours from now, which would be right around midnight tonight. tonight. So you can see the landfall is being delayed a little bit. But the storm's also accelerating, and as it does so, that will prevent it from weakening before landfall, and it will also add on to the wind speeds on the eastern eye wall, making the damage worse. We're under a tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight. That might be extended. That's because the atmosphere is favorable for the development of tornadoes. Mid-morning, we had a tornado warning in Brevard and also Volusia counties. That's since passed. We're in a lull right now. We're in a big lull, but that is expected to change. You can see the eye wall from Tampa radar about 150 miles to the southwest of Tampa. Here's a look at future radar. We're going to have some isolated downpours kicking in, and in doing so, basically a cutoff line of where there's going to be very little rain and where there's going to be a lot of rain. And the cutoff line is still a little bit uncertain, but associated with these bands will be the heavy winds, the winds that will really pick up here around the Orlando area this evening and tonight, and could gust well over 60 miles per hour. Inside of these bands, there could be hurricane force wind gusts for Ocala, even as far east as the Villages. So we'll have to watch this very carefully. The track obviously will determine how much we get, how much rain we get, but if we find ourselves underneath one of these bands of rain like in the Villages, you know, there could be a couple of spots getting 8-10 inches of rain. Want to show you what's going on not just today but into the near-term forecast this weekend. We're going to have tomorrow be a much better day. Of note, while today is a Fox 35 storm alert day, so far got confirmation that Seminole County schools as well as Orange County schools are planning tomorrow to have school as a normal day. The thinking is that by daybreak, Garrett, this hurricane makes its way into Georgia, and we'll see conditions here rapidly improving. It's just a matter of cleanup in the yard if big limbs fall down or if a tree falls down. So we're going to be on the edge of this thing, but I'll tell you what, it's going to be more than just cleanup here in the Panhandle. They will be looking at extended power outages that could range for more than 2 weeks.
Brooks, thank you. And as Brooks mentioned there, kids in Orange, Seminole, and we've also learned Volusia counties are going to be back in class tomorrow. All three of those school districts announced they plan to return to normal operations. Osceola County will be closed for a pre-scheduled student holiday. We will continue to update you as we learn from more school districts about their plans for the rest of the week. And our live team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Marley Capper. She is joining us live from Lake County. And Marley, what's it look like out there?
Garrett, good afternoon. I almost said good morning. We've been out here all day, but it's looking pretty good out so far. It's been pretty hot. It was sunny just a few moments ago. There's still some cloud coverage, a little windy, but we're here at a location where they're doing some preventative tree pruning ahead of the hurricane. So when I step out, you can see all of the debris on the ground. This is not from winds. This is because they're pruning the tree. Now, this is a really important thing, and I think it's a common misconception that, like, there's no way to prepare the trees. That's just not the truth. So let's bring on one of the arborists here with McCullough Arboriculture. So this is Nolan. Okay, Nolan, how are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Okay, and were you up in the tree earlier today?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Okay, so he's been really great about helping make sure that everything's clear before they're dropping the tree limbs. So why don't you tell me what forest? He's in the purple shirt there. We were talking to him earlier this morning. What is he doing right now?
So what he's doing is going out to the ends of each of these branches and making a reduction cut, which he's going out, taking like a 2-inch or like a 1-inch piece next to a 1/2-inch piece and retaining that 1/2-inch piece so that it can keep on growing. But you're taking the larger piece and taking that weight off of the end of it.
So tell me why this is important. You know, sometimes people say like, oh, just cut the middles of your tree so the wind can go through. But we've learned today that that is also another common misconception. So what's the importance of keeping your trees up to date and pruning them properly?
So with properly pruning them, you're taking that weight off the end and you're taking the leverage out of it. And basically what you're doing is taking all that weight from the back and lightening it up. So it's not going to fail way back here. And you don't have that whole limb falling off. And it can take and basically just pulling all that weight off the end. Gotcha. Is what you're doing.
Yeah, so kind of just like shaving some of the leaves off, if you will. And if high winds were to come through and, you know, knock the tree over, there's a lesser chance because it's lighter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So you're less likely for the whole tree to like come apart. Like you have a big branch fall off. It makes it to where you're putting all that pressure back into the tree, back into the center, instead of being all out on the ends.
Definitely. Gotcha. Well, very fascinating stuff. Nolan, thank you so much for talking with us. Make sure that you guys are paying attention to your trees. You might hear cracking noises. Earlier, there was an emergency management services meeting up in Tallahassee with the governor, and one of the gentlemen said it sounds like fireworks popping or gunshots sometimes. He says if you hear that, treat it as if it's a tornado and go to cover, go to a bathroom or a closet that's really secure to make sure that you are not in line of the tree that could potentially fall down on your house. And then if it it does happen and something does fall, make sure that you're calling a proper licensed person to come, an arborist to come and clean up the trees, because it can cause a lot of damage to your home, and you want to make sure it's handled properly. But we're learning lots of great things here today about how to be preventative for the next time, and then what you need to do when a hurricane, if it does, bring up trees. That's a big concern for Seminole County with strong winds and a lot of saturation in the ground with the water. That's really common for the trees to be pulled up. So this is really good stuff. So I appreciate them for letting us be here, and Garrett will send things back to you.
Yeah, better to be doing that work now than doing it after by necessity. So Fox 35's Marley Capper, we appreciate it. And let's go ahead and bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger now. She is live in Wildwood in Sumter County. And good afternoon, Marie. What are you seeing there?
Hey, Garrett. So what I'm seeing is this big old pump right behind me. So the city had to bring this in because this neighborhood, which so far as I can tell and what I'm hearing from neighbors, had not flooded, or at least not flooded badly at all in the past, suddenly flooded during Hurricane Debbie, even though that was not all that bad as far as rainfall totals in this area as it compares to other storms. So you can see this pump is going out to this ravine area. Some people living around here explained that water filled up and actually started spewing over, reaching close to yards in this part of the neighborhood, and actually over on the opposite side of the street nearby here flooded several homes. That was brand new to this community, and that's what this pump is for, just to make sure it doesn't happen again. You can see the pump goes out this way, but you'll also notice on this side it suddenly disconnects, and you'll see some pooling water here. That's because city crews that were out just a few minutes ago, they actually just left, they were struggling with this connection here, and they drove off. I didn't get the chance to ask them what the issue was, but we did see it just spew out water. So it had been pumping, now it's disconnected. I did reach out to the city. The public works director is kind of on the move right now, so they directed me to somebody else who I'm hoping to get some answers from, just about what all this is for, where it's going, what the water, how long it plans to be here. It had been running when we first got out here, and one of the neighbors in this area told me that it's been running day and night. It's really loud, but he's thankful for it because it at least provides some sense of security, especially because that water, again, although it didn't flood this part of the neighborhood in this cul-de-sac, it creeped up really, really close. And that feeling of just watching water just get closer and closer to your home, that's scary. And so he does have sandbags. The neighbor I talked with this time around said he did put out sandbags, and he is thankful for this pump, but we do want to make sure that it gets up and running again. So again, I'll be talking with the city about that, and I'll be checking in on some of the homes nearby to see if I can talk with anyone who did actually have that flooding. For now, I'll send it back to you, Garrett.
All right, Marie, thank you. And our live team coverage continues now, where Fox 35's Randy Hildreth joining us live at Orlando International Airport with a look at the flights there. And Randy, we checked in with you about an hour ago. It seemed like things weren't too bad at that point. How are things looking now?
We are continuing to monitor the board. It is still very colorful, an indication that, yes, some flights are landing safely, but there are still some concerns as we move into later into the day. As conditions continue to deteriorate, we anticipate even more cancellations and delays. I've had a chance to talk with some people who are at the airport that had kind of afternoon flights, so I've watched them go through TSA. I also want to introduce you to one family here from Canada. This is Jessica Lau and Colby Judson. I got that right? Yes. All right, so I know we were talking. You have a flight later on today. You spent some time in Orlando going to Disney. You got to the airport super early just to, find out the latest on your situation. Explain to viewers what you guys are going through.
We're kind of paranoid. We're from Vancouver, Canada, so we don't go through things like this. However, we were alerted at the hotel to make sure that you guys have your plans in order and make sure you're at the airport well ahead of time. So we decided to just pack up our stuff in the morning and leave. Our flight is not till 5:35 p.m. However, we've been here for the last 4 hours.
And so far, so good. You haven't heard anything just yet?
No, nothing, no cancellations. We have been given an alternative. Delta Airlines has advised us that if we are not on this flight, they will find us a way home. However, if they can't find us a way home, we do have to purchase another ticket another day.
And you guys are so prepared. You have the contingency plan from Delta, and you already have your plan B. And actually, you've been talking to some family members here. Explain that.
Yes, my aunt lives here in Florida, and we've advise that if we can't get onto the flight, we will be heading to her home, and we'll wait till we get a flight home.
Gotcha. Well, we are certainly hoping that you guys are out of Orlando. We love having you here, but we want you guys, I know you guys are ready to get back home, so we are wishing you safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. We will continue to monitor things here at the airport. As flights continue to get updated, we will keep you updated. I'll send it back to you, Brady Holdreth, Fox 35 News.
I guess in times like these, you can't have too many backup plans. Well, you are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. Coming up, we're going to check in with an official from the National Hurricane Center, get an update on what Florida can expect later today. So keep it right here. Well, we continue our live coverage tracking Hurricane Helene. The Fox 35 storm team working closely with the National Hurricane Center to get the latest updates on this as Helene moves closer to Florida. And joining us live now is Dr. Michael Brennan, director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Good afternoon, Dr. Brennan. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News.
Sure, great to be with you.
So Hurricane Helene barreling toward the state right now, increasing in strength, and it's also a pretty good size. Talk to us about the size of this storm as it approaches.
Yeah, well, you can see just on the satellite picture how big the storm is. You know, the circulation extends all the way to the east coast of Florida out into the western Atlantic. Tropical storm force winds extend out up to 350 miles to the east of the center, and we're seeing the storm increase in strength in terms of the peak winds right now around 110 miles per hour, and the storm's forward speed is picking up to 16 miles per hour now, going to be up to 20 to 25 miles per hour. So the storm's going to rapidly head toward the Big Bend coast here over the next 6 to 9 hours.
Take us through those next 6 to 9 hours. What are your next steps at the National Hurricane Center as we get ready to see that storm make landfall today?
Well, we're watching the aircraft reconnaissance data. We're just looking at the most recent wind data and the pressure data they're getting in now. We're about to start issuing hourly updates. As you can see now, the center of the eye is very clearly seen on the radar from Tampa now. So we're going to start our hourly position updates here around 3 o'clock Eastern. So we'll be getting information out every hour along the way, and we're going to have aircraft and radar coverage of the storm all the way up through landfall and keep tracking it all the way inland.
The storm surge numbers have been, projections have been concerning. Can you talk to us about what you are expecting along the Gulf Coast there?
Yeah, you know, here in this purple area, everywhere from, say, Carabel over to Sewanee River, you know, here, this is an area we're expecting, you know, the peak surge somewhere in here to be 15 to 20 feet above ground level. So that's, you know, catastrophic storm surge that we could see there with the potential for destructive wave action on top of that, especially whatever area gets the eye wall of the storm as it moves on shore. But if you go even farther south, you can see into the Tampa Bay area, 5 to 8 feet of inundation expected there. Even though the center of the system is staying well west, the wind field is so big, it's piling water into Tampa Bay as it goes by. And so we're going to see substantial storm surge impacts. Water levels are already rising or elevated along almost the entire west coast of Florida.
All right, Dr. Michael Brennan, director of the National Hurricane Center, we appreciate you joining us live this afternoon.
Thanks.
And we want to go ahead and check back in with the Fox 35 Storm Team. Brooks and TJ joining us now with the latest. You've just heard from the National Hurricane Center. And what are you guys watching right now?
Well, at this point, we've got to watch those bands coming up from Helene, the bands of rain. And the question that TJ and I have been struggling with, and I think every meteorologist, is how far do those bands make it inland to Central Florida, or do they stick to the coast? Because that'll determine how much wind we get. Now, let's take a look at the wind right now. I mean, we know we're going to get some wind. It's just a matter of, do our winds gust to 50, or are we looking at 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts across parts of the viewing area? Right now, we're already seeing winds routinely gusting over 45 miles per hour. The cocoa palms here at the port are blowing in the wind. It's starting to look like something's coming, isn't it? Well, here's the latest on Helene. The 2 o'clock advisory, it's teetering on major hurricane status. That happens at 111 miles per hour. Now it's at 110. So once we get into the later advisory, the next one at 5, no doubt this will be a major hurricane, and it could rapidly intensify further, becoming a Cat 4, but it looks like it's probably going to make landfall as a strong Cat 3. And it's important when we look at this hurricane and its track not to focus on exactly where the center is, because the wind field extends eastward at over 300 miles. That'll overtake the entire state with tropical storm force winds. As this reaches our latitude later on this evening, we're going to see the winds pick up. And as I mentioned, the question is, how far do the bands make it inland? We'll explore that. But there has been a change here as of 2 o'clock, and it looks like the landfall happens a little bit later. At 8 o'clock, it'll be roughly 50 to 80 miles offshore. It looks like our landfall happening between 11 and 1. And by the way, the storm has picked up speed. It's going northeast at 16. By the time it makes landfall, it may be traveling at 20 to 25 miles per hour. That's going to do two things. Number one, it's going to get it out of our region before sunrise tomorrow. Friday's going to be kind of a normal day, other than the cleanup associated with stuff. But it's also going to maintain its power as it pushes ashore. It could bring hurricane force winds to Tallahassee, reaching major hurricane strength of over 111 miles per hour, which is the first time that city in its over 200-year history would have experienced a direct hit from a major hurricane, doing a lot of tree damage with power outages that could extend for a couple of weeks or longer across parts of the panhandle. Don't focus on the center of circulation, though, because our area will be subject to the wind and the bands of rain. That's the important part of the forecast. How far inland do these bands go? Well, the visible satellite imagery reveals a very organized and continually organizing system located about 250 miles south of Tallahassee. It's about 9 to 10 hours away, so you can do the math on that. We're looking at about 11 o'clock tonight, maybe midnight at the latest. The winds will pick up as we go through the day. Here's a look at our winds right now, gusting between 30 and 45 miles per hour. We've also got favorable conditions for tornadoes, to the point where a tornado watch has been issued for our entire region through later this evening. So let's talk about the bands. We can see the eye clearly from Tampa radar right now, and these bands so far holding offshore, but the thinking is they'll develop onshore and bring waves of rain to our region. And it would be important because it's within these waves of rain that we may see, especially before 7 p.m., tornadoes developing. Fast moving, very little warning as far as when they develop, tornadoes out ahead of the main band. Once we get into the southeastern quadrant of this hurricane, it's watching these bands of rain to determine how big our winds get. If we do find ourselves in these bands of rain between 8 p.m. and midnight, we will see gusts well over 60 miles per hour. It'll be a windy wild time. If the bands hang farther west, though, we may only see gusts to 50 or so. That said, it's a dynamic environment. It's changing. And TJ, let's talk more about those potential impacts.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the tornadoes alone, Brooks. That's such a big headline because of the conditions that we have out there right now.
You're right.
Yeah, and that's one of the big reasons, that as well as everything we've been talking about throughout the last week plus, an alert day, a storm alert day for us across the entirety of the region for the downpours, for the potential for tornadoes, and for the gusty wind that will continue to develop as Helene's bands work on shore, work up across the peninsula. So in terms of a county-by-county breakdown, we are expecting the worst of the conditions for our northwestern communities, our WOGX friends that are closer to the center of Helene. That's Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, and Alachua counties, where we could see hurricane force wind gusts, tornadoes possible, and the heaviest amounts of rain possibly between 6 and 10 inches as those bands continue to work counterclockwise around the storm. Now, as we head farther to the east, Marion Lake, Sumter, and Polk counties, we're expecting still tropical storm force gusts and the potential for a few tornadoes. Lesser amounts of rain, but still a nice dumping from Helene, totals in that 3 to 7 inch range. And the worst of it going to be from this evening, early evening, through the wee hours of our Friday morning. And as Brooks was talking about, we're expecting that landfall a little later, so we're going to continue to update these impact headlines, so to speak, as we continue to watch Helene as it moves closer closer and closer to the peninsula. Our far eastern neighborhoods, Flagler, Volusia, Seminole, and back to the west, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard counties, we are expecting more periodic hit or miss downpours, but still heavy rain and blinding rains in those downpours. Totals in the 1 to 4 inch range, wind gusts possibly between 45 and 60 miles per hour. Still storm force, just not as strong as what they will be for our northwestern communities, with the worst weather between 5 p.m. and 3 a.m., Brooke. So it's certainly going to be, you know, thankfully it's quick moving, but still we have a long ways to go before the impacts are done.
Yeah, that's right. And it's going to be this evening that you start to really notice it. You know, by then in the red, that's the hurricane force wind lapping up against Tampa Bay. We'll be hearing the tropical storm force winds for much of the night, but then the big hurricane impacts impact the Big Bend, Tallahassee, Levy-Dixie, Taylor counties, and Gilchrist County. A 400-mile wide wind span. This is a developing situation. Latest information is streaming into the Fox 35 Weather Center right now. Stay with us as our continuing coverage commences after this break. New information and also an update as far as where exactly the land falls and what exactly you can expect where you live.
We are keeping a close eye on Helene, now a strong Category 2 storm. A live look right now at Cedar Key up in the Big Bend area, and you can see the waves lapping strongly there as this storm gets closer. A cruise ship heading to Port Canaveral going to have to wait another day before it can dock. The MSC Seashore, now scheduled to arrive on a Friday. Officials were forced to extend their time at sea because of the closure of Port Canaveral. You are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. We have much more to come, so keep it right here. We'll be right back after this.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene as it makes its way closer to Florida. Right now, the storm is strengthening in the Gulf, and we want to go ahead and check in with Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. And Brooks, the National Hurricane Center just upgraded Helene now to a Category 3 hurricane.
Yes, U.S. Air Force hurricane hunters, Garrett, flying into the storm found winds of 120 miles per hour and a rare intermediate advisory outside of the standard 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. update periods. They've declared this as a major hurricane, and that's important because with this data, they can then interpolate to decide, you know what, the impacts are going to be a little bit more extreme than they otherwise would be. Now, in this case, winds of 120 miles per hour firmly puts into the Cat 3 category. That category begins at 111 miles per hour. It's been experiencing a rapid intensification process from this morning to now its maturity as a Cat 3. It may even reach Cat 4 before landfall occurs around midnight tonight. The landfall timing has been delayed just a little bit, but it's still on track to impact Appalachia Bay. We're talking from Alligator Point, that's near Apalachicola, all the way east potentially to Taylor County around, say, Perry. But right in the middle of the cone is the city of Tallahassee, Florida's capital city, that has yet to experience in its over 200-year history a direct landfall from a major hurricane. So tonight will be a very difficult night for folks there on the Panhandle with the trees falling, the power outages, possible damage to structures, and of course life and limb. This is a big deal. But don't focus on just the cone for impacts here in Florida. This is a very large system with a wind span east of the center that extends more than 400 miles. And so as we see new bands of rain developing as soon as 3:30, about an hour from now, we'll start to see the wind picking up and we'll start to see our tornado threat picking up. We have been looking at the latest models and it does look like we've got a pretty high tornado threat between roughly 3:30 and about 7 p.m. So stay tuned for warnings, stay with Fox 35. And as we start getting into these bands of rain between about 8 and 10 o'clock, we could see wind gusts easily exceeding 60 miles per hour or more, and that will be the full force of Helene as far as we're concerned with here in Central Florida, but there could be power outages as a result of limbs falling and trees falling. But most of the action, of course, as you get closer to the system. In this band, which extends from roughly Gainesville, Ocala Villages to Spring Hill, we could see hurricane force wind gusts up and down and west of I-75 with the full force of Helene impacting the Big Bend from Levy County to Dixie County to Taylor County with wind gusts over 100 miles per hour. Garrett, we are tracking the latest. We've got TJ Springer in the house, Noah Berggren also here. We're going to continue our team coverage and bring you the latest. This information streaming in right now in real time, and we're going to update the maps, show you the latest impacts. This is an important update here. Now that it's a major hurricane, we can look ahead to landfall landfall and make assumptions at this point about what could happen. And I'll tell you this, it is going to be if you look at the history of Tallahassee, a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing with this storm heading that way. Folks in Tallahassee have never experienced anything like this. If they've been there and you know, they've lived there for their entire lives, this is a first for this region. So folks there need to be hunkering down now and take this storm seriously if they're not already.
Yeah, and still rapidly strengthening.
It is. It absolutely is. Yeah, we could see this thing go up to 140 miles an hour before landfall.
All right, Brooks, thanks. Well, our live team coverage continues now up in the Villages. Fox 35's Morgan Parrish joining us live at the Duke Energy staging site. And Morgan, we know you showed us last time crews are busy out there right now.
Yes, they have been busy all week long, all morning and all afternoon. This is what the Villages looks like right now. This is about 1,000 trucks at the staging site, and we know there's about 4,000 crews. And this staging site is actually the largest across the state. In fact, it's actually as big as some military-type operations. And we're also told that they just started planning this 3 days ago, but we've been speaking with crews who have been in here, you know, from all over the country, even from Canada. We spoke with a man from Minnesota earlier this morning, but everything is organized to a T, especially when it comes to streamlined deployments. We know that there's some trucks that roll out first to assess the damage. Earlier, I was up inside of the bunker truck. Those are used to restore power. So again, like you said, everybody is working hard day in and day out, swapping out shifts. We spoke with some of the line workers who said that they are working 16-hour shifts. So everybody is just in place, ready to go. The weather, of course, hasn't been bad out here all day. We saw it rain for maybe about 45 minutes around 10 o'clock this morning, but other than that, it has been smooth sailing. We know things are going to look probably a lot worse later on this afternoon, but people are going to be moving in and out of the staging site all throughout the day, and it will remain operational for as long as it takes to get power restored. We know some people were already without power earlier this afternoon, so hopefully things are moving in the right direction. But yes, crews are ready to go. The trucks are ready, and you guys saw a little bit of behind the scenes action inside of the compound just a little bit ago. So everybody is working hard, and again, we are hoping that things aren't too shabby dry right now, but again, things could look a lot different later on. For now, reporting live from the Villages, I'm Morgan Parrish, Fox 35 News.
Morgan, how far away have some of these crews come from to be there?
All over the country. Again, spoke with somebody who's from Canada, somebody from Minnesota, some other people we spoke with locally here in Florida, but they are coming from all over. And again, 4,000 crew members. So that's a lot of people out here to help out.
Certainly, and as you showed us, a lot of logistics to keep all that organized. So, Morgan, we appreciate you joining us from the Villages. New pictures now from Siesta Key, where it is already starting to flood. Check this out. You can see boats lined up near a ramp and all the flood waters there. And you certainly expect that to only get worse in the coming hours as the storm continues to churn and grow. And Fox 35's David Martin was up the coast in Crystal River, and here's what it looked like there.
Good afternoon, everybody from Crystal River, West Citrus County. It's my honor and pleasure to introduce you to one of the general managers of the many hotel properties out here in this very beautiful tourist city, the Paddletail. And his name is Mr. Tim Robinson. Tim, how are you, my friend?
Doing good, sir.
Shake your hand.
Nice to meet you.
The general manager of a beautiful hotel, home to a lot of excursions for manatee diving and scalloping during the summer. So you know, when we look out at that river and those waterways, it's a coming, isn't it?
We're going to see them up close and personal.
Yeah, you will. So the water's creeping up. We're at high tide at the moment, aren't we?
Correct. But the heavy stuff's going to hit later on this afternoon, so this will probably all be under.
You say under, so we're walking out of the parking lot here towards your marina during a dahlia last year. Do you recall how high the water was here?
You didn't see any of this here.
Really?
Yeah, it reached pretty far up to the front, but this one they're expecting more, so it's going to be new for us. We're not sure how high it's going to get.
So during a dahlia, well above this wall?
Actually, no. It was because we got the slits in the fence. It was just going right through, and that's what drove it up all over US 19.
Got it. So it wasn't so much deep, just creeping up. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. So I see you're under construction here on the marina. And
new sunroof out here, a sun deck. Getting ready to put the timbers on, but we thought better not. So we're going to hold off on that.
Yeah,
so.
So as a property owner here, I mean, you've got to always keep your eye on what makes you money. What have you done in the past 24 hours to keep the property safe?
Actually just doing hourly patrols, just making sure everything's secured, making sure everybody's safe. We don't really have a lot of folks here right now, so just staying in touch with them, making sure they have everything they need.
Yeah. What's that building right there?
This one here, that's actually a private residence.
It is.
Yeah, everything here is ours except that one there.
So how high will the water get on his property, you think?
I've only been here a few months at this location, so I really don't know how high it's went up on that building, honestly.
But he's right on it for sure.
He's a little bit closer than we are, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to come back tomorrow to see as well. Evacuated all your guests. I know they had to probably leave, and that was probably tough to tell them, but
yeah, it
safety
was,
first.
But they're pretty smart people around here. They're like, hey, we hear you.
Yeah.
Paradise comes with its price sometimes, so it's a blessing now, but it can also be a curse, so.
Oh, look at that water. That will recede a little bit this afternoon, but it's going to come right back.
It's going to come back later in the afternoon, and they're calling for unreal numbers we've never seen, so who knows? We're hoping for the best.
Well, we enjoyed our stay here last night, of course, and it was no problems for us, but we're going to move a bit further inland. We have to preserve things like power and vehicles. We don't want to get underwater with our cars. In fact, you moved your personal car 20 miles inland.
Yeah, I want to be safe.
Yeah, smart move.
Yeah, we did. So
yeah, you've got other media outlets staying here at the Paddle Tail, Fox organizations. So some are going to hunker down and weather the storm. We're going to take a more conservative approach, move inland. But we wish you the best of luck in the next 12 hours.
Appreciate it. We appreciate having you guys here and appreciate all you do.
Yeah, thank you for your time today, and good luck. Stay safe. All right, we're going to send it back to you all in the studio.
An update now from Florida State University. Students staying in the residence halls were moved to the conference center before weather conditions decreased. The school says the conference center facility includes hurricane shutters and debris curtains on windows. They also have generators there to keep the lights and the air conditioning running for those students. But you are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. We'll be right back after this. Well, we are continuing to keep a close eye on Hurricane Helene, and Brooks is back with me now. And Brooks, we've been getting some viewer questions about Helene all day, and so we want to go through a couple of those. First, Don in Longwood asked, what is the difference between the dirty and clean side of a hurricane? Can you explain that for us?
Yeah, it's a good question. So we use a lot of jargon in meteorology, but it's a quick and dirty way to describe the part of the hurricane that does the most damage. If you look at a hurricane, it's got quadrants. You can draw a line straight up and down. You got the right side and the left side. Well, the right half is the dirty half. That's the place where you have the most likely chance for tornadoes, the most wind, the most flooding. The clean side is where you have a flow from the north, and that's a slower wind speed with less atmospheric dynamics to produce tornadoes. I mentioned how this is in quadrants. You can draw kind of an imaginary vertical line and an imaginary horizontal line. It's the northeast quadrant of the dirty side that has the worst weather and the most tornadoes. Garrett?
All right. Now, Pamela wants to know, what do we expect for Orlando if the storm changes its path a little bit?
Well, the path is pretty much like a baked cake at this point. It's done. It is decided. It's just a matter of timing, and that timing takes it into Tallahassee with a landfall probably close to midnight. What that means for us, though, because this is such a big storm, is that we are going to be under the influence of tropical storm force winds straight through this evening and tonight. So in Orlando, we can expect wind gusts routinely reaching between 50 and 60 miles per hour, with a chance for tornadoes developing this afternoon between 3:30 and as late as 7 o'clock while we're in that northeast quadrant of Hurricane Helene. Right now, there's a band off of Tampa Bay, another band right now developing in southern Osceola County, and a band offshore. It's this band that we've got to watch for tornadoes inside of the next 45 minutes here in Orlando. Garrett?
All right, Brooks, thank you. Our live team coverage continues now with Fox 35's Esther Bauer. She has been on Turtle Watch in Brevard County. So let's go ahead and check in with Esther. How are things along the beaches there?
Hey, Garrett, good to see you. You know, things here along the beaches, not too bad, mostly because we're not dealing with rain and the sun's shining, so I will take that as a win, but we are dealing with some pretty strong winds, and if you just take a look right now at the surf, I mean, it's striking. Absolutely some rough surf that we are seeing, some rolling waves, no surfers out right now, which is, you know, probably good, better to be safe than sorry, but as you mentioned, we're on Turtle Watch. That's because we heard from the Brevard Zoo a little bit earlier today. They are closed for today, but they were posting on social media. We do know Brevard County, we have so many turtles.
Welcome back in as our Fox 35 team coverage, continuing coverage of Helene continues at this hour. Cities along the Gulf Coast already seeing some flooding. Officials say things are expected to get much worse later today as storm surge levels get to a point that we really haven't seen in recent history. Fox 35's Kaylee Tracy is on Sunset Beach in Treasure Island.
We're seeing a lot of people out here at Sunset Beach taking walks along the beach, surfing, but county officials, they say if you haven't gotten out of this area yet or anywhere in Zone A or any mobile home across the county, you need to do so as soon as possible. They didn't mince words this morning, saying that the storm surge is expected to be 5 to 8 feet. That is compared to about 4 feet of storm surge during Idalia last year that damaged more than 1,500 homes. They worry that this storm surge with Helene could be life-threatening, and they say there may come a point where first responders, they won't be able to get to you.
There's going to reach a point where you're on your own, because we're not going to get our people killed because you don't want to listen to what we're saying. So, it's just going to reach a point where you got 8 feet of water with wave action. It's just too dangerous. We've all heard the adage, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Somebody's going to win a stupid prize because they're not going to get out, and we're not coming.
Sheriff Bob Galtieri says there's no question this storm is different and it is dangerous. They say help them help you and evacuate and take these precautions seriously. They don't want to shut down the barrier islands, but there may be a point if they have to come out and make rescues and clear the area that they have to do that. County officials say if you leave your home, turn off the power before you leave, move e-bikes, electric vehicles, and golf carts out of the storm surge area to prevent electrical fires. In Sunset Beach,
Kaylee Tracy, Fox 35 News.
You are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene in the Gulf. And as we go to break here, a live look at the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Troopers just shut the bridge down because of strong winds. You can see it, the camera there even moving, and the waves moving as well. We'll be right back on Fox 35 after this.
All right, welcome back. 2:56 on this Thursday afternoon. I'm Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. Continuous coverage of Hurricane Helene. It is going to impact directly Tallahassee and the Big Bend, but it's got such a big wind swath. We're already seeing tropical storm force winds across parts of our state. It is getting windy there at the port. Helene right now, a major hurricane packing winds of 120 miles an hour, forecast to continue strengthening all the way up until it makes a landfall this evening and tonight, probably around midnight in Appalachia Bay, and then work up toward the Tallahassee area, bringing hurricane force winds to the Nature Coast. We're looking at Taylor, Dixie, Levy counties, and Gilchrist County, and tropical storm force winds across the rest of Florida along the peninsula. Now, the center of circulation forecast to make it right into the top of Appalachia Bay around about 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., and in doing so, at a forward speed of probably 20 to 25 miles per hour, plow right through the Tallahassee region. That's the state capital with a lot of trees, an area that has not been tested by a major hurricane. Amazingly, by the way, has not been tested by a major hurricane in the city's over 200-year history. They've had a lot of skirmishes of near misses with major hurricanes. They've had several minor hurricanes or minimal hurricanes, but this is really going to test the trees and the infrastructure. There's going to be a lot of power outages, but it's such a big storm that, don't focus on this cone thinking that we're out of the woods, because unfortunately we're not. One of the biggest impacts we're going to have are tornadoes. You can see the eye of the hurricane on radar and a couple of very distinct bands of rain setting up, and it's along this band we got to watch out. Some storms in Osceola County will work northward and will have a potential to become tornado-bearing storms here between roughly 3:30 and about 7 o'clock. So we'll have to watch these very carefully. We've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, as well as TJ Springer on deck to take over the continuing coverage this afternoon. And that's a good thing, because as we head into 9:30, we could catch some of these bands of rain packing tropical storm force winds of over 60 miles per hour, bands which could last through midnight. As you go closer to the center of circulation here toward the Panhandle along the I-75 corridor, hurricane force wind gusts are possible. There's a hurricane warning in effect for western Marion County, including Denellen, and western Alachua County, including Micanopy. So yeah, it's going to be a big storm here. And you can see this visible satellite imagery as it's about 9 hours away from landfall, 230 miles to the south. We're going to be on the edge of it, but it's such a big storm where we're going to have the effects. And just to give you an idea of the winds right now, we're looking at gusts between 44 and 46 miles per hour from Bushnell to Winter Haven, about 30 miles per hour in Orlando, and 40 miles per hour in New Smyrna Beach. Got a tornado watch region-wide through 8 p.m. that may be extended. Storm surge in the path of this could exceed 20 feet. And as far as the winds go, the orange is tropical storm force winds. The red is hurricane force winds. Hurricane force winds lapping up against the Gulf Coast with tropical storm force winds enveloping the state from roughly this afternoon straight through midnight. Conditions improving by tomorrow morning. This moving quickly up toward Atlanta, where there are hurricane warnings as far north as Macon, Georgia. As far as the rest of the day goes today, in red, we got to watch out for tornadoes. In yellow, we got to watch out for wind gusts, the timeline taking it through tonight. And in green, there is that ever-present chance for some flooding rain. Blue would be a storm surge risk. So these are all impacts that we're tracking, and we'll have the latest information right here on Fox 35. This is going to be a historic hurricane for this area, an area untested by major hurricanes. And this is certainly a force. We're going to talk about the hurricane history and the impacts in greater detail coming up. All right, that is the wrap on Major Hurricane Helene. And taking over right now will be TJ and Noah with the latest information. All right, John Brown.
35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
All right, thanks a lot, Brooks. And you're watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. We're monitoring the latest path, the satellite images, and cameras from all across the state of Florida, some of which are getting pretty rocky already. Thanks for joining us once again for our wall-to-wall coverage. I'm John Brown. I'll be with you all afternoon. And we're going to be here all day and into the night as we track this storm and the impacts all across central Florida. Well, as you just heard, Helene is now a Category 3 hurricane, and it is expected to go even higher as it approaches the Panhandle and also the Big Bend area. So we're going to check in with our meteorologists here. We have TJ and we got Brooks as well. They're joining us right now to talk about the storm track. So, Brooks, you were just talking about the impact here on Tallahassee. I was looking back at Mexico Beach. That area got hit, what,
2018.
That's right. It's still a mess up there. So, I mean, this could have a long-time impact.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, John. You're absolutely right. And you know, of interest, Tallahassee was pretty far east of that, so they only caught max wind gusts of like 50, 55 miles an hour. But this one will hit with much the same power. Of course, Michael was a big Cat 5. Yeah. It took years to recover, but unfortunately, we're probably going to see something not too dissimilar in many cases here in the Panhandle. TJ, we've been tracking the impacts. Let's get right to it. But first off, you know, this has winds of 120 miles an hour. As of 2:30, it was updated to be a major hurricane. As of 3 o'clock, here's a position fix, the latest. If you're tracking this at home, 26.9 north, 84.8 west, winds of 120 miles an hour. It's expected to make landfall in Tallahassee, in Appalachia Bay tonight around midnight. This is going to be a nighttime landfall, and because it'll have a forward speed of over 20 miles an hour, it's currently at 20 miles an hour, which is really fast, by the way, for a forward-moving hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. It will not have time to weaken, as often these do as they approach land because of the cooler shelf waters. It is going to roll in with the full force of a hurricane, and on the eastern side of the eye wall, which may impact just east of Tallahassee, they're going to have wind gusts that could exceed the sustained winds. So if, let's say hypothetically, it has sustained winds of 120 miles per hour at landfall, but it's moving north at 20 miles an hour, you'd have winds of 140 miles an hour relative to the ground speed. It's a very devastating impact in that zone, but the problem lay in that it's a matter of miles to make that call. Will it be Tallahassee? Will it be areas just east of Tallahassee? At this point in time, we'll tell, but it's a big storm with a big wind field, so regardless, there's going to be a lot of extensive wind damage, hurricane wind damage, and power outages, which could extend to several weeks in some communities there. We're also on tornado watch, as the eye is visible on Tampa radar, providing up-to-the-date position fixes as well as intensity fixes. It's a lot easier to get that information now that we have radar viewing it. We got to watch out for spin-up tornadoes developing on a southeast flow. Spin-up tornadoes which could develop between now and about 8 p.m. TJ Springer joining me now with the impacts as we're watching these bands move across the area in the next several hours.
You just mentioned the wind field, Brooks. How large of a scale Helene, the footprint, so to speak, is bringing with its impacts.
Yeah, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah, so that's one thing that we've really been keeping tabs on, is how large it is and the wind, how far it's extending away from the center of circulation with Helene, which is still well offshore. We can see the potential for these 40 to 60 mile per hour tropical storm force winds to extend possibly anywhere from 400 miles away from the center. So that's why we're all under these tropical storm warnings, not just for those that are closer to Helene's center, but all across the peninsula. We're dealing with that. Now, in terms of some of the wind gusts already that have been quite notable, Cocoa Beach saw 64 miles per hour just a little bit ago. Vero Beach nearing 60 miles per hour, and some lighter wind gusts from Cape Canaveral down through Daytona and Kissimmee right around 40 miles per hour. But still, if you have things lying around the yard, things that are prone to blowing around that you didn't put away, a gust of that magnitude will still blow that around, if not blow it away. So we've been hitting home on trying to get your necessary preparations done here soon before things get worse, certainly before they get better. So taking a look at some of those wind gusts as we progress through the remainder of our Thursday afternoon and evening, we can see the gusts really starting to ramp up closer to 60 miles per hour by 9 p.m. This is closing in on that landfall time up to our north and west. Check out Cedar Key and Horseshoe Beach, closing in on 100 miles per hour. So it's not looking good, and this is going to be that time frame where things are likely the worst. As we start to head closer to midnight and beyond, we see these lightening up just a little bit, and by the time we wake up for breakfast time tomorrow and head through the day, things are certainly looking much better than how they will be later on tonight. So as we continue to track the tropics, we are monitoring, as Brooks was hitting on, that tornadic threat. We have the instability in the atmosphere. You don't want to see the sun on a day like today because that can just add fuel to the fire, so to speak. So we have that. We have what we call wind shear in the atmosphere, or that organizational wind in the outer bands of Helene. So between those factors, you can see the shades of oranges and reds. That's that greater tornadic threat as we head through the remainder of the evening. But look what happens. As it goes to the north, we start to see all of those ingredients get lifted out of here and things improve quite nicely. But still, that's something we're going to have to contend with really from now all the way through the the early part of the evening. That's why we have these tornado watches that are in play until 8 o'clock for all of us here, not just across Central Florida, but the entirety of the Sunshine State, just about. We haven't talked a ton about storm surge. I know that's not as big of a factor for us here across Central Florida, but up to our northwest, where Helene will be making landfall, it's just going to be devastation in terms of that storm surge, which could get up close to 20 feet in the Panhandle and the Big Bend. So that's something that we're going to continue to monitor closely as well. We've already seen so much flooding ongoing with videos online, on social media, so sending all the good vibes and prayers for everyone impacted there. Flood advisories for just about all of the state as well. Those go through Friday morning. Those flood watches, especially for the low-lying, flood-prone areas. But thankfully for many of us, the rain isn't going to be as big of a factor as some other hurricanes where they're not moving quite as quickly. That's the one plus in terms of at least this part of the storm. This factor or impact amounts a little bit less the farther south and east you live. But if you still get under a good downpour, that torrential rain is going to make things really dicey out there on the roadways. So certainly want to not be driving around later on this evening. If you do need to get some things done, I would say do it now rather than later as we head through the first half of the afternoon. We've already seen the wind picking up, as Brooks was just mentioning, and that's going to continue to do so as these scattered storms continue to develop with the bands circulating around Helene. The wind continues to increase closer to dinner time. Tornadoes are on the table. They are possible for sure. And then as we head through 6 to 10 o'clock, we're expecting that landfall, maybe even a touch later, but in that time frame, it's certainly where we're going to have the worst of Helene ongoing across Florida. So make sure you're staying with us, make sure you're staying informed, and make sure you have a plan. If you do need to get out, I think most of Central Florida, I'm sure we haven't seen too many things closing down. I think that's really up across our northwestern communities, up closer to the coast, the Gulf Coast, that is, where things have been a bit worse already. So I think if you do need to run to the store, get some things, maybe you are worried about the power, you need to run a few errands, you should be A-okay to do so, but you certainly want to have that plan just in case things do get a little bit rough out there, Brooks. But I sadly think it's going to be a little bit worse before things get better.
Yeah, especially here, we're going to have the tornado threat developing. Yeah. And of course, as this makes landfall in about 9 hours, we're looking at a major hurricane landfall yet again here in Florida, this time on the Panhandle in Tallahassee. It's going to be a very difficult night for folks there in the Big Bend region. All right, that is the latest on Helene. John, back to you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. See you all in just a bit. Now, coastal Hernando County is going to get what they're calling a catastrophic storm surge. And as Fox 35's Aaron Messmer reports, they are already starting to see some flooding at this point.
Some families along the Hernando County coast are putting some last-minute touches on their preparations here. They're bagging up sandbags, finishing getting their homes ready for what will be some deteriorating conditions. Now, I want to show you what the water level looks like. I just talked with Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis. He says this may not look so bad right now, but this is a concern because the water level, he says, didn't really recede following high tide late this morning. And he says this is going to be a big concern when the storm surge really starts to impact the area. And the word that emergency officials use today to describe that potential storm surge is catastrophic. This region is still predicted to be in the 8 to 12 foot range, which could be twice as much as the surge produced by Hurricane Idalia a year ago. And that storm caused some devastating flooding along the coast here in Hernando County. It pushed several feet of water into roads and homes. It took people weeks, maybe months to recover from that. We've already seen some water in the roadways in some of the low-lying areas along the coast, and that was just after high tide this morning. While emergency managers are concerned the surge will last throughout the night and into Friday morning, Hernando County families are bracing for the worst.
The last hurricane we had, the last storm, they got pretty bad over here, and they were flooded. So hopefully everybody does evacuate.
Yeah, we need to cut away from that story because Orange County right now having a press conference, so let's listen in.
Later in the day, Mayor Jerry L. Demings is here to give an update on Orange County storm preps and how we are monitoring the situation. He'll be joined by our emergency manager, Chief Laura Lee Avery, a representative from Orange County Public Schools, and from 2 power companies, Duke Energy and OUC. Mayor Demings.
All right. Thank you, Jane. Good afternoon to all of you. We are here to give you an update. We're pretty fortunate at this time that we have fared relatively well in dealing with this storm, but it's not over. In fact, just about 45 minutes ago, we were on a conference call with the National Weather Service, and they said to us that really the most significant period of time related to this storm will continue until about 2 a.m. tonight, or in other words, early tomorrow morning. And as a result of that, what we're saying to our residents is you got to stay vigilant at this point. While we are fortunate that we're not having any direct impacts from Hurricane Helene, we do have some secondary potential impacts. Those are tornadoes. And so we want to get through that period of time. And we are still concerned, however, about the potential winds that could impact our community. In fact, the National Weather Service said that the forecast calls for sustained winds of 25 to 35 miles per hour. We're going to monitor that very closely because that is at 35 miles per hour, our links and some of our first responding units make a determination whether or not to continue responding or not. So up until about 2 a.m. Tonight, that remains a critical period of time for all of us in our response mode. Also, they've said to us that we potentially could see another 1 to 2 inches of rain fall during that period of time. In terms of our shelters do remain open. As of about 2:30 today, we had 78 people in our general population shelters. In addition to the general population shelters, our shelters for people with special needs, they remain open. The good news is that not many people have gone to those shelters. We have approximately 10 people who are in the shelters for people with special needs. We intend to leave the shelters open until about 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. At that point, we will likely look to closing down the shelters unless something extraordinary happens overnight. The Lynx bus service is continuing. Fortunately, the winds have not picked up to a sustained level, so Lynx is able to continue operating. They are monitoring the wind speeds as we move forward. Yesterday, we ended up passing out a total of over 32,000 sandbags. So it really became obvious to us that there were people concerned about localized flooding here within this community because they took advantage of the sandbag distribution here within Orange County. There have been numerous neighborhoods, unfortunately, over this wet summer who have experienced localized flooding. Many of them are really concerned about this storm and the potential impact on their neighborhoods. Most, if not all, at this point have fared fairly well because of the precautions that our public works and our utilities have taken at this point. So we see minimal impact in utility companies. They're going to report in just a few moments. We're going to ask our representative from Duke and the Orlando Utilities Commission to come forward, and they will give you some updates on their numbers. Before I call on them, you may recall that yesterday we said to you that today we would not be, for unincorporated Orange County, I want to be clear about that, we would not open our landfill or our transfer stations, and that we would not pick up the regular garbage or trash pickups today. Those who did not have the regular pickup today, I just want to remind you that on Saturday we will go back and we will pick up those who we missed today. Tomorrow, Friday, we will have our regular trash pickups in unincorporated Orange County. Our fire rescue department has continued to be at a high level of readiness, but I did want to report that we will be dispatching about 25 of our fire personnel to the Big Bend area to assist with the recovery efforts at an appropriate time. So our community will help those who will be in need as well. And at this point, I'm going to call on our our energy personnel. We're going to start with Duke. Ms. Lisa Coran will come forward, and then we'll have Janice Osani from OUC. And after our energy representatives will speak, we're going to ask Mr. Scott Howard from the Orange County Public Schools to come forward, and then we'll have Division Chief Avery from the Office of Emergency Management. She'll come up and she'll kind of give some wrap-up comments at the time. So with that, we'll go to our energy personnel at this time. All right.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon. On behalf of the 4,000 employees across Duke Energy Florida, I'm here to report that we have minimal outages as of right now, and we're standing ready and prepared to restore power to your home and businesses as quickly and safely as possible. As I stated yesterday, we have 8,000 resources strategically placed throughout the state, 3,000 of them locally nearby in Ocala, ready to respond. And as the day progresses, we realize that the increased wind gusts will cause trees to fall, limbs to fall into our power lines, creating possible additional outages. These conditions are critical to our crews being able to restore power safely. As soon as the conditions are safe enough, we will be able to get out and start diligently restoring power. In addition, with the heavy rainfall, we ask residents and visitors of Orange County to stay away, as downed power lines could be hidden underneath all of the debris. Consider all lines energized, as well as tree limbs and anything in contact with the lines. Remember, electricity and water do not mix. And please report all power line hazards to Duke Energy or 911. We're committed to keeping our customers informed about the status of restoration efforts, and we will continue to provide regular updates through duke-energy.com, on social media, and encourage our customers to download our mobile app. And to report an outage, text OUT to 57801. That's OUT out to 57801. Lastly, I just want to echo what the mayor said, to be vigilant and considerate of this time as the storm is still passing. Safety is of the utmost importance to us at Duke Energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Janice Osani with OUC, the reliable one. I'm here to let you know that OUC is prepared for Hurricane Helene's potential impact to our service area. So far, we also have minimal outages to our service territory. As of the start of this conference, we had about 3 outages impacting about 250 customers. We'll be using our own line technicians, our own tree trimmers, and water techs to respond to any storm-related outages or issues within our service territory. Crews will work overnight as long as it is safe to do so. Additionally, we've enhanced our call outage support throughout the night. Once the storm passes through Central Florida, we'll work with our mutual aid partners to send line technicians to the Panhandle and Big Bend area. If needed, we'll also send water crews to assist. Rest assured that OUC prepares for storm season all year by strengthening our electric system, water infrastructure, and improving our outage management system. If you haven't already, please register at OUC for our outage alerts in English or Spanish by texting REG to 69682 to receive those outage updates straight to your phone. Customers can also visit OUC.com or call 407-423-9018 for additional information. Also, please make sure we have your most current contact information. The easiest way to do that is to visit my.ouc.com and log in. As always, and like everyone here, safety is very important to OUC for our customers, our employees, and our community. We're asking as well that you please stay away from downed power lines. In addition to avoiding anything that's come in contact with the ground or trees, please stay away from pooled water. It can become energized and is very dangerous. Additionally, a down line that is sparking, smoking, or burning is extremely hazardous, and you should call 911 immediately. We ask our customers to keep in mind that it's imperative to keep your children and your pets monitored as well in case they're outside playing. Unfortunately, storms are also a time when scammers or cyber criminals will use natural disasters to pretend to be utility companies restoring power. They attempt to trick customers into providing personal and financial information. Please keep in mind that OUC will never ask you for payment information over the phone, by email, or by text. If you are contacted, hang up. And if someone comes to your home and you feel suspicious, and just when that happens, do not open the door, close it, call your utility, and report it immediately to law enforcement. OUC does not enter a home unless we have an appointment for something like a home energy audit, and our employees and crew will always have an ID to show to you. Finally, I want to caution customers to use generators safely and never run one in an enclosed area or indoors. Always place a generator at least 20 feet from your home and never in an attached garage. Never, ever, please plug in a generator to your home's outlets because it could re-energize power lines and hurt somebody working on those lines. More information and tips, especially safety tips, are available at ouc.com/storm center, including our outage map, which is updated frequently. Please stay safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Howard. I'm the Chief Communications Officer for Orange County Public Schools. And on behalf of our Superintendent, Dr. Maria Vasquez, we want to provide a Hurricane Helene update and share some important information to our families and our employees and community. I want to emphasize that our students, their families, and our employees are always first and foremost on our minds when we make decisions. After consulting with our safety and emergency management team and based on the National Weather Service forecast indicating considerably reduced winds by 5 a.m., all schools will reopen tomorrow, Friday, September 27th, and we will resume regular operations. All extracurricular and after-school activities will resume on Friday as scheduled, unless determined by the school that they need to be rescheduled or canceled. Our school district and administrators will begin addressing any storm-related issues at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning to ensure that we are prepared for our students and employees to return to school and their work locations. We want to make sure that we emphasize that our students and employees be on the lookout for any of those hazards that were mentioned by the energy companies. We want to make sure that on their way to school or to the bus stops that they're on, or to work, that they're looking out for those as well. We will continue to provide updates through direct messaging to our families and employees, as well as social media and on our website at ocps.net. We ask that our families and staff take precautions overnight and be safe in the morning as they travel to school and work. Thank you, and now I'll turn it back over to Mayor Demings. Chief Avery.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here to help get all the messaging out to our residents and visitors in Orange County. So as Mayor Demings stated, we are just now entering the phase where the winds are going to impact Orange County. So we're hearing from the Weather Service, unfortunately the sun is out in some places, so people are going to let their guard down thinking everything's over, when in fact that may make the storm larger and create stronger winds for our area. So we ask that people stay off the roadways, continue to monitor local news media, and make sure that they're staying safe. We currently are a level 1 EOC, Emergency Operations Center activation, so that what that means is the room is packed with our stakeholders, our divisions, our different departments, all here ready, working, monitoring for any sort of response that's needed. As Duke Energy said, we expect, we're going to have, issues with trees with the high winds. I know sustained winds 25 to 35, but the National Weather Service also said we can get gusts up to 60 miles an hour today. And again, as Mayor Demings shared, that will go through 2 a.m. this morning. So I can't stress enough that we are just now entering the phase where the winds are going to impact Orange County. So continue to be safe, continue to monitor all local media, and we'll be sharing any information as if any changes occur. And thank you again for being here.
All right, thank you, Chief Avery. We have had a conference call with all the municipalities here within Orange County. All have indicated they expect to reopen tomorrow for normal business. Our courts will also reopen tomorrow. So you've heard from our school district at this point, they will reopen. So for the families who need to plan accordingly for childcare or other reasons, we are providing this information to you at this point. I'll open it up for any questions that you all may have at this time. Okay, so it looks like we did a really good job. So thank you all very much for being here. And perhaps the next time that we are able to gather will be sometime tomorrow afternoon after we have done all of the windshield assessments of any damage around the county, any flooding, any electrical outages, etc. We will do likely another press conference tomorrow afternoon early. Thank you for being here. Of course, if you all want to do any one-on-ones, any of these individuals will be present. All right, thank you.
Once again, you've been listening into the Orange County press conference, getting everybody up to speed on what's happening there in particular. And one thing that was said that I noticed coming in is people thinking that it may already be passed. But you can see from some of these images that we're getting in videos from around the state, we have a lot more to come. So just be aware, and we're going to talk to our meteorologist about this in just a bit, what time you need to be off the roads. And that's coming up very soon because it's going to start escalating here very, very shortly. And once again, no matter where you live, you can get the very latest alerts from our Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. You can also watch us live right here on Fox 35, also on Fox Local and fox35orlando.com. No matter where you are, we got you covered there. We're going to check in with our meteorologist coming up right here on Fox 35. Stick around.
35 News starts now. Tracking the tropics.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of Tracking the Tropics. Of course, we're taking a very close eye on Hurricane Helene, which just got upgraded to a Category 3 really within the past hour or so. So let's check back in with our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologists. We have Noah and TJ here. So, you know, one thing I noticed, guys, I know you guys just got in as well. People are just kind of going about their day, and I'm afraid that they're looking outside thinking, oh, the worst is past. It's not going to be that bad. Yeah. But it's still coming, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Very misleading.
Yeah.
In some ways for us here, you know, we've had several hours of sun. It didn't do much yet, but in a lot of ways, this was exactly what was expected, how morning is one day, the night is going to turn very different here.
For sure. And, you know, some people may think, oh, hey, the sun, this is great. You know, on a day like today, it's going to do the exact opposite. Not what we want to see, especially with Helene bearing down on us.
You know, you, me, and Brooks were talking earlier about how the sun may have, interestingly, added some fuel to the ground, heats the ground, that could maybe increase the severe risk, tornado risk later tonight a little bit. We're a little warmer than it looked like we may have been, so that's something to think about.
More instability, more fuel to the fire. Yeah.
So right now the good news is we're not seeing any severe warnings.
Thankfully,
on radar. Some good news there. We'll show you the radar right now here at 3:30. Thanks for joining us here for our extended coverage of Helene. So a couple of things to know about. First, the bands are starting to redevelop across Central Florida, and we're seeing these here from Orange County down towards Brevard. Now, these do have some signs of rotation right here in Osceola, right here at Eastern Orange, and these are going to be the ones we have to watch over the next couple of hours for some rotation. If you look in here right now, there's not a lot of rotation, at least as of this particular scan, but we're going to keep an eye on this developing feeder outer band here on the I-95 corridor. So here is the eye of the hurricane now. It is really rapidly intensifying, ongoing. At the rate it's intensifying, it may make it to probably low-end, mid-end Category 4. We will see. One thing to note is all of the lightning right here in the northern eye wall. When you see lightning in the eye wall, that is very much a tall tale sign of rapid deepening of the hurricane. From the tip of AMI, if you've been in Tampa, you're familiar with the Tampa area. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge is over. You come down here towards Sarasota. Once you get out towards Anna Maria Island, there's been surf already recorded up to 20 feet. But from the tip of AMI, if you've ever been to AMI, when you look to your right, you see the bridge going into the Tampa Bay. From the tip of the beach, the center of the hurricane is now 131 miles offshore and is still moving to the northeast. Wind speeds are significant offshore. These brighter greens indicate winds of about 120 miles an hour sustained. Right now, here's the view from Daytona Beach, 86. You can see that water is getting up close to really not much beach left. Here's the latest path. By 8 p.m. tonight, 120, 150 sustained, but notice that's not a big increase. In their private discussions, the Hurricane Center has said that significant intensification is possible, if not likely, all the way up to the point of landfall later this evening. So we're going to keep an eye on that. It certainly looks like the consensus of the modeling, at least right now, keeps the eye east of Tallahassee. So if it landfalls here, obviously that means a little more wind for our region than if it landfalls here. But yesterday it looked like the eye may go west of Tallahassee, TJ, which at least for our friends in the Big Bend and the Panhandle, the eye staying east of Tallahassee means the worst wind will stay east of the city later tonight.
Shift might be impacting places more like, you know, Cedar Key and a little farther to the south and east, but that would also mean more impacts for us here across Central Florida. So that's what we're going to continue to fine tune. If it wobbles at all anymore, all of these factors really why it's a storm team alert day for us, a storm alert day across Central Florida. So if you are getting out, I would say do it sooner rather than later, because we're going to start seeing more tropical downpours, the potential for tornadoes going up, and the potential for more strong wind gusts, tropical storm force gusts going up as well. We've already seen some of that today through the last 3 to 6 hours or so. Gusts beyond 60 miles per hour on Cocoa Beach, beyond 40 in Daytona and Cape Canaveral, and just under that in the heart of Florida in Kissimmee. You can see the gusts continuing to ramp up closer to 9. Look at Cedar Key, look at Horseshoe Beach, around 100 mile per hour hurricane force wind gusts just in time for this late evening as Helene is bearing down on the Big Bend and the Panhandle. Panhandle. So we're going to continue to keep tabs on all of this, get you new updates as we progress throughout the rest of the evening to keep you ahead of all this, John. But certainly we have a ways to go before things improve.
Yeah, that's for sure. Long evening ahead. Thank you, TJ. Appreciate it. And our team coverage continues right now. Fox 35's Marie Edinger takes us to the Wildwood area up in Sumter County.
I'm in the Woodlane Meadow subdivision in Wildwood. This is an area that flooded during Hurricane Debbie, even though neighbors had never seen that happen here in the past. This time around, the city of Wildwood is prepared. The Public Works Department brought out this pump. You can see it goes out into this ravine, but you'll also notice right here it is disconnected. We did see some city workers out here earlier seeming to struggle with that pump. I reached out to the city trying to learn more, but even still, it was still running earlier. And that's something that people living in this community said is giving them a lot more sense of security.
Here, I went up to City Hall, spoke to the mayor and, the engineers up there, and they assured us that they would have something in place to take care of this if something else happened. So I feel a little more comfortable. I do got sandbags ready though. I'm prepped, I'm ready. I got my generator, I got sandbags, water, so we're ready to go.
Do you think you would have taken it as seriously if it had not flooded here?
No, I wouldn't have. I mean, I've always had my whole home generator. It's just a habit we always have. But after seeing the water get here, I was like, okay, yeah, it's time to tighten up and make sure I'm ready for the next serious storm that comes through.
Yeah, I would have to think if it's getting that close, you're just like watching it, hoping that...
Yeah. Literally, it was just coming up like inches by the hour. So it was kind of scary.
How long have you lived out here?
I've been here 3 years.
Okay. Yeah. And when was the construction put in?
Less than a year ago, they opened up. I think they've been open about 4 months now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is it like you could see a semi-immediate effect, like it started?
Immediately after they were up and running, and we had Debbie, that's when it started. As long as I lived here, we had small storms come there, but the ravines never actually filled up at all.
The city told me the pump is precautionary. They aren't anticipating there will be a need for it. They just want to be 100% sure. And as we mentioned, just give a little bit more sense of calm to the people living around here. So the city explained there is new construction, and that new construction came along with a stormwater pond. The commercial development's pond had an issue. It just didn't work as intended during the last hurricane, and it overflowed. That overflowing sent water across the road and filled up the pond that you see right here. So the city says it's been in close cooperation with the engineers of that new construction, and that the engineers have now remedied things. So the city came in today, pumped down the Woodlane Meadows pond just in case, but they are saying that they're expecting things to go smoothly.
It's concerning, I did contact my attorney just in case, because I wasn't required to have flood insurance at this location, even though I was this close to the ravine. So just getting prepared, for in case something happens.
The city also told me the Public Works Director is driving around town, just checking on whatever might need tending to in the meantime to make sure people in this community stay safe during this storm. In Wildwood, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Well, after Hurricane Helene is gone out of Florida, its next target, of course, is Georgia. That could be a big issue right now, especially as it's gearing towards Atlanta. The storm is still expected to pack a serious punch when it gets there. And Fox 35's Oliviana Calmes is live in Valdosta this afternoon. That, by the way, Valdosta just across the Florida border, right there along I-75. So, Oliviana, that's where a lot of people are going to get out of Florida, but they may be driving right into the eye of the storm again.
John, right. People are evacuating this area. So if you're evacuating Florida, I would go definitely farther away, because people here are definitely bracing for the impact. They expect winds up to 100 miles per hour here. It's calm right now, as you can see behind me. The trees aren't moving yet. It's not pouring rain at this point. So people are getting in last-minute preparations. The local county EMA here telling people to start sheltering in place, though. And a lot of folks have already evacuated this region.
It's so large that I don't know. And they're saying it's worse than Idalia. And when I heard that, I was like, Idalia was pretty rough. So I don't want to. We had a lot of trees down and a lot of water in our house with Idalia. So I'm like, I don't want to stay with my baby.
Now, she talked about trees there. People I've spoken to today say the wind is going to be the really big story here in the city because there are so many trees that can do so much damage in just a small amount of time. And we'll be watching for power outages as well. So people getting their generators out, getting prepared for this. And overnight, of course, we're going to see the worst of this coming up into Georgia. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Liviana. We will talk to you later on this evening. And you're watching Fox 35's special coverage of Hurricane Helene. It's currently in the Gulf, now Category 3, possibly on the way up to a Category 4. We'll have much more straight ahead. Once again, we're keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Helene. We've had viewers submit all sorts of questions about Helene, and you can also send us your questions as well. Just go to our Facebook page. You can also go to any of our socials and even our website and send us the questions that you want our meteorologist to answer. And I believe we have Noah and TJ here to answer some of those questions right now. Are they with us yet, guys? There we go. All right, so they're looking at the very latest here. So I'll ask you the first question. The very latest track, staying right on line there, Noah?
Yeah, it looks like it, John, and in fact, the track has wobbled. There's been some discussion online about this. If you're not aware, wobbles are normal.
Yes.
They happen in strong hurricanes.
It's like a top.
Exactly, very good. Like you think about it like spinning a top, then shaking the table.
Yeah, it starts to, yep.
Right. Now, sometimes wobbles can lead to trends that deviate off track.
Sure.
Earlier this morning, maybe for about 2-3 hours, it was well east. Then it actually moved back west. So the net motion is more or less along the expected path.
Mm-hmm.
In the grand scheme of things, the hurricane's so big, I don't think the wobbles mean much.
Yeah.
For the end result, it means a lot in terms of where the worst surge will be, though.
Sure.
You know, because a wobble of 20 miles east in the end means that 20-foot or 15-foot apex of surge is 20 miles difference, which could be nowhere or in a more habitable area.
Exactly.
So
yeah.
it means a lot in the end for the surge, particularly. But in the grand scheme of things, no, this is not going to hook a hard right turn to Tampa or anything like that.
Thank goodness for that. Yeah.
And you've got some questions too, TJ.
We do,
up.
yeah.
Yes.
So this one is just sent in to us, as John was talking about, and we have many more to get to, but this was sent in to us from Philippe, and his question is, how far inland will the 20-foot storm surge go? And in this part of the coast, so to speak, I believe this was Pinellas County, if I'm not mistaken. So we're still expecting a heck of a surge in that area. And again, it could be up close to 20-foot storm surge. So I believe, Philippe, you were 7 to 8 miles inland. I would say that that's still going to be, that surge of water is still going to be impacting you. So, you know, it's going to be worse, of course, the closer you are to the coast, into the water itself. But I would still think that maybe you slash that down a bit, but still say, you know, you think 10 foot of storm surge or even less, that's still going to do horrible things one way or the other.
Yeah, and I got that graphic pulled up here for you of the surge. And you can see up to 20 feet is not everywhere there.
No.
The 20 feet is going to be right where that right eye wall is. And probably a 5 mile or so. It depends on the topography. But before we get to our next question, I just wanted to make mention, TJ, and to everybody watching, we're watching some storms that are developing on the north end of Orange County. I'm going to come over here with you quick. Just want to pull up the radar and kind of go a little off script, because there's a little bit of rotation over Altamont Springs right now. I'm going to see if I can pull it up in the radar for us in Links 1, because you were talking about this before, TJ, that these tropical tornadoes can spin up very fast.
Extremely quickly.
Very fast. And this caught my eye as we were doing this segment, and I wanted to make sure we're not missing anything.
Oh,
because,
for sure.
I didn't want to be doing that and then we miss a tornado warning come out here. So let's pull up the velocity data. And right here between Wekiva Springs and Altamont, if we can take the wall full, I'll show you this real quick.
Yeah.
Right where you see that red and green, TJ, maybe a little bit of broad rotation.
Yeah, and this is kind of like the couple of warnings we saw across Volusia and Brevard counties earlier today. No, the rotation wasn't super well defined. It was broad, as you just mentioned, but they can spin up so quickly
and
because
this is over populated areas too.
Exactly. Yeah. Close to us, not too far from I-4. So this is for sure. People were working today. Maybe you were getting home a little earlier because of Helene. You'll want to be watching and listening to us extremely closely.
Yeah, and we see if we put our shear right on, you can see that actually right there.
Yeah.
Right over Wekiva Springs, Sand Lake Road, Forest City. These are moving very fast to the north, so we'll keep an eye on these three little areas right here. 1, 2, and then 3. These are all very quickly pushing off to the northwest. So we'll keep an eye on these little cells here, TJ.
And I feel like this area, because it's been untouched for a while, if anything is going to pump up into these cells.
This band here.
Exactly.
Yeah,
there's no cool air.
Pushes northwest.
For sure.
Okay,
Yep.
Just wanted to touch on that quickly. Let's go back to our questions now, because I wanted to make sure we were not leaving people out if they saw that.
Not at all.
So that's the answer to the surge question, probably a few miles.
Yeah.
But we did get more questions in.
So those, I know we have a couple more to get to, and sadly I only got to build this one, so we may have to.
We should have it in the prompter, I think.
We do? Oh, so
yes.
we can just answer it from here. Okay. So this is from Melissa, and she's asking about the causeways over Brevard County. Will they close because of this storm? So I have a family member, my grandfather lives over in Merritt Island in Brevard County, and he's told me that a lot of times in these cases, they will close. This is something that for me, it's hard to speak on because I haven't actually been here through a hurricane of this magnitude. Just hearing secondhand from him, he's lived here for 40 years.
Right.
They usually do seem to close because the water, between the Banana River, the Indian River, surrounding, of course, all that land, they rise as the hurricanes come in or systems come in.
Yeah, so that'll be something to watch close for sure.
Most definitely, yeah.
And it looks like we got one more question from Joe. What's going to cause Helene to switch from going to just down by Cancun at 8 miles an hour to ripping up the coast? Actually, I've got a graphic made for this, TJ.
Okay.
We were talking about this called the Fujiwara effect.
Yes.
So it's really inside baseball, but this is really kind of rare for this part of the world, where notice this closed contour over Memphis. That's an upper level low, so low pressure swirling like this. Notice the hurricane, and notice how they interact with each other. They orbit each other like two planets, and this literally grabs the hurricane and throws it back and pinwheels it back across the Mid-South, which that is what's going to accelerate it and move it very fast, and why, in very rare fashion, instead of going up through the Carolinas into New England, the remnants are going to quite literally, TJ, boomerang around that low and go up to the Mid-South.
And I feel like so many people well inland, up closer to the Midwest, are going to still have extreme rain and some really strong wind as it moves up that way.
And tornadoes too.
For sure, yeah, all the spin in the atmosphere.
Keep those questions coming. We'd love to hear from you. You can reach out to us, and if you've got a question for the storm team, TJ, Brooks, Jess, Laurel, myself, you can email us, fox35stormteam@fox.com. We would love to hear from you, and we'll be here to answer your questions all throughout this storm.
All right, thank you guys, and our live team coverage continues right now. We are going to head to Sanford, and Fox 35's Chris Lindsay is there live today. So, Chris, sometimes the lake behind you can look kind of like the ocean when the waves really start whipping up. How is it out there right now?
Absolutely. You can see some of that, the waves going there a bit. Things have been relatively calm here, but county leaders are keeping a close eye on the water level at Lake Monroe. During Hurricane Ian, the lake overflowed, flooding several businesses. They had to take quick action to sort of save their stores. The rain has been off and on today, so it's something to keep an eye on. And people are generally just wondering what's going to happen with this. We spoke with a woman from Detroit, Michigan, who says she's pretty anxious about this weather.
I've never been in nothing like this. 1 minute it's raining, the next minute it's sunny as heck, and then the next minute it's both. So it's like, what are you gonna get?
Now, the lake doesn't appear to be at risk of overflowing right now, but experts say that could change at any moment. So they advise you to stay away from the water for the time being while they continue to monitor the situation as it relates to the storm. Reporting live in Sanford, Chris Lindsay, Fox 35 News.
All right, thanks a lot, Chris, and we will talk to you a little bit later on today. And our live team coverage continues right now. We have Fox 35's Randy Hildreth. She got a great job today because she's inside. Very smart, Randy. Good job by you. She's at OIA taking a look at all the flights coming in and out. So what are you seeing right now? Anything unusual?
Yeah, well, no complaints about being inside, or at least starting the day inside, but having to talk to a lot of people who are stressed out about their travels for later today. I do want to give you a quick weather update. We've been here since about a little bit before 1 o'clock. Within the last 30 minutes, we got our quick first shower that moved through this area. We popped out to the car, came back, about 15 minutes worth of rain. Now, in terms of traffic moving throughout the airport, I want to point your attention to TSA. We have people who have, hurried to get on their flight so that they can get out of here, and people probably who haven't shown up to the airport today because they know that they've already gotten that alert that their flight is going to be canceled. So for people moving through to get out of Orlando quickly, very short line, 4 to 8 minutes to get through TSA. One thing that we have been doing is watching the big board here. I want to point your attention to the big board right behind me. First, looking at the departures, we see a little bit of red on the board. And this, we've been here since, I told you, about 1 o'clock. The flights now have shifted to flights that are leaving between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock. I counted up about 18 total cancellations. We may have seen a couple pop up, and that's what people are really focused on. Will I be able to get out of Orlando? We know as the day continues to get later and later, the likelihood of that may be impacted. If we focus now on the arrivals, you see a lot of colors. You see the green, which shows that people have landed here safely. The red, again, those are cancellations and delays. And if we focus on the yellow, those are flights that are coming in, but their time when they will land has been impacted. When I look at those times, you can see that they've actually been shifted up a little bit. So a flight that may have been set to land at, 3:55 may have landed at 3:45, or something that was going to land at 4:15 may be landing right about now. So pilots are trying to get folks here as quickly as possible before Hurricane Helene comes in. We've spent some time talking to people today, and again, a lot of concern about whether they will be able to get out. Operations still running as normal here, but we're going to keep monitoring this to keep you updated about air traffic as we monitor Helene. I'll send it back to you live tonight. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Thanks a lot, Randy. Talk to you in just a little bit. Well, coming up, we have much more on Hurricane Helene as it continues to get bigger and bigger out in the Gulf. And this, by the way, is a view down in South Florida, and you can see the waves hitting the causeway right there. Some areas already getting hit really hard. And you're watching Fox 35 special team coverage of Hurricane Helene. And again, Fort Myers Beach right there. Much more straight ahead. Cities up and down the Gulf Coast are already seeing some flooding over there. Officials say things are expected to get much worse later on today as the storm surge levels get to the point that we haven't seen in recent history. Again, we're talking 10, 15, maybe even to 20 feet of storm surge. Fox 35's Kaylee Tracy is in Sunset Beach, Treasure Island.
We're seeing a lot of people out here at Sunset Beach taking walks along the beach, surfing, but county officials, they say if you haven't gotten out of this area yet or anywhere in Zone A or any mobile home across the county, you need to do so as soon as possible. They didn't mince words this morning, saying that the storm surge is expected to be 5 to 8 feet. That is compared to about 4 feet of storm surge during Idalia last year that damaged more than 1,500 homes. They worry that this storm surge with Helene could be life-threatening, and they say there may come a point where first responders, they won't be able to get to you.
There's going to reach a point where you're on your own, because we're not going to get our people killed because you don't want to listen to what we're saying. So, it's just going to reach a point where you got 8 feet of water with wave action. It's just too dangerous. We all heard the adage, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Somebody's going to win a stupid prize because they're not going to get out, and we're not coming.
Sheriff Bob Galtieri says there's no question this storm is different and it is dangerous. They say help them help you and evacuate and take these precautions seriously. They don't want to shut down the barrier islands, but there may be a point if they have to come out and make rescues and clear the area that they have to do that. County officials say if you leave your home, turn off the power before you leave, move e-bikes, electric vehicles, and golf carts out of the storm surge area to prevent electrical fires. In Sunset Beach, Kaylee Tracy, Fox 35 News.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
You are watching Fox 35 special coverage as we track Hurricane Helene. We are monitoring the path of the storm, but we want to get right to Seminole County where they're holding an update from emergency management. Let's listen in.
Information staff. We are monitoring, of course, the progression of now Category 3 Helene, Hurricane Helene. While we are outside of the cone, the size of this hurricane has made it very important for us here in the Emergency Operations Center and our first response agencies, as well as public works agencies, to be able to respond quickly and efficiently to this emergency. So that's why we're here activated in the EOC. We also have our Citizens Information Hotline open for anyone that may have questions during the event, 407-665-0000. We ask that our residents stay safe. Of course, as we get into the evening hours, we're going to see some tropical storm force winds here in Seminole County. Some of those, of course, could be sustained winds. So please, if you don't have to, stay at home, stay off the roadways, allow our first responders to respond efficiently to any emergencies that they need to respond to. We have been in contact with Florida Power and Light and Duke Energy. While they're not here in the EOC today, we have asked them to be, of course, on call for us. There's lots of line crews here in the county that are ready to respond, and they have responded. We've had about 3,000 customers roughly that have lost power during the event so far, but most of those have been restored almost immediately. So we continue to, as we identify power outage throughout the community, those power companies, which are also staging to go up to the Panhandle, they're responding very quickly here in the county to restore our power. And we're going to continue to do that. They'll continue to do that as long as it's safe to do so. Obviously, if there's strong tropical storm force gusts, things like that, there may be a slight delay in getting the linemen out there to fix that. Remember, if, though, you do come up on an intersection where the power is out, please treat that as a four-way stop. We have seen a lot of injuries and unfortunately, some fatalities in our previous hurricanes when individuals barreled through an intersection that was without power. So, again, if you come up on an intersection and there's no power there at the intersection, please treat that as a four-way stop. Earlier today, a transformer blew as one of these squall lines came through. A transformer blew down in the Altamont Springs Longwood area, and that triggered the railroad arms to go down at State Road 436, Ronald Reagan, State Road 434, North Street, Plamosa Street. That caused a major road issue in the Altamont Springs and Longwood area. They're still recovering from some of that congestion, so we are asking people, if you can avoid those areas for right now, allow the railroad crews and the power company to do their thing and get those arms up. They are putting those arms up manually, and they're opening up those roadways. Our hope is that we have no major damage here in Seminole County, but with that in mind, we are planning to reopen Seminole County tomorrow. Seminole County Public Schools and our 7 cities, as well as county government, does plan to open tomorrow. So that, again, is barring any type of emergency or deep impact as these squall lines come through. But right now, the plan is to respond to anything that does happen overnight and to reopen everything tomorrow. If you experience damage inside of your home, we ask that you can call our non-emergency line. Obviously, if it's an emergency, call 911. But if it's a non-emergency, just to report the damage, if you could call our Emergency Operations Center, 407-665-1010. Again, 407-665, 5100, 407-665-5100. Or you can go to prepareseminole.org, prepareseminole.org, and click the damage assessment report button there. If you lose power overnight or in the evening and you plan to use a generator, please practice generator safety. Carbon monoxide calls are often the leading cause of injuries and death after a hurricane. So if you are planning to use a generator, please make sure that generator is at least 20 feet away from the home, away from windows, air conditions, things like that, anything that could intake the air into the home. Localized flooding is a possibility. We've already seen localized flooding over just the last few weeks with the normal rain showers. Not a lot of capacity. We've been saying over the last few days, not a lot of capacity for additional water, and we are getting additional water as these squall lines come through. So please be careful driving around. Turn around, don't drown, and be careful as you drive through there. Our Sheriff's Office and our Fire Department have upped their crews to respond to any type of emergency that happens now and throughout the evening and into the morning hours as this hurricane gets closer to us. Meanwhile, they are also preparing to respond up into the Big Bend area. Our Sheriff's Office has a 32 deputy crew that is planning to go up and deploy up to the Big Bend to help near Dixie County and around Dixie County. Our Urban Search and Rescue Task Force, which is made up of Seminole County, Orlando, Orange County firefighters, professionally trained in the urban search and rescue to get into homes that are damaged and destroyed and save lives. They are preparing to mobilize to go up into the Panhandle as well as this storm moves forward. So we want just everyone to please be careful throughout the evening as as it gets darker. These winds are going to start to pop up a little bit, and the storm's going to get a little closer to us. So we just ask that you be safe during that time period. We will be here in the Emergency Operations Center and our first response agencies ready to respond to any type of emergency. So that's it for here in the Emergency Operations Center here in Seminole County. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, sir.
So, Alan, is there a specific mile per hour wind that will affect emergency response for 911 for either police or fire?
Yeah, so we're continually monitoring. So anytime there's a hurricane event, we monitor the wind gauges that we have, and most of those are attached to our fire stations. So we can see exactly when it gets to a threshold where it's unsafe for certain vehicles to drive. So 50 mile an hour sustained winds is where it starts to get dangerous for some vehicles. So, and we have those tiered down. So obviously like our ambulances, those big profile vehicles that are a little bit lighter, they may not run while a fire engine may run because of course it's heavier. And we've even responded to calls in the Bearcats. Those are the armored vehicles that even during a hurricane. So if there's an emergency, we will get.
You have been listening to a live update from Seminole County Emergency Management. They said about 3,000 people have lost power due to Hurricane Helene so far, but they said nearly all of that power has been restored. They are planning to get things back to normal tomorrow. That means schools will reopen for our kiddos, and city and county offices will reopen tomorrow as well if the damage is minimum here in our area, which is expected. Thank you so much for joining us for our special coverage of Hurricane Helene. I'm Luann Sorrell, and we want to get right over to our Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren and TJ Springer. Good afternoon, gentlemen. What is the latest on Helene?
Yeah, Luann, it looks like it's rapidly intensifying, and TJ, the forecast remains on track.
Yeah, I mean, that's one good thing. I feel like we've been talking about this for now a week plus, and we've seen these little wobbles that you've been talking about, we've all been talking about, but thankfully it seems like right now everything is going according to plan, so to speak.
Yeah, so let's dive right into the radar, show you what's going on currently. It's now 4:09 coming up p.m. We're seeing some outer bands. Look, I know a lot of you may be wondering, it's hardly rained all day. Where's the storm? This was expected. We talked about this last night, and it continues to shift later. The core of the weather here in Central Florida is going to be tonight. It really doesn't get going until 7 or 8. Now we're watching these thunder showers rapidly pushing to the northwest. They are all starting to rotate a little more. That sunshine that was a little unexpected today helped to heat up the atmosphere. So any of these cells we're going to watch over the next 2-3 hours as they parallel up the eastern side of the peninsula for any tornado warnings. Currently, there are a few of those that do have some rotation, not enough to prompt a tornado warning right now, but we're keeping an eye on those. That's the view from Daytona Beach, where it's 86, and it is blowing pretty good, the wind. We're still expecting this landfall probably about 10 p.m. tonight. to midnight. Now, there is still some discrepancy in the modeling. Some of the modeling takes the eye well east of Tallahassee. Some of the modeling is west. I don't think the eye is going west of the city. If anything, it'll be over or just east of the city, in my opinion. We're going to watch that over the next couple of hours, and from there the remnants pass up over Georgia and then go to Tennessee as we go into Friday night and Saturday. So 4 o'clock numbers: sustained winds 120. The forward speed is picking up. We're now up to 21 miles an hour, but notice these digits right here: 21. North-northeast. We still have an east component to the forward motion, and you can see how the convection in the black and white is wrapping all the way around the center. Remember, the colors on the infrared satellite tell you the temperature of the cloud top, so how tall they are. You can see the eye right there. It's kind of small, but here is the super high resolution visible satellite with the track, and notice this is the predicted track, and there's the eye. There's been some discussion online about wobbles. The short of it is, wobbles are normal in big, strong hurricanes. Sometimes wobbles can lead to a trend. This one is still more or less on the path. The center is a little bit east of expected right now, but not tremendously so. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't make a big difference, but it does make a big difference in the landfall point, which determines how much surge there is. Here you can see the visible satellite. We've got these outer bands here over Florida. There will be more banding that comes into central Florida later this evening. You can see in the eye, I slowed down the super high-res imagery. You can see here's the peninsula, here's the Big Bend, and then the Panhandle. And you can notice how these billowing clouds right here emanating around the eye with all the big lightning right here. And it's this activity, if you follow this northeast, that's where it's heading. Probably about 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Here it is three-dimensionally. You can see all of those bands starting to really take shape around the eye. This is a 3D enhanced version of that satellite currently. All right, so when do the strongest winds come into central Florida? About now on the west coast of the state. The winds are already gusting to 50 to 70 in the Tampa area. But for Orlando, the gusts don't really reach their peak until about 8 o'clock. It's when they start getting there. So we're still about 4 or 5 hours away from the winds getting to where they will apex for the night, and then 10 p.m. once we get to the I-95 corridor. In terms of the peak gusts, we've seen some already, non-thunderstorm winds 50 to 60, but if you're in the orange, still think we'll see about a 4 to 8 hour window of 55 plus gusts, 45 plus Brevard, and then once you get Ocala, the Villages, 75 plus, and then western Alachua County up towards Perry, Florida, certainly over 100 miles an hour. So TJ, that's the latest. It looks like the wind peaks this evening, the storms peak this evening, and we remain under that storm alert day.
We're now less than 10 hours away from landfall, which is hard to believe. I feel like we're going to be with you through all of it. That's why we're here, trying to keep you all ahead of what is happening. Now, it is a storm alert day for all the things that Noah was just talking about, the strong wind and the heavy rain, the tropical downpours, and the gusts. We'll talk a little more about that coming up, but for now, I do want to talk a little bit about the tornado threat, because we do have that risk today. We have this slight risk or a likely chance of severe weather all across the peninsula, and that for us is the tornadic potential. So as we continue to track Helene, track the tropics, we can see these shades of reds and oranges, pinks. That's the energy in the atmosphere combined with what we call the wind shear, or that spinning or twisting of the wind as you head up into the sky. So as Helene lifts northward, that all gets taken away. But from now through early this evening, I think that's when our window is going to be the highest for the potential for our rotating thunderstorms as we head through time. So make sure you have that Fox 35 Storm Team app downloaded. We'll be with you right here if another warning does get issued. We've had a couple get issued today across Brevard and Volusia counties, and we do have that tornado watch for all of us and really all of Florida just about, which is just a staggering statistic to me. It seems so many counties under tornado alerts. This watch in effect until 8 p.m. tonight, and again includes all of central Florida. But the wind, that's the other big concern that we've been talking about as we continue to see Helene close up on the Big Bend and the Panhandle. Wind gusts here locally could easily get to 55, 60 miles per hour across central Florida, going to be much worse for our WOGX viewers, our friends across our northwestern communities like Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist, Alachua counties. So we'll be with you here through it all, but thankfully, Luann, the wind looks to improve drastically as we head into our day tomorrow.
That sounds good. Yeah, TJ, I was driving in about an hour ago, and it really seems like the winds are starting to pick up right now.
Yeah. I really think through the morning thus far to about lunchtime, we've felt that, and even more so now.
That's right. All right, TJ, we'll check in with you in just a little bit here, but no matter where you live here in Central Florida, you can get alerts from our Fox 35 Storm Team weather app. And you can also watch us live on the Fox Local Smart TV app and online at fox35orlando.com. We want to get out now to Esther Bauer. She is joining us live from Brevard County. Esther, good afternoon. What is the latest from there?
Hey, Luann, great to see you. So we're actually live here in Cocoa Beach right now at the Cocoa Beach Country Club, and we're here because the city has set up a sandbag station, but we're the only ones out here right now. And so what I really hope that means is that everyone has already been to this sandbag station and they were able to get all of their, prep work done. They don't need to be coming out in the conditions and dealing with the rain and somewhat pretty heavy winds that we're experiencing. However, if you do still need to come out, I'll kind of show you what they've set up. We have these cones that will guide you over here to the sandbag station, which there's still sand here, but it is towards the back of the country club. You will need to bring your own bags and your own shovels, but I'll tell you, the rain, that is what we're dealing with right now. Literally during this live shot, it has really picked up. We were at the port, we were at the beach, we just had a little bit of spitting rain, but it looks like we're in one of those rain bands right now. So again, I don't hope that you need to come out here and get any sand. However, if you still do, it is available. So we've been hearing from the sheriff, we heard from the emergency operations director in Brevard County, and we heard you and TJ talking about it. Tornadoes are really the biggest threat they are preparing for in Brevard County. Take a listen to what he's expecting to see, the conditions they are anticipating as things get worse.
We're going to continue to see those wind speeds pick up and the gusty winds go. So we're still talking about gusts in that 40 to 55, maybe even 60 plus along the barrier island. So still very much a thing we need to watch for. And definitely, just because it looks sunny out, now is not the time to take our eye off the ball. We really need to continue to hunker down and pay attention.
And it does really show how fast we can see conditions change. I was over beachside at the beach about 30 minutes ago, and it was sunny, right? You're looking up like, wow, it's a really beautiful day. But now we have the rain coming down. Clouds are a lot darker, and we're dealing with just conditions that we know are going to get worse. So the sheriff noted he really does have concerns about any kind of tornadoes popping up here in Brevard County, making sure you are subscribed to emergency alerts, making sure you have a safe space to go in your home. However, he did share during his emergency briefing, he does think that Brevard Public Schools are going to open up on Friday. However, do stay with us because we will update you if anything were to change. He also noted tomorrow morning, Brevard Sheriff, he will have a strike team heading out to the hardest hit areas that will see a lot of damage from this hurricane. So that's something we're going to be watching. But here in Brevard County, anything our first responders can do to help to be heading into areas that are going to be, pretty hard hit. We know that. That's something that we are following for you. The rain has already calmed down just a little bit. So we're going to start seeing, I think, those bands just picking up, slowing down. That really seems like what we're going to be tracking for you. And again, if you need sand, it's here in Cocoa Beach at the Cocoa Beach Country Club, but do get it sooner rather than later because things are only going to get worse. But we will send things back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Esther. Yeah, I think if anyone needs sand, it's going to be really difficult to shovel into those bags now because it's going to be wet sand. But before I let you go, Esther, we see that the squalls are moving through there in Brevard County, but we know this is really going to be a wind event. Have the winds picked up out there as well?
Absolutely. We were putting this piece together, listening to the sheriff's briefing. Our cars were moving around, so the winds are definitely picking up here in Brevard County. Some stronger gusts that will slide through, but definitely winds are something we are feeling, and we know that officials will be tracking. Something else I do want to point out is if we do see any tornadoes that come up, the sheriff was saying people are going to want to go out and start surveying damage, but make sure to, allow allow first responders, allow these emergency crews to get out there first, looking for down power lines, down trees. We do not want to be getting in the middle of that, right? So making sure first responders have enough time. If the wind does get bad and we see anything come down, we don't want anyone to be putting themselves in danger. But winds are picking up, and Luann, I'm sure they're going to get even stronger.
Yeah, they're expected to get stronger throughout the evening. So, Esther, we are encouraging everyone to stay at home if you can throughout the evening and just hunker down and come out in the morning. So, Esther, thank you for that report. We appreciate it. We are going to check back in with our meteorologist coming up in about 3 minutes here. But for those who are in the direct path of the storm surge, it's important to be aware of your surroundings. The executive director of Florida Emergency Management has a key reminder that silence does not mean you're in the clear.
You will hear tree snapping. Pine tree snapping sound an awful lot like fireworks or potentially gunshots. So please make sure if you hear that, act immediately. Get to the interior portion of your home, away from glass, most likely a bathroom, and stay there until you hear that sound stop. If, again, for the people in the Tallahassee area, if all of a sudden it goes from catastrophic trees popping to absolutely nothing, that does not mean the storm is over. What that actually means is you're in the eye of the hurricane. All right? Do not go out and survey damage.
We've been hearing from officials that you run from rain and you hide from wind. Well, new video coming in from St. Pete this afternoon. Take a look at this. Flooding taking hold in several waterfront neighborhoods over there. Well, this was taken near the Weeden Island Preserve. In their Facebook post, the police department urged drivers against driving through floodwater. And you are watching Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene. You can see things are getting worse near Fort Myers. Almost the water over the bridge there leading to Pine Island. We'll be right back with more on Helene.
Tonight's primetime lineup on Fox 35 is sponsored by Sadie Kia, Central Florida's favorite dealer.
This is Hell's Kitchen, head chefs only.
They're the best of the best, but heads will roll.
Come on!
Hell's Kitchen, head chefs only.
My father.
keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Helene. It is now a Category 3 storm, and this is a live look at Cedar Key up in the Big Bend area where you can see the Gulf is getting extremely choppy. Well, incredible video just into the newsroom right now. We actually have a tornado warning, we understand, so we want to get over to the Fox 35 storm team as they are tracking where this warning is. Noah, TJ, give us the latest.
Yeah.
So this is
Luann,
just
it looks like we are
and we're going
this.
to continue to watch this extremely closely. So this is going to be something that we're going to be likely seeing over the next, really the next few hours, at least possibly. And I know Noah's getting set up there as well. I'm going to try to bring this back up here on the touchscreen, but this tornado warning is going to be, I think, probably one of a few different ones like we've already seen this morning.
Jay, you know, we've saw a couple of these warnings this morning, and we're going to see a lot more, I think, as we head through the rest of the afternoon. In the evening. So it's currently 4:26. We've got a tornado warning that's now coming up for parts of Volusia County, and we're going to watch these cells. We've been talking about this really for the better part of the last 12 hours, that these cells here coming into the eastern side of the bands will produce tornadoes, and we're hearing our alerts and sirens go off in the building. And if you hear your phones going off, hello everybody. So here we go. 4:27. Thanks for sticking with us here. So we've got a tornado warning that is now in effect for parts of Volusia County. So let's bring that to you here. We'll zoom this in. So first things first, a reminder about tropical tornadoes. They form fast. They're very short-lived, and they often spin up between radar scans. So this is not a radar return that we're going to be able to track a tornado for an hour on the ground. This is not a tornado outbreak in Kansas. So it's possible we never even see debris show up. So first and foremost, there's a warning now till 4:45 for Volusia County. So if you're in the Sanford area or Lake Mary, like we just heard our alerts go off. So if you're in Sanford, Lake Mary, Heathrow, you're not under any tornado warning, and there's no risk for you there. So really most of Seminole County, this is already pretty much out of Seminole County. If you're anywhere in Deltona, Orange City, and DeLand, those are the areas up next for this tornado warning. So tornadoes are small, counties are big. That's why we issue these polygons like this, but the threat is only going to be at the bottom of this thunderstorm pushing off to the north. So let's walk you through everything you need to know here. So I'll clear off the little polygon query there. So let's zoom this in. Now this is heading into probably the east end of Deltona, and where we're talking about this rotation is going to be right at the bottom of the thunderstorm right there. So that is where the air is circulating, and it's moving very fast to the northwest. So if you're on the east side of Deltona, I need you right now to be in your innermost room, a closet, ideally somewhere away from windows, because this is not like we sometimes get in Florida in the spring or the summer where we have a tornado type of day, and you can look outside and see it from a long way. Tropical tornadoes are rain wrapped. You're not going to see it coming. So if you're in the east side of Deltona, I need you to go ahead and get to an innermost room right now for this. Let's talk about the velocity data now. Now looking here, if you just looked, it's not super intense, but that's how these tropical tornadoes are, is the rotation is not very intense on the radar return. So where we're talking about is right over, okay, so we just got a new scan in. So remember, we get new radar data about every 2 to 3 minutes. So you'll see this frame update every 2 to 3 minutes. So where the air is rotating right now is over Newmark Drive, Osceola Tram Road, and India Boulevard. You can see there in our double box the live pictures there. But where the rotation is currently Deltona Lakes to Old Train Road. So if you're listening to me right now and you're right along Holland Boulevard, Newmark Drive, Sky Street, anywhere near these areas, the rotation is above your head right now. So Sky Street, Sweetwater End, Academy Avenue, Windsor Heights Street. If any of those sound familiar to you, that is where the rotation is currently as of this moment. Let's put a track on this. This rotation's moving very fast to the northeast. And remember, when it comes to tornadoes, we're either going to do one of two things. We're going to see debris on the radar, or we're going to have a spotter report it. And right now, we don't have any spotter that's seen this, or we don't have any debris confirmed from the radar. So right now this is just a potential tornado, but the forward speed is northwest at 45 miles an hour. So let me put a track on that rotation so you can see that is where the area of concern is. So if you're outside of these areas, yes, you need to remain vigilant, but no, you don't need to be super concerned. If we can pull up links 3 behind me, or links 1 behind me at the green screen, I've got that pulled up. You can see that the times here. So to land right about maybe 4:42 to 4:45, Glenwood 4:52. Cypress Lake Estates closer to 4:46, DeLand Highlands 4:47, North DeLand about 4:48. And if we can change to links 1, you can see the tracks. There you go. So here's what I was just referencing. So this is the rotation right here, and it's moving northwest. So the east end of DeLand, Lake Helen. Within the next 5 minutes, there's the potential of this tornado. So let's go ahead and look at the debris tracker. The good news is, I know the banner says smoke, but it's the same product we use to look at tornado debris. There's no actual debris showing up. And TJ, I don't know if you want to chime in over there if you've got the Weather Service chat pulled up. Right now, this is a potential tornado, and just disregard the banner up here. This is our debris detector. So all of the purple and magenta on here indicates things of the same shape and size in the atmosphere, so precipitation. If we had a tornado that touched down and hit something, you would see a couple of pixels of blue. So right now, this is still a possible tornado, but it will cross Interstate 4 probably about 10 minutes. The east end of DeLand and the northeast part of Deltona, that is where we're concerned about the potential for a tornado in the next few minutes, TJ.
And yeah, and you know, that's the one thing, Noah, we haven't seen a lot of this area touched with precipitation, and that's what you were just talking about, that product. We're going to continue to see this lift into somewhat uncapped area, which is where we're going to have that instability as we progress through the next few hours or so. So right now, this is an in-house product that we're looking at. You can see that little area of green. I'm going to zoom in. So that's just to the east of Deltona, and that's showing a little bit of rotation. It's kind of broad. If you were watching Brooks and you were watching Jess earlier on this morning, the tornado warnings that were spawned up across Volusia and Brevard counties, they were somewhat disorganized and broad too, but it doesn't take much with the nature of Helene, the atmospheric setup that we have for one of these to spin up, as Noah was just talking about. So this is going to continue to lift to the north to northwest. Again, this is for Volusia County. If you're just joining us, a tornado warning for until 4:45 rather, for north central portions of Volusia County. I'm going to put back on our storm relative velocity, and remember, the green is going toward the radar site, the reds that you're seeing going away from the radar site. And to me, at least right now, this isn't a super organized couplet as what we call in the weather world, or where the greens and reds are touching. It is broad, but no, it's something we're going to continue to watch closely as this lifts into a somewhat untouched area from precipitation, really since around lunchtime.
Yeah, that's exactly right, TJ. And we've got this tornado watch that goes through the evening. Now, as of right now, it only goes till 8 o'clock, but the tornado threat tonight is going to extend to probably about 2 to 3 in the morning. So we had a few warnings this morning with Brooks and Jess. We had a break for several hours, and now we're getting into that kind of prime window, I think, from now through about 2 a.m., where any of these cells over Central Florida are going to have a pretty good potential to spin and produce tornadoes. So if you're just joining us, let's do a quick little reset here. It's 4:35, coming up on 4:35. Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Berggren, TJ Springer here. We're watching these outer bands of major Hurricane Helene. Let me give you the big picture reset so you understand what we're dealing with here. Obviously, there's the hurricane. The hurricane is moving due northeast right now, heading for somewhere east of Tallahassee in the Big Bend. Through the next several hours, we've got this big, what we call feeder band here from just off Fort Lauderdale to Hutchinson Island over Brevard County, then up to Volusia. From now through about 6:30, several of these cells I think will produce tornado warnings in Volusia, Brevard, Eastern Orange, Seminole, and then up to Flagler County. So if you're watching us in the eastern half of Central Florida, I think this is not the only tornado warning we're going to have. We'll probably have several from now through about 6 to 6:30 in this band that's coming up from the southeast. Notice how in the middle here, there's a gap in the radar. This is what we'll have from about 7:30 to 9. And then these supercells in the Tampa area, those will come in about 10, 11, 12. And that will be when we have the peak of our winds and the highest tornado threat we're going to have for the entire night. So just to give you the big 30,000 foot view here, this is just the beginnings of a busy night. So here's the local view. Anywhere around the city, the theme parks, the villages, Ocala, Gainesville, it's not even raining, and it's not going to for a little while. So let's take you back into this tornado warning, and I want to give you another track and show you the updated view of the wind. So if you're just joining us, this tornado warning was now issued about 8 minutes ago. It goes till 4:45 for Volusia County. I think we'll see this extended. We have not had any confirmation of a tornado touchdown yet, which that is good news. But these tropical tornadoes, they spin up fast, they touch down fast, and they can often do damage before we see them on the radar. So I'm going to put a track on this. The actual rotation is northwest at 45, and I'm going to zoom into the cone and show you who needs to be concerned about this. So right, we see that red and green touching by the end there. That's the potential tornado, and this is where it's moving northwest. So I'm going to zoom this in, and if you're within the cone here, that is where the potential tornado is. So see this little cone here? If you're within this, that's where you need to be, innermost room, closet, until we tell you it's safe to do so. So notice over here, north to land, you're outside of the cone I drew. So yes, north to land, you're in a tornado warning, but the actual rotation is right here. It's going to pass over Interstate 4 any moment. I don't know if we have a traffic camera right there, but I'm going to reckon to guess that there probably will be a funnel cloud, at least off the radar I see off camera. It's pretty good inbound wind to this. So we'll move this north, and I'll show you where this is heading. So Daytona Park Estates, Big John Road, DeLand Highlands, you see we're talking about probably 8 to 10 minutes. So within this cone, that's where the potential tornado is. Over I-4 within the next 5 minutes. Daytona Park Estates, Big John Road, probably 8 to 10 minutes. Then further northwest from there, Clark Bay Road, Gray Fox Lane, Sandy Lane, Marsh Road. And you can see the camera there on the left. This is I-4 eastbound. And I'm just talking to our producer, Johnny, who's in my ear, so if you know who I'm talking to. Can you tell which way that's pointing? Oh, east, northeast. Then this, there you go. So you can see some of the downpour there. This is also on I-4 eastbound. And I'll zoom out so we can, that's in DeLand. So we'll see where that camera is. So where that camera is, let me clear this off. Where that camera is probably right there. So the rotation is down here. So if there's any tornado, we might actually see the wind really whip up here in the next couple of minutes. But so right now, this is a possible tornado. If you're in any of those roads I just read off to you, stay away from windows, because I cannot stress this enough times. You will not see a tornado coming out your window in a hurricane remnant. They go down, they go up, sometimes within 60 seconds. And if they go down on you and you're standing at the window waiting for it and a piece of debris comes in, you're going to get yourself injured. So that's why I say don't be sitting at the window trying to see it coming. In tropical events like this, they're up and they're down and they're up and they're down very, very quickly. Some other storms, TJ, I want to make mention of here. We're tracking these other little cells. We put the radar in the right mode of the velocity. See over MIMS, TJ, I don't know what you think of this, but this actually, there's pretty good rotation now right over the MIMS area. It wouldn't shock me if we get a new tornado warning here for MIMS going up over I-95 and even over Titusville, TJ, another area of spin. So multiple of these cells now are exhibiting a pretty good rotation.
Really, you took the thought right out of my head. No, I actually circled those areas just about a couple minutes ago. So I do think, as you hit on, we're going to have to watch out for at least the potential for some more tornado warnings. And when we were talking about the tornado ingredients, this timeline, this time frame was the one that we were going to be really watching. So I'm going to clear what we have out there right now. And you can kind of see those little areas that Noah was talking about. Closer to MIMS, just to the north of Titusville, those areas of red and green touching. I'm going to put on our rotation product. And now this is giving me a little more pause, because remember earlier we had just that little shaded green area. But just to the north of Titusville, on top of MIMS, as Noah was just talking about, we're seeing some of the brown popping up. So I would not be shocked if there is another tornado warning that gets issued for portions of Brevard County. This is just to the southwest of the Canaveral National Seashore. On top of Mims, we're seeing that brown there. So that's some strong rotation. If I throw back on our storm relative velocity, or the wind going toward and away from the radar site, we are certainly seeing two distinct areas of red and green, and that's the indicator of the wind going toward and away from the radar site. We can kind of play that in motion, seeing some lightning, a sign that they may be trying to intensify just a little bit. And reflectivity wise, really nothing to the southwest, at least for some miles, so this is still somewhat ripe atmosphere for us. And this is actually a camera here in Mims, and I'm trying to see where that might be looking off to. That's I-95 southbound. Thank you, Johnny. I-95 southbound. So we're looking down I-95 toward that area, toward that cluster of storms. So we're going to continue to watch this area extremely closely, Noah. But right now, that's the only tornado warning that we have, the one for Volusia County, until 4:45. But we'll be watching these cells extremely closely over the next 15 to 25 minutes or so.
Check out the camera on the top right there in our double box. You see how that looked there in the top right? You see the very low clouds there.
It was lower. It looked like there was a lowering for sure. So that could be a wall cloud, as you mentioned. Yeah.
So one thing to remind you of, when we talk about tornadoes in a hurricane, the atmosphere is very humid. If you've been outside today, you know that. So the cloud bases from the thunderstorms are very low to the ground. In perfect timing to pull up the Titusville camera, the bases of the clouds are only maybe at times hundreds to maybe a few thousand feet off the ground. So even weak rotation doesn't have to go far down to the ground to actually produce a tornado. Now, sometimes hurricane remnants produce a lot of tornadoes. We saw this with Beryl in Houston, where there was dozens of warnings and a ton of actual tornadoes, and that occurred up through Arkansas and up to New York State. So each hurricane, and being on the right side, they're all different. Not all of them produce a lot of tornadoes. So it'll be interesting to see the next hour or two if a lot of these end up prompting tornado warnings or they don't. That might be a little bit of a clue or a precursor to how the rest of the evening goes. But I just wanted to forward along, TJ, that we had a gust to 52 miles an hour on the Space Coast a few minutes ago. Patrick Air Force Base, we had a gust to 49 as this squall came through. We had another gust here of 58 miles an hour. So right within these bands, let me zoom in. Whenever we have these little rain bands, they'll help to pull down from the atmosphere the stronger winds aloft. So even though outside of it, it's windy, it's right when you get into these little downpours, that's when the winds can gust 50 or 60 miles an hour. We zoomed in the Titusville camera there. But let me go back to the tornado warning here that we've had. So this technically goes for another 2 minutes, and we'll see if they reissue this. Let me put on our shear rate, and you can see that's kind of diminished a little bit, which is good news. So certainly compared to where this was, let me bring you back and forth on the radar here. So notice a few minutes ago, definitely the rotation was a little bit more right here. And when you're seeing these colors, you're seeing the direction of the raindrops. That's how the radar determines the wind, because if the raindrops are going this way and they're going that way, that's how you see which way the wind's going and in effect any rotation. So notice right here, this was 435. That was a lot stronger than what it is right now. In fact, you see it's kind of faded away. So at least as of this moment, I think we may not see a new warning come out for this particular cell, which is good news. Now let's move a little bit further south and go down to these other cells here. You can see there are some areas of spin in here. In fact, my eye tells me there's three. There's one right here, one right here, one right here. So all three of these, we're going to keep watch for those of you in Titusville, in Mims, going up towards Oak Hill. There's 1, 2, 3 areas of spin, and I'd reckon to guess that if not now, within the next 30 minutes, that one of or all of these at some point will probably end up prompting a tornado warning. And there's our Titusville camera again, which let me clear that off and put the radar back on. So our Titusville camera is going to be caught square right in that downpour right now, and you can see how much the winds are blowing currently. In fact, speaking of the winds, I'll pull up our wind gusts right now. So here's the gust within the last 10 minutes, and remember what a gust is. It's not gusting every 10 seconds. There's a meteorological definition for gust. The wind reaches an apex for a few minutes, and then that gets recorded. So this is not the constant, every 10 seconds is blowing at this speed. But notice right here, Cocoa Beach, 53 miles an hour as these squalls came through within the last few minutes, 51 in Winter Haven, 42 in the Villages. But TJ, it looks like that tornado warning has been allowed to expire.
Yeah, and I'm not seeing anything else otherwise right now, Noah. It looks like that's exactly the case. But like you said, those other areas that we've been watching down to the south and east, those little areas, I'm going to put back on our reflectivity data, and I'm going to stop the loop here. So you can see these little, almost like appendages, those little areas of inflow into any one of these cells from Titusville along I-95 right up toward Edgewater, then the cell that just prompted the tornado warning across the northern Volusia County. So right now, we do not have anything tornado warned, but we're going to continue to watch all of these areas because since that heavier rain band moved through one of those outer bands earlier on this morning into the early afternoon, this has been untouched here. We've had the sun come out, we've destabilized the atmosphere. So between all of those factors and just the nature of the atmosphere with Helene itself, we have this ripe environment for tornadoes. But using our rotation product, not really seeing any areas that are standing out to myself, and I know Noah agrees, but this is something we're going to continue to watch extremely closely over the next 15 minutes to a half hour, because I do think a spin up at any time is a possibility.
Yeah, TJ, let me walk you through the hour-by-hour forecast quick, because we didn't show that, and I want, before we go back to our coverage, I want everybody to see how this is going to play out for the evening. So let me skip ahead real quick and show you. There's the wind gusts again the last couple of minutes. There's the hurricane 61-mile-an-hour gust the last couple of minutes down in Fort Myers. So before we get to the hour-by-hour forecast, this has a very large wind field. This is later tonight, nearly 400 miles east of the center. For perspective, this was Hurricane Ian at its widest point in 2022, only 160. So we're more than 200 miles wider, the wind field with Helene, than Ian was. Temperatures are in the 80s right now, but it's tropically humid. The dew points are way up there. But here's the hour-by-hour forecast. So we'll pick this up right now. This is 15 minutes from now, and here you see the computer modeling is doing a good job of these supercells on the I-95 corridor. We'll watch for more tornado warnings. Now notice there's that break I told you about right here at about 7 o'clock. Then notice to the west, these are the far outer bands of Helene. And as these downpours move through, that's where we'll find the stronger gusts and the heightened threat for tornadoes as we head through the evening. Now, the question will be how far east, as Brooks was talking about earlier, how far east do these squalls make it into central Florida? Here's 8 o'clock, might be catching a break of nothing on the Space Coast in I-95, but once these downpours form, they'll help pull down the stronger winds aloft. Because if you just look out your window, when there's not a tornado warning, obviously, I'm sure you might be already aware, you can see the clouds zipping really fast. The wind at 5,000 feet is 90 miles an hour already above Orlando, the wind at 5,000 feet above your head. And a rain shower forms through that. It helps to pull down part of that wind to the ground. So when you see these downpours this evening, that is where within the downpours, the wind will be 55, 65, 70 miles an hour, and outside of the downpours, 45, 30. So wherever you see those downpours, that's where the higher winds will be. But there's 9:30, here's 11:30. So notice this is going to be a long night of radar watching. The timing has certainly shifted way later than what it looked like earlier. And you can see exactly what I mean. There's our Port Canaveral camera. You can see the wind blowing there. And exactly well-timed with that camera is that what I was just explaining to you is when you have these downpours, they help to pull down and drag down that fast wind aloft. And that is when I think we'll see the strongest winds that we're going to see for tonight. So there's 11:30 quick. Here's midnight. Notice there'll be a lot of storms. So Luann, it looks like the peak of the winds is later this evening, and we're going to have to watch for tornadoes between now and maybe even as late as 3 o'clock in the morning with these cells that are going to pivot on the east side of Helene.
All night long, helping keep our viewers safe so they can keep it right here on Fox 35 for our continuing coverage of Tracking Helene. We'll be right back.
Most
keeping a close eye on Hurricane Helene. It is now a Category 3 storm. This is a live look up at Cedar Key, up in the Big Bend area of the Panhandle. And as the hours go by, the Gulf gets more and more wavy. We're expecting a lot of storm surge in that area later on tonight. Well, some of you at home have been sending us questions about Helene, so we wanted to bring in Noah Bergeron to answer them for you. Let's start with a question from Rachel. She asks, what does the eastern wobble mean for Pinellas County?
Probably not a lot at this point because the storm is so big.
Yeah.
You know, 30 miles of it offshore. The wind's still going to be big in Pinellas County, but it only really means a lot for the landfall spot because there's going to be 20-foot, 15 to 20-foot surge in that right east eye wall.
Yeah.
Which 20 miles east of
you want to be on the clean side.
Correct.
If it wobbles and you get it on the left side, you're good.
So 20 miles in the end means 20 foot of storm surge or 2.
Right.
Yeah.
Where is Helene now compared to Tampa?
Yeah, I think TJ's got a graphic on this. Meteorologist TJ Springer is going to join us here. TJ, I think you've got this visually. You can show us where Helene is in relation to Tampa. It's about 150 miles offshore, I think, right about now.
Yeah, she's hit on. Really, I think that wobble is not going to mean too much now just because of how big Helene is. But yeah, at our 5 o'clock advisory, which we have now gotten in, the wind still at major Category 3 strength, 125 miles per hour now, picking up steam, moving to the north-northeast at 23 miles per hour. But I know you were mentioning this earlier on, we have that upper low that is going to really start to lift it more due north. And I think that's going to be the trend. We'll be watching closely and kind of nowcasting, so to speak. But as it starts to make that beeline up toward the Big Bend and Tallahassee, the Panhandle, I think we'll start to see more of a northerly movement as we continue to get the latest advisories in over the next 6 to 12 hours or so.
All right, TJ, I want to get everyone up to speed because if you're just tuning in, we keep talking about a wobble, and the next question is about the wobble too. This thing wobbled a little bit to the east earlier this afternoon, didn't? So it has the path where the Hurricane Center predicts it to go. This thing kind of took a little jog to the east, correct?
So we have a graphic on that. Eventually, we'll show it to you later. We'll pull it up in the 5 o'clock show, but it's went right, then it went left, then it went right.
Which is typical.
Which is typical. Now, sometimes a wobble leads to a trend. We've seen this with big hurricanes before where they go off the path, Lou, like this. You know, sometimes they go like this, and so the average of this is still straight. But sometimes the wobble right, instead of going back left, it just stays on that heading. So that's why you have to still watch them and not discount them.
That reminds me of Irma, I think it was. Irma was supposed to go in Naples. It jogged east and it came up the gut of the state, which was not what was expected. So these, like you said, it could make a difference, but it could wobble back west. So Rob wants to know, is this a big wobble?
It was. You know, there were some meteorologists that were saying it was one of the bigger wobbles we've seen. I mean, it was at one point like 50 or 60 miles off track.
Wow.
But it came back west. So really, it's done a lot of. It's been doing a lot of S-turning.
Is that because of that high, or what's making? Do we know what makes it wobble?
That system over the Midwest is in the process of grabbing it to slingshot it northwest. And as it's doing that, it's probably right on the outer fringes of that steering flow to the north.
Fighting it.
They are fighting. Actually, they're opposing each other in a way. Yeah.
Okay, one more for you, Noah. This one's from Jennifer. It says, all models are still hitting Cedar Key. Why hasn't the cone actually moved? Because the cone is more west of Cedar Key, more over Tallahassee.
Yeah, it's interesting that the landfall spot is going to be interesting because if you extrapolated the heading now, the eye would miss Tallahassee by a big margin. Because right now it's moving just north of northeast. So, if you imagine a compass and this is northeast, it's moving just north of northeast. So it would have to move more due north in the next few hours for the eye to go to Tallahassee. So at this point, it becomes less a game of the models. And, we're within 8 hours of this making landfall now. So, I mean, we could have the best models in the world and they mean nothing when you're T-minus 8 hours because hurricane's going to do what it wants at this point. So
and it's Mother Nature, so you can only predict so much. And like you said, it's going to do what it wants to do. But we're going to be with you guys all night long. We'll tell you exactly what it's doing hour by hour. If it wobbles east or wobbles west, we'll keep you informed on that. But we will be right back with Fox 35 News at 5.
Fox 35 News starts now with a new hurricane track.
And we start with that breaking news here at 5 o'clock. We're getting a brand new update from the National Hurricane Center on Hurricane Helene. The 5 o'clock advisory just came in, and we are live with all the latest information.
And right now we are also monitoring a live feed from up in Tallahassee, where Governor Ron DeSantis and state leaders will give us an update on the hurricane. That update is supposed to start any moment now, and we will take it live just as soon as it happens. Thank you for joining us for our continuing live coverage of Hurricane Helene. I'm Luann Sorrell.
And I'm John Brown. So we're going to start right off the bat here with the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren and TJ Springer. They have the latest updates on Helene. So, guys, we're getting closer to the point where these conditions here are going to start getting worse.
Yeah, that's exactly right, John. And thanks for joining us here at 5. TJ and I have been watching the radars here. And TJ, we had one warning.
We did.
Already, and probably many more.
A couple other spots that we were monitoring. Thankfully, haven't triggered any warnings just yet, but I think we still have a long evening and night ahead of us.
All right, so let's get to the track. This is brand new, just came out as of the last few minutes. So still a Category 3, but from here, we're expecting this to become potentially a Category 4 at landfall. Probably expecting a landfall now east of the city. You can see the cone actually just moved a little bit further east. Now the city of Tallahassee is left of where the eye may pass, at least as of the current forecast. And this is wild, y'all. Look at this. Cat 2 over Georgia. This may be a hurricane passing over Atlanta later tonight still. That's pretty bizarre to see that. And then from there, the remnants go up into the mid-south. All right, so radar update right now. Here's 5 o'clock. We've got a little window of dry conditions around the metro. We've got an arcing line here of thunderstorms and downpours on the eastern part of the state. We're watching these by the Space Coast. In fact, there's one in particular right here that has my eye for rotation. In fact, I'm actually surprised there's no warning with this one right now. You can see how it kind of looks like a little 6 there on the reflectivity. So there's a little tail right there that's certainly rotating. We'll watch that over the Space Center towards the National Seashore right now. There's also some rotation over Oak Hill. None of these have warnings on them now, but we're watching them closely. There is a little bit of rotation here west of New Smyrna Beach, but again, not enough, at least as of this moment, for a tornado warning. So there's your hurricane. It is rapidly intensifying. This is from the Tampa radar. Now, this is the weather we're going to get later this evening. Right over Sarasota and Lakewood Ranch, Florida, there's actually a pretty strong supercell with very strong rotation right now. And this tornado warning here, this is what's going to translate 3, 4, 5, 6 hours from now into areas western Orange, Sumter, Lake County. So this line here that's developing, you see this tornado warning here for Manatee County, that's going to be what drifts up towards us later this evening. So we've got the tornado watch for most of the peninsula, southeast Georgia and South Carolina through 8 o'clock. And TJ, it certainly looks like the strongest winds and the highest tornado threat are still going to be later this evening.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to continue to watch over the next couple hours. We still have that instability in the air. We still have that good amount of what we call organizational wind or wind shear in the atmosphere. You can see those shades of orange and red and pinks. That's the greater potential for tornadoes. But watch what happens as quickly as Helene makes landfall, all of that energy, so to speak, gets lifted away, and then we'll see some improving conditions as we head into our day tomorrow. So the window is short, but we're going to be on alert to watch any sort of rotation in any thunderstorm that develops over the next few hours. Really now through 6. I know 6 is not that far away. We're going to continue to watch out for a few tornadoes, the windy, the rainy conditions, and then from 6 to 10, we'll be watching when Helene officially makes landfall, and that's when we'll have the worst of the conditions, really area-wide. So make sure you're staying with us for the latest. In terms of peak wind gusts so far today, we've had Cocoa Beach kind of ringing in at the top spot so far, nearly 65 miles per hour, but nearly, really all of us in that tropical storm force realm, from Kissimmee through Cape Canaveral and Vero Beach, all between 39 and 58 miles per hour, respectively. And with the high wind, we are going to continue to watch out for sporadic power outages, but they become more likely and more numerous in nature the closer you get to the Big Bend and the Panhandle of Florida, which is where we're likely going to see Helene make landfall in the next 3 to 6 hours or so. So stay informed, have a plan. If you do need to run some errands, do it at least across Central Florida sooner rather than later. But I know everyone's really hunkering down for our northwestern communities, Noah.
Yeah, and TJ, we could see the current infrared satellite. You see the eye actually pretty clear right now.
Seeing the convection now really wrapping around the whole center of the system, really
for the first time in its lifespan. And you can see real quick, we'll give you the latest numbers here before we go to some more coverage with news. 125 sustained winds. Northeast at 23. So notice there still is that northeast component to the hurricane. It has not turned due north yet. There it is without anything on it. You can see a very clear eye has formed right now. And here's the high-res imagery. Notice that's the forecast line. If anything, it's just east of that. But it's these outer bands here. And then here we're going to watch for. So the wind picks up through the evening for Central Florida. I know a lot of you haven't seen a lot of rain yet. That will change in the next couple of hours, and I think we'll see many more tornado warnings as well. So we'll talk much more about the hour-by-hour forecast, the Fox model, and when things improve for the weekend coming up a little bit later. John and Lou.
All right, thank you. Over on the Gulf Coast, people in Crystal River in Citrus County are really starting to feel some strong effects from Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, the potential there for record-setting storm surges is a big concern right now. Fox 35's David Martin is live in Crystal River. So, David, what are you seeing out there this evening?
Well, you know, John and Luann, I've been covering hurricanes for a long time now, and I always find that when you talk to the locals, the ones who were born and bred in the area you're covering, they know best. They've got the experience that we can count on as well. And I've got an example of that here in this bright orange golf cart that tooled up on us about 15 minutes ago. We have Stefan, we've got Kim, and we have James. Good day to all of you.
Yes, good day.
We're going to start with you, Stefan. You've been around this area for a long time. You went through Debbie this past summer. You went through Adalia in 2023. But they're calling this one pretty big, yet you're still here. You haven't evacuated. So what are your concerns, or not, perhaps, about Helene?
Only concerns right now is trees coming down that could possibly cause roof damage to our homes, power outages that could happen. Other than that, we should be just fine, you know. We've been through this time and time again, and we will get through this. So.
And you just got rezoned where you live on the east side of US 19. Was that in the past 12 months?
Yes, sir. Past 12 months, the rezoning did happen, so we are in Zone A. That does require us to leave, but we're going to hunker down and we're going to get through this thing. So
you got a good mayor. We talked to him today, and he's proud of the folks who got out of town, who may not be able to fend for themselves in high waters. But I think you're right. You're far enough over there on the east side that this is going to creep up right here. This is the Crystal River we're sitting on right here. So it's going to, well, in the next 6 hours. It's still later than we thought originally. We're in low tide right now, so we're going to have a mix of a high tide and a surge. It's going to get gnarly for a while there. Kim, you've also been around here for your entire life?
Yes, sir. Hey.
Yeah, so you remember Adalia last year. We stood right here as close as we could. It was underwater completely.
It was, yeah. I totally flooded out of my house with Adalia, so I'm really taking precautions with this one. Came to stay with friends, but we're just out tooling around and seeing what's going on, so.
Generally speaking, most places are closed. We drove up and saw Wawa still open at US 19, which is good. Gas and food still available at some places. Generally speaking, though, people are getting ready to hunker down for the next 12 hours.
Right, hunkering down.
You know that.
That's an old one, but we still go by it.
We do. Yeah. That describes it.
Yeah.
Let's ask James over here. James, I've noticed just in the past 15 minutes, we're seeing some winds pick up for the first time today.
Yeah, it's getting pretty windy.
It feels kind of good, if I may be so bold. It's been hot and stagnant around here.
Yeah.
So how have you planned and prepared at your household?
We just cleaned our stuff up and went to a buddy's house that has a concrete home. And
oh, is that where you're going to spend the night?
Yes, sir.
Smart. So you maybe hang out, have some food, some drinks.
Yeah, we're making lots of good snacks.
What are you making tonight?
I am actually making turkey stuffing balls. So it's turkey with mashed potatoes in the middle, stuffing on the outside, homemade gravy. It is on point.
Nice. It might, from an aerial view, look like a Helene satellite image.
Right. Yeah.
Very cool. We should come over to your house when we're done broadcasting.
You totally should.
Very good. So, Stefan, I know that you are probably treading on thin water here with this being on the west side of US 19, but we're grateful and thankful you showed up and talked to us. We don't seem to have too many concerns among this group here. So you're going to stay up all night, or are you going to try to get some sleep?
I'll be up all night watching the storm come on in. So, just be prepared to keep our eyes open. So if things were to get bad, at least we'll be on top of it. So
you help your neighbors if needed.
That's correct.
This community is so wonderful that way. It's tight knit.
Wonderful community here.
Joe Meek, he's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's very good. He really has kept everybody on top of what's going on, and I super appreciate that.
Yeah,
He's
that's
a great
Mayor Joe Miku right now at this hour is in his own briefing with his crew. So we've asked him to come on to our show this evening, and he will. If not, he'll call us certainly with an update. But we're going to let you guys go and get yourselves out into safety. Thanks again to Kim, James, and Stefan here from Crystal River. Lifelong folks, good folks here, hardy folks, salt life folks indeed. Luann and John will keep broadcasting out here through Crystal River as perhaps the river itself starts to surge. We'll be here to witness it. In the meantime, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
David makes friends wherever he goes.
He does.
He's
David
our guy
has
dinner
like
plans.
10,000 friends. I'm
does.
surprised at how calm it looks out there still,
Right,
though.
that's the one I was expecting to really be rocking. Well, what's interesting, I just looked outside. The sun is shining here where we are right now, and that's probably where it's like where it is where you are. It's calm, but we're already seeing some damage from the hurricane here in Central Florida.
Yeah, a power line was knocked over by high winds in Seminole County. A neighborhood is now without power. Let's get out to Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte for the latest from the scene.
We're inside a backyard in Chulioda, and you could see a down power line. I was just talking with someone from Florida Power and Light. You can kind of see how tall these trees are. So they are coming in. They are going to be trimming the trees back here. That is what they think caused this power line to go down. Just tall trees and these winds that we are starting to see right now. We were speaking with a neighbor who said his son saw smoke coming out near his electrical box. So they called the fire department, and that is why crews came out here right away.
I'm really thankful they could get out here as quick as they did. As being under the circumstances, which they're all on call, I understand. But he said they were not too far from here anyway doing another job. So when they got done with that, they were sent over here. So, I mean, it's just a thing with the storms. I mean, the storm hadn't hit yet. It's just from, I assume, some of the winds blowing the tree, maybe.
About 6 or 7 homes are out of power, and they want to make sure everyone's power is back, and they trim these trees before things really ramp up tonight. Reporting in Chulioda, Stephanie Buffamonte, Fox 35 News.
All right, thanks, Stephanie. Well, some school districts are already sharing their plans for Friday, and of course, this all depends on what happens this evening and where you live. This is what we know so far, though. At this point, the only districts that are closed tomorrow on Friday again are Marion, Osceola, and Polk. And you can find a full list of the districts and their plans, and also the plans for the universities across the state on our website, fox35orlando.com.
An update from Florida State University right now. Students staying in the residence halls there were moved to the conference center before weather conditions deteriorated. The school says the conference center facility includes hurricane shutters and debris curtains on the windows. There are also generators to keep the lights and AC running for the students. And right now, troopers have shut down the Sunshine Skyway Bridge over in Tampa. The bridge closed at 1:30 this afternoon due to the high winds. FHP says wind gusts reached 60 miles per hour, and drivers are expected to find another route if they have to be on the roads.
Also, some amazing video just into our newsroom. Cameras outside of a home in Cape Coral capture a possible tornado sweeping through that area. See how quickly this one escalates. That's scary. This happened in the early hours this morning. The fences there blown off the side there. That area under a tornado watch throughout the evening this evening.
Well, we had several tornado warnings this morning and another one again this afternoon, but I don't think we have any confirmation of a tornado touching down over here, TJ and Noah, do we?
Not yet, no. Good news, we have not had any confirmation, but we are a long way from sounding the all clear from that tornado risk for sure, as you're going to about show us.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing like that, thankfully. But of course, if it does get that bad, we'll be here to walk you through it. Of course, as Noah was talking about, a brand new advisory at 5 o'clock. This is a storm tracker radar. You can see Helene is bearing down on the peninsula, knocking on our doorstep, and not all that far away from landfall when you think about it. I think just past dinner time, you know, that 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour, we're going to be watching extremely closely. Now the eye only 151 miles away from the coast, so that's really close. It's not all that far away at all. And of course, here locally, we've seen the outer bands continuing to circulate on. This is our Fox 35 radar, storm tracker radar across Orange County. You can see some of those downpours now continuing to lift up out of Volusia County into Flagler County. County. Those were the warn cells that we had earlier on this evening, just about an hour ago or so. Thankfully, no warnings now. We'll have to watch these bands close to the coast, close to the Space Coast, as they continue to circulate from the southeast to the northwest around Helene. Now, in terms of the cone, again, 5 p.m. we got our new advisory, a major hurricane, Category 3, the wind at 125 miles per hour, moving off to the north-northeast at just under 25. So this thing is cruising, and as it continues to lift northbound, it's going to get picked up by that area of low pressure aloft and really going to lift it quickly inland. Look at this. Still a Category 2, 2 a.m. Friday across Georgia, and then weakening to still a category, I should say a tropical storm rather, going from a Category 2 there now to a tropical storm as it lifts across some of Kentucky and Tennessee. Still unbelievable to see a tropical storm that far northbound.
Yeah, this will be a big impact for even more just than Florida.
Yeah,
TJ,
so many people.
As you just said, and something we're seeing now on the satellite is that the eye wall is contracting, and that's a tall tale sign of a storm that is going to strengthen up until the point of landfall. We saw this with Michael. In fact, this storm has had a lot of similarities to Michael today. How this morning looked kind of ragged on the satellite, looked kind of disorganized, but Michael strengthened all the way to the point of landfall, and you can see the eye right there. It's really starting to clear out, but you can see how the black colors, there's more of them on the left side than there is the right. It's still a little bit unbalanced for being a major hurricane, but this thing will strengthen all the way to the point it makes landfall, and this will be a devastating impact to the Big Bend area. I can't stress that enough. The landfall point, somewhere between Cedar Key and Appalachia Bay. I would say landfall tonight between about 9:30 and midnight. Here's the high-res visible satellite. You can see these little ripples. Those are called gravity waves of just immense energy being thrown up into the atmosphere. Think of it like dropping a rock in a pond and the ripples go out. You're seeing that with all the clouds here. There's Tampa Bay. There's the Big Bend area. Here's the visible satellite loop as the sun is setting. There's the band we had off the east coast of Florida. There's a break, some dry air up in the atmosphere, and then this band here is going to be what comes across central Florida later this evening. But the question will be, how far east does it come? Here's a three-dimensional enhanced version, and you can see these bands that feed and rotate in, and how there's very tall thunderstorms right around the eye. So here's what you need to know for central Florida to play out the evening. The arrival of the strongest winds has really already occurred, and I'll update this graphic in a second. It's already occurred. Just keeping an eye on some tornado warnings to our south. 8 o'clock around the metro, then 10 o'clock the Space Coast. Here's the gusts as of the last 10 minutes. Notice they're starting to pick up, and these are the winds that are going to push across the state the next several hours. I know some of you might be thinking or saying there hasn't been a lot of rain. Well, first of all, this was never going to be a big rain event for us. It's the wind and the tornado threat. But see how these gusts are 50 Bushnell, Winter Haven, and there's 60 and 70. That wind is going to progress like this across the peninsula. So the strongest wind is coming in from the southwest. We've had some gusts on the east coast beaches of 35 and 40 miles an hour. You can see 61 gusts down in Fort Myers. And these strong winds here are going to push right across the Orlando area, probably between about 7 p.m. and midnight, 1 in the morning. We've showed this a lot, and I'm going to show it again because it's pretty eye-opening. The wind field with Helene, nearly 400 miles from the center. For perspective, Ian, right before it made landfall, this is the path of Ian, was only 160. And Charlie in 04 was even less. So this is more than triple, actually, the tropical storm wind field of what Charlie was, and almost 250 miles more than what Ian was back in 2022. So here's our latest model, and notice it picks up really good, actually. The models are doing great right now for us in Florida. There's that dry slot. So there's going to be a few hours now, 6, 7, 8, Orlando area. It doesn't do anything with rain. Once that line off the Volusia County area pushes into the ocean, it'll be done for a few hours. Then we're going to watch areas south and west. By 8:30, we should have the far outer bands. This is what's producing tornado warnings now near Sarasota and Lakewood Ranch and Pinellas County near Ruskin. These start to push towards the I-75 corridor. They'll make it to the villages, Sumter, Lake counties by about 9:30 to 10. So really there's a few hours where it's quiet now once that line that's on the east coast pushes offshore. Then we're going to watch these storms that come in from the west. Notice how by midnight, this is a model that updates every hour. So it takes the current radar, the current satellite, and the whole model runs and computes every hour. So this is a very accurate computer model, and notice at midnight, that's when these squalls in the tornado risk really starts to come into places like Orange County, Seminole County, Volusia County. So the timing has really shifted later with this. And you notice a big line here. There could be some, if that occurs, 60 to 70 gusts with that. And still at 2:30 in the morning, we're tracking this. Still even at 4 in the morning, maybe a tornado risk according to this model. And finally, by 7, 8 in the morning tomorrow, the rain is done. Tomorrow improves greatly. It'll still be windy tomorrow, TJ, but certainly I don't know what you think, but it looks like you'd agree that the tornado risk will be peaking here later this evening.
Yeah, I feel like everything's gotten pushed back, as you said. I feel like earlier we were thinking maybe it was going to make landfall a few days ago, closer to the evening drive and dinner time, and now it seems like that's gotten pushed back, and as that happens, that threat for tornadoes as well. So
yeah, and we'll be talking about this much more. We'll walk you through more details coming up in a few minutes. John and Lou.
All right, thanks, guys. Got another live look from Tallahassee right there. You can see the podium. We're waiting for the governor to give us the latest update on the state's response to Hurricane Helene. And you can see on the right-hand side, the weather continues to get bad along the coast. Our live coverage of Hurricane Helene continues right here on Fox 35. All right, for people who are in the direct path of the storm surge, it's important to be aware of your surroundings.
Yeah, the executive director of Florida Emergency Management has a key reminder that silence does not mean you're in the clear.
You will hear tree snapping. Pine tree snapping sound an awful lot like fireworks or potentially gunshots. So please make sure if you hear that, act immediately. Get to the interior portion of your home, away from glass, most likely a bathroom, and stay there until you hear that sound stop. If, again, for the people in the Tallahassee area, if all of a sudden it goes from catastrophic trees popping to absolutely nothing, that does not mean the storm is over. What that actually means is you're in the eye of the hurricane. All right? Do not go out and survey damage.
And we are keeping a close eye on Helene all night long here on Fox 35. It is now a Category 3 storm moving toward the Big Bend, and this is a live look tonight at Cedar Key up in that area. If you saw it a few minutes ago, it was a lot more calm, so you can tell that Helene is getting closer to this area as the waves start to rise. We're back with much more after the break.
Tonight.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
Right now at 5:30, here is another live look up in Tallahassee. That's what you're looking at on the left-hand side of your screen there. We are waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis to give us the latest update on the state's response to Hurricane Helene. Of course, on the right, you see the storm right there. We're going to bring you the news conference as soon as it starts from Tallahassee.
Well, this storm is impacting the entire Gulf Coast. You can see things are getting worse in the Fort Myers area. Well, the water is almost over the bridge there that goes across the causeway to Pine Island. That's the upper right you're looking at there.
That's interesting, Luann. That's where the bridge was knocked out. Remember the last hurricane when it got knocked out? That's right in that stretch, right. So you can see it is rocky once again. And not too long ago, that's a drawbridge right there. There were people driving back and forth across that. I would have been off that island at this point knowing what's coming.
It looks like at this point it's probably closed because of the wind speeds and the flooding there. So yeah, things are getting worse over on the Gulf side. That is for sure. So we want to check back in with the Fox 35 storm team. Noah and TJ are here once again.
You know, guys, one thing I think that needs to be a concern here is it's still nice in a lot of areas here. People think, oh, nothing's going to happen. They go out tonight. And by 8 o'clock, it could escalate here.
Yeah, definitely. I think the wind in the metro, John, to your point, if you're thinking about, oh, just go grab dinner, let's go do this later. From now to 9, I think the wind will go from jump up quite a bit.
You'll notice. I feel like that's been the trend throughout the day. You know, you woke up this morning to some sunshine, some clouds, a little breeze.
I had coffee outside at noon.
Did you? You said that.
I was watching Good Day Orlando. I was watching on my deck. It was sunny.
We walked the dog, had a cup of coffee, same thing. And it felt like a normal day until now. Things are starting to ramp up, at least a little more so.
Yeah, but right now on the radar, actually a little bit of a break. So actually, we do have a new tornado warning now. For St. Johns County. So that's technically outside of our area, but just going north out of Flagler County. We'll keep an eye on that. But the line that we were tracking earlier for Volusia, that is now largely offshore outside of that tornado warning for St. Johns County. So heads up, Palm Coast folks. Sometimes when these warnings are issued over counties, the alerts, and they're called WEA, wireless emergency alerts, they get sent to your phone even though you're not in it. So if you're in Palm Coast and you heard or got your EAS tone on your phone for a tornado warning, there's no threat in Palm Coast. That's going away from Flagler County. So a break in the rain and downpours. This line pushing away for the next hour or two. There's your hurricane. Remember, the radar really can't see the western eye wall, so the eye is probably a lot more closed off than this is. But it's this line here of storms that's coming towards us for later this evening. The center of the eye is about 103 miles northwest of Anna Maria Island right now. Now, it's this line I've circled. If you're sitting there wondering, when's it going to rain? When's it going to get windy? In the Villages, in Ocala, Western Orange. It's this right here. That's what we're going to watch through the evening, is what I just circled. These bands are moving northeast, and it's going to be those that have our strongest winds and our highest tornado potential, but that's not going to get here for hours yet. And you can see it's currently producing, and this has produced a ton of tornado warnings. In fact, this one down here is a nasty tornado signature right there. That actually looks like there's one on the ground down there outside of Port Charlotte. So this is a very rare storm in terms of how many people are under tropical weather alerts. In fact, the entire state of South Carolina and the entire state of Georgia are under a tropical storm warning or a hurricane warning. That is rare. And you see hurricane warnings extend up through Macon, Georgia there in pink. And even there's one county in the state of Tennessee that's under a tropical storm warning. It doesn't happen often. So in terms of the spaghetti models, we talked about this extensively for the last few days about being east of Tallahassee, and notice the majority of the models now are east of Tallahassee. There's only one that actually goes taking the eye over the city, so it'll be interesting to see how that evolves. But here's Cedar Key. I still think it's the ones that are closer to Cedar Key where it will verify, but we've got, I believe, Manny Martinez, who's you're going to see later, is around the Perry area. So we're going to have live reports as the eye is coming in, and that will be an incredible, in the worst way, wind force as that comes in because it's moving so fast. Now, the rain will be major. This will be a catastrophic flood event in inland South Carolina, inland North Carolina, northern Georgia tomorrow, but for us, the rain is pretty spotty. The flood risk for tonight is really only on the western part of the state for Florida. The surge through the evening, still 15 to 20 on that eastern eye wall, up to 12 Spring Hill, and then 5 to 8 Sarasota, Manatee County, and Tampa Bay. All right, so let's walk you through those wind gusts now. Then I'm going to bring in TJ for the county by county breakdowns. So here's 7. Notice the stronger winds to the west. We'll go hour by hour. Here's 8 o'clock. Notice the winds are very much more and less. Here's 8 o'clock, 64 in Ocala, 62 in Bushnell, 57 in Claremont. And notice how those stronger winds come in. You see 70 in Leesburg at 9, nearly 70 in Ocala, 57 in Orlando. That would be the strongest gust we've seen in the city so far. So to John's point about I'm going to go have dinner. Going out this evening in Orlando. That's what you're going to be greeted to as we go through later in the evening. By 11, hurricane force gusts around Gainesville. You can see 75-mile-an-hour winds in Gainesville at midnight. I still think some of these gusts here in Leesburg, Claremont, the Villages will be higher than this, especially within any downpours. But over here on the beaches, these are probably pretty accurate, where there might be a little bit less rain later tonight. And you see that wind will go from southeast to south, and then switch to southwest as we go through the night. Then by tomorrow morning, TJ, the winds are probably on about 25-30.
That's the one thing that is such a thing of note for this system, Noah, is that it's going so fast. It's moving so quickly, and thankfully it's, getting out of our hair almost as quickly as it got here.
For sure.
And I think that's one thing that you will have to watch over the next 6 to 12 hours, the timelines. If you are getting out and about, as Noah said, I would say definitely don't want to do it the further we get into the evenings. If you do need to get something for dinner, especially here in the heart of Florida and east, you have some time, but things are going to get worse before they get better. Looking at some of our northwestern neighborhoods, Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, and Alachua counties going to get the worst of Helene here, at least locally speaking, with hurricane force wind, storm surge, life-threatening storm surge, flooding, and the potential for some tornadoes. I did tweet the totals just a little bit. I know there could be some isolated amounts higher than that, but just looking at some of the latest data, it doesn't look as much. And I know we haven't had a ton of rain so far today, but I still think totals could get into that 3 to 6 inch realm. The farther east we track for some of our more central communities here, Marion, Lake, Sumter, and Polk, the worst going to be now through Friday at 6 a.m. Tropical storm force gusts could have some gusts maybe reaching hurricane force strength at times, and the heavy rain still on the table. Tweak these totals again, same here, about 2 to 4 inches. The farther east you live, going to see more spotty activity. So we could have torrential rain for a time. That band lifts to the north and west, and we see that rain lift away. But I still think totals could get into that 1 to 3 inch realm. The worst of the weather going to be now through Friday around 3 a.m. I think that tornadic window going to linger through the wee hours of our Friday morning, with the tropical storm force gusts between 45 and 60 miles per hour. Again, a few tornadoes are on the table. So this is certainly going to be an ongoing thing for us here as we step through the remainder of the early evening, head into the late evening. We'll be here watching John and Luann closely as we head through the night.
All right, thanks a lot, TJ. Let's take another live look. This one's from the Tampa area once again, and that is the Howard Franklin Bridge there in Tampa. Officials just shut that bridge down to all traffic. You can see the waves pounding up against the side of the bridge right there. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge in Tampa is also closed because of these conditions. And when the winds are whipping like that, Lou, I don't want to be on a big bridge like the Skyway Bridge. That would be creepy.
Look at how much that camera is shaking.
And that's not too far from us. I mean, it shows those are the winds that he was talking about heading straight towards us. So we might be rocking a little bit in just a couple of hours here, too.
Yeah. Well, our live team coverage continues now from Orlando International Airport.
As I was saying earlier, Randy Hildreth has the job of the day. She's staying inside. She's got restaurants around there. She's got a great spot. So she's talking to a lot of people trying to get out or at least come home.
So yeah, we've been at the airport monitoring travel, talking to some people who are a little bit concerned about whether they will be able to get out of Orlando in enough time before the storm moves in. I want to introduce you to Jeremy Cortez. Did I get it right? Perfect. And I know that you are at the airport and you have a bit of a travel situation. You're visiting from the Philippines. So walk me back. You're visiting from the Philippines, have been in Gainesville.
Right. So we've planned our trip like a month ago. So everything is set. We have all our tickets from California to Chicago to Gainesville, Gainesville back to California, and California back to the Philippines. So it's a whole month of trip. So we're kind of apprehensive right now as to what will going to happen. So I don't know. So we were trying to look for alternative flights, hoping that the airline would probably assist, but we didn't get any announcement or anything about that.
And remind me, what time is your flight set to leave today?
7:20, and we heard that the hurricane is like hitting like around that time, so.
Yes, and I can hear it in your voice. It's a little bit of nervous laughter because, you know, as you mentioned, this trip is planned to a T, so you have to get to your next destination so that you can get back home.
Yeah.
Remind me again, have you gotten any updates from the airline?
Well, like a few days back, we got an email informing us to kind of rebook the flight to any date. But yeah, just like what I've said, everything is planned. So we have our tickets already. So I don't know how we're going to do the plan B, but yeah, we're sticking to this flight, cross fingers.
Yeah, fingers crossed, toes crossed, all of the above. I want to speak to, you just talked about the contingency plan, but worst case scenario, if the airline says that you can't leave today, what's the next step? Because I know you have to get to California.
Yeah, it would probably spending a night here, you know, like getting a hotel somewhere. We can't drive back to Gainesville. It's a couple of hours away.
Gotcha. So again, fingers crossed, toes crossed. You travel here, you're trying to get to California and then get back to the Philippines.
Yeah.
So we are certainly hoping that everything works out for you guys. Thank you so much for spending a minute with us and explaining the story. Safe travels to you guys. Thank you. But as you can see, people are trying to figure out, okay, if this is my situation, what's the next step if I have to hunker down in Orlando at least overnight? Heard so many stories like that. Earlier I spoke with a family of 6 from Canada who are now trying to figure out their next step. So a lot of uncertainty. One thing the airport has advised people to do right now, they are fully operational, but they're asking you to continue to look at their website. Also, pay very close attention to what your airline carrier is saying about cancellations, delays, all of that, so that you can make the best plan and the safest plan for your family. I'll send it back to you, reporting from the airport. Randy Hildreth, Fox 35 News.
Right, Randy, that may be the calmest I've ever seen
I've never seen it like that.
No. Well, our live team coverage continues now. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay is live along Lake Monroe in Sanford.
Yeah, I'm always curious to see how the lake is doing right now. Are the winds whipping it up out there, Chris?
Yes, the winds are starting to pick up, and you see it's having an impact on the water there. Things are pretty choppy here, but the main thing that county officials are focused on is the water level. Now, according to management, the water level is just a few inches below the point at which they'll have to take some action. So we've seen few people walking by, not much action in the water, as there shouldn't be right now as far as people on boats and whatnot. Now, we were able to speak with a few people. One woman in town from Detroit, Michigan. She says she's a bit anxious about the weather.
I've never been in nothing like this. 1 minute it's raining, the next minute it's sunny as heck, and then the next minute it's both. So it's like, what are you gonna get?
Now, as I mentioned, right now it doesn't look like the lake is at, but that could change at a moment's notice. So it's best to avoid the water until they can continue monitoring the situation and determine if it's no longer a risk. Reporting live in Seminole County, Chris Lindsay, Fox 35 News.
Chris, thank you. And here is another live look at Cedar Key up in the Big Bend area. You can see the water is churning up pretty good, and it's expected to get even worse. We'll be right back with much more on Tracking Helene.
It's Big Game Saturday on Fox 35. First, it's Good Day Orlando's pregame party live from UCF, followed by Fox's Big Noon Kickoff Live. Then it's a Big 12 showdown. The undefeated Knights clash with Colorado Saturday on Fox 35.
At
for. If you're sheltering in place in one of those evacuation zones, make sure you let people know that you're doing that, whether it's a friend, a family member. I know some of the counties say you can check in with them and give them that information if you're comfortable doing that. But please do that if you've decided to hunker down. Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm. If you are sheltering at home, be cognizant of what trees are around you. You have 125 mile an hour maximum sustained right now, probably is going to be higher. Whether it hits as a category 4 or category 3, it's going to be a significant storm, and even as it moves inland throughout northern Florida, you are going to see trees that are going to be falling down. That's just the reality of what we're doing, of what we're seeing here. And if you hear the tree limbs snapping around you, sometimes it almost sounds like fireworks are going off. Treat that as a tornado. Shelter in a part of the home that would be where you'd have protection from that. And this is the type of thing where, especially as that eye wall moves through, you're going to have some serious storms. And there also may be tornadoes that will be spun off from this as well, and that could be producing some of these reactions. If you have really severe weather, and then all of a sudden it gets very calm, that probably means you're in the eye of the storm. So don't go out into that. That eye wall will collapse quickly and unexpectedly, and you will get very bad weather very quickly as well. There's going to be power lines that are going to be down. Be careful about that, particularly in the streets, particularly near your residence. Do not mess with down power lines. Those can be very, very hazardous. The storm is going to hit Florida's Big Bend region sometime this evening, likely around 11 o'clock. It's going to be dark. Don't go out as soon as that storm passes if it's still dark and try to do work around your house or worry about things. Let it get light. There's going to be hazards there. It's just not something you want to be navigating in the dark. When we get into tomorrow, you may have some things on your roof. Just be careful with using ladders. There's going to be groups that are going to be helping people fix their homes in the appropriate areas. So if you're somebody that you may have some physical limitations, don't put your health at risk for that. Watch the standing water. We've already seen a lot of standing water in different parts of the state already. We're likely to see more of that. You never know what's in the standing water. When you have streets that are flooded, don't try to drive through the flooded streets. You are going to end up having your car stall out, and then you're going to be stuck, not to mention the hazards of just being on the roads in those circumstances with having accidents. We've been working here at the state, really starting the weekend. Clearly, we did a state of emergency at the beginning of the week. We have 1,100 missions in progress through the Florida Division of Emergency Management. Those continue to be filled, and they will continue to be filled until they're all done. Many of those are more for post-storm resources rather than pre-landfall resources. We do have the linemen staged throughout the state. You have Duke, TCO, FPL. We have the co-ops, we have the municipals. I think everybody's on the same page. As soon as this storm passes, there needs to be a strong effort to get the power restored, and they will be working to do that. And they've done a great job on this in recent years, and I think we've really set the standard here in the state of Florida. We have 130 generators that are at various gas stations. So when they lose power, most of the newer gas stations or the larger stations have generators per Florida law, or have an ability to get the power back on. Some of the smaller ones don't, and when you're talking about the Big Bend region, that can be significant. So those generators have been distributed, and we should not see major interruptions in fuel given that. We have all state agencies that are on standby, 3,500 National Guard soldiers. We can surge that very quickly if we need more. Florida Highway Patrol has 200 state troopers that are on standby. They will go and be dispatched immediately following the storm to areas that need help. Florida Department of Transportation standing by, 307 cut and toss crews to get the roads cleared, 120 bridge inspectors to get the bridges back open, almost 700 generators, big 200 plus pieces of large equipment, and then the large pumps, which they have used not just in hurricanes, but in some of the rainstorms we've had where you've seen flooding in recent months. FDOT has used that, and it's been very effective. We have done a fuel mission, even though we've sent the generators to the stations. We haven't necessarily seen fuel shortage, but you do have ports that are closed. So we have almost 500,000 gallons of diesel in reserve that are being brought into the state, 132,000 gallons of regular motor vehicle gas, 36,000 gallons of propane, and 5,000 gallons of jet fuel. So you're close to almost 700,000 gallons between everything we have across the variety of fuel needs. And we don't anticipate having to use all or even most of that, but we want to make sure that people have the fuel that they need, particularly as the storm passes. So if you're in one of these areas in the northern part of the state, particularly on the coast and those low-lying areas that will face the brunt of the storm surge, you still have time, but you got to do it right now. Every minute that goes by, you're going to start to see conditions worsen. You know, I was out, you look this afternoon in Tallahassee, it was honestly wasn't that bad. It's going to get a lot worse in northern Florida as that storm gets closer. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved in the prep. We've got the assets that are there. People just need to make sure they're making decisions that have themselves and their families' safety in mind. We can't control how strong this hurricane's going to get. We can't control the track of the hurricane, but what you can control is what you can do to put yourself in the best chance to be able to ride this out in a way that's going to be safe. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor, again for your unwavering support and commitment to the safety and well-being of Floridians. We really appreciate it. As the governor said, we continue to work on more than 1,100 missions, and we continue to fill those. Again, as he said, most of them at this point are going to be post-impact resources that are ready to move into the area immediately. Life-threatening storm surge is expected along Florida's West Gulf Coast and Big Bend. Floodwaters are hard to navigate during the day, but even harder to see at night. At this point, it is the last hours to safely evacuate ahead of Hurricane Helene from the Gulf Coast and Big Bend. If you have not already left, you're probably going to need to start looking at sheltering in place. Stay inside, stay safe, stay put. Do not attempt to leave your home or drive during the storm. The governor has mentioned this. It's going to be dark outside. When it starts to make landfall, the street lights, the minimal street lights that we do have in the Big Bend area are going to go out. It is going to be very dark. So please do not drive, do not go out, wait to daylight, and then only drive if you need to. As you heard the governor say, if you hear the tree snapping, it's probably it's treat it like a tornado. You're in imminent danger of potentially a tree falling on your house. So please make sure you're moving away from the windows and doors and getting to a central point of your home. Protect yourself from the flying debris. Put heavy coats, pillows, blankets, any type of material that you can put there on top of yourself. Make sure you're doing that. That'll help for lacerations. Again, just do the best you can with what you have right there in your home. Stay put until the storm passes. The governor's already talked about if literally like a light switch, if you've got really, really severe weather and all of a sudden it is completely like nothing ever happened, you're 99% sure you're in the eye wall of the hurricane. So do not go outside. Make sure you stay put. We are anticipating the power outages with the storm. Take time now while you actually have power to top off all of your battery chargers. Make sure you just leave them completely plugged in, ready to go until that power goes out so you get maximum use out of it. Backup generators are going to start becoming more and more of an issue. So please, we have done a really good job of reducing the number of carbon monoxide poisoning fatalities after storms. We want to have 0 in this disaster, so keep those generators 20 feet away from outside your home from any open doors or windows. Make sure you let it cool down for 20 minutes before you refuel it. And when you can safely do so and get back to an open store, go ahead and spend $20 and get yourself a carbon monoxide monitor in your home. After the storm has passed your area, it is critical that you listen to local authorities for guidance on when it is safe to go outside and return home. Do not venture out. Hazardous materials, debris, and flooding could still be present along with down power lines. If you see dangerous conditions, please call 911 and report them to your local authorities. Residents needing resources after Hurricane Helene can call our State Assistance Information line at 1-800-342-3557. That's 1-800-342-3557. We again have individuals speaking English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole available to answer any and all of your questions. Please be sure that you follow the agency on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and on Facebook at FDEM as we continue to share important, up-to-date, real-time information. And again, Governor, thank you so much for your leadership and your support.
Karen. All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership, and good evening. We've continued very close coordination with Florida Highway Patrol, with Kevin at the Division of Emergency Management, and General Haas at National Guard. As you heard from the Governor, we're very prepared for this storm. We have our people, our assets, our equipment staged all within a reasonable distance from the impact area. We're going to be ready to go to work as soon as this storm passes through with boots on the ground. We have shut down all of our construction projects across the state, and all of our contractors also stand ready to support and recover from the impacts of Hurricane Helene. We're beginning to see a lot of local road closures from storm surge and localized flooding. Please remember, you can always check fl511.com for road closure and traffic information. It is going to be your most up-to-date place to get traffic information. As the storm approaches the state, bridges have begun closing as winds increase. You heard the governor mention Sunshine Skyway is closed, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and also Gandy Causeway is closing within the hour. Please, if you see water on top of the road or lapping over bridges, please do not drive through it. It can be very dangerous. We have 120 bridge inspectors ready to go as soon as the storm passes through to inspect bridges and make sure they're safe for travel. We're closely monitoring the major east-west roadways within the storm's path for Hurricane Helene. That's going to be I-10, US 98, and US 19. We're working directly with local utility companies to have a direct line of communication to expedite our cut and toss efforts. A lot of times when storms like this come through, you can have oak trees wrapped in power lines. It takes very close coordination with utilities, and we're ready to do that. The cut and toss efforts have actually already begun in southwest Florida. The impacts were not that significant where the storm has already passed. FDOT crews have already driven and cleared more than 2,000 miles of roadway in southwest Florida. So we've already started working. Once the initial response is through, our cut and toss crews will transition to debris removal. And under Governor DeSantis' leadership, we will stand ready, just like with Adalia and Debbie, to support fiscally constrained counties with the debris removal operation. Please listen to your local law enforcement, your local emergency offices. If roads are not safe to drive, please do not drive on them. Water over a road can be very dangerous, especially around culverts and bridges. Every storm season, we see people try to navigate through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath the water. Please do not drive through it. We're going to stay in touch with our airports and seaports. Seaports are closed waterside right now. Airports are going to reopen just as soon as practically feasible. And again, Governor, thank you for your leadership and support.
So we are getting close to having a landfall.
I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal, Levy, Dixie, that's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm, and so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm, and then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down, you gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case, and just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken, but once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that, locals have that, and you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed, but it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances they're going to say we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen the post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birthday in permanent marker on their limbs. Is that too much, or is that fair?
Well, I think people still have time to effectuate an evacuation in some of those areas. I mean, particularly you look at Taylor County. You look at that eye is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there. You're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could be 20 feet. I don't think we've ever had 20 feet recently. I know Ian, I think, got to about 18 feet. But even if it's 10 feet, that is really significant, and that will have really serious consequences. And so people still have time to kind of make those judgments. I mean, obviously, our state policy is not saying people have to use marker to do whatever, but you do have time to do. If you do hunker down, I don't think you're going to have the local sheriff's department. I don't think you're going to see state resources brought to bear for the rescue until it's safe to do so. And we've had examples in storms where people were caught in very difficult circumstances, but basically I think when you call 911 or you call the sheriff's department, they're going to say, okay, give me your name, where are you at? As soon as it's safe to go, we'll send people, but they are going to wait for it to be safe to go.
With this being a night landfall, how are you guys going to implement those resources right away? You guys are telling people to wait till daylight to go out and survey the damage, repair your property. What's the state doing, especially with people their resources right behind the storm?
Well, I think Kevin can jump in on this, but I'll just say, if you call 911 or you call for help,
they're going to go. I mean, if it's nighttime, they're going to go and they're going to try to rescue. It's more a question of when the storm passes. These folks, they can operate in the night, but I would say cut and toss, most of those things are just going to require daylight. Power restoration, the crews will likely start getting there first thing in the morning. I know you have FPL's got a lot of them staged in Bay County, so you may see them coming over to the Taylors and to some of these counties for restoration, but it isn't going to happen at 2 in the morning.
And Cody, just a little bit more on the tactical discussion of that, to the point where the governor says we have resources in Bay County. We have a whole lot of resources in the Ocala footprint right now, and even down at the Orange County Convention Center. That's where a lot of our urban search and rescue assets are staging. So tactically, how that's going to work is as they start moving into this area, including the FPL resources staged in Waimuma and Leesburg area, all of that will start to move with the assistance of the Florida Highway Patrol and the Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, the DACS cut and toss crews. They will all work collectively as a team to work into the area. We have some of those staged in area right now. For instance, the Florida National Guard Red Horse Unit is staged just right up the road at the Armory here in Tallahassee. So again, it's more of like a hub and spoke system where you have necessary resources in strengthened, hardened buildings, and then they'll start working themselves outward from there as teams of state agencies to successfully get to where we need to be. Do these teams have the opportunity to work at night? 100%. Is it safe to do so? Absolutely not. If they can, and within safety protocols, they will work the best that they can. But I really think with this thing making landfall at 11 o'clock tonight, we're really not going to get a cessation of winds to actually get out there until probably about the time the sun comes up. So I think actually in this case, it's actually going to work out to where we're going to get a good full day of sunlight for all of our emergency responders to get out there and do really, really good, solid work. And we pride ourselves on being fast. We will have those commodities moving into these areas within probably 12 to 24 hours.
Yeah, and I think the timing is, from an operational perspective, you're going to be able to maximize the response. If the storm hits at 11, you're going to have serious winds probably for several hours after that. And so they're going to be able, first thing in the morning, daylight, and they're going to be able to go all day. If the storm hit at 7 o'clock, I mean, not much would have probably been able to get done in those wee hours of the morning anyways. And so the timing is probably going to be good for them to get a whole day's worth of restoration, cut and toss under their belts and take care of business as best they can. And of course, on the recovery, they're going to respond when it's safe to do so. I think it's less about light or dark, more about the safety. And this is going to be for the next however many hours, you're going to start to see hazardous conditions. Then when it makes landfall, it's going to be really hazardous.
Governor, I ask you this, I think, every time we have a hurricane. Do you feel like the state has done everything that it can to be as prepared as possible for the storm?
Yeah, I think every time we do these things, we get better at stuff. And so, for example, we've done these flood protection, debuted that during Debbie. Now we have them around fire stations, utility substations. We have some of the electrical. I mean, the state doesn't obviously run the electrical, but the municipals, the rural co-ops, in addition to the private companies, it's all like, okay, storm's here, we know we got to do. You did not see that in the past. You go back to Hermine. Did you see Tallahassee mobilizing the way it has? No. So I think that we have a good culture in Florida for prep, and we'll see. I think people you look at kind of these paths of how they're projecting it, and people have taken it seriously. Is it going to be a direct hit on Tallahassee? Well, the most recent models say maybe it's going to go just east, but you're going to have impacts that are going to be significant. I mean, you are going to have hurricane force winds. If it hits in Taylor County, you're still going to have hurricane force winds in Leon County. I mean, that's just the reality. So I think people have done a good job. I think that they've taken it seriously, certainly on a preparation from power to logistics and then the local governments. And so we'll hope for the best over the next 6 or so hours in terms of minimal amount of damage, but there is going to be damage and there's going to be a response, and I think we'll all be on top of it. All right, thank you. Oh, and let me just say, to our wonderful First Lady. Happy anniversary, 15th year anniversary, spent in the Emergency Operations Center. May not have been what we had drawn up back 15 years ago, but I just wanted to send her my love.
Thank you, sir. That's
Happy
pretty funny.
anniversary,
It's pretty funny
Casey
because
DeSantis.
2 years ago, I believe, it was the exact same time we had a
Really?
hurricane. Yeah, I know that because it's my wife's birthday as well in a day or so.
Probably Ian,
right?
maybe?
Yeah, and we had to cancel a few things then because of this. So
I love that.
Wow, that's pretty funny. Yeah, well,
Class act.
they probably don't.
No, they can celebrate tomorrow.
Like to be
It's
somewhere
fine.
else. So once again, you were listening to the governor up in Tallahassee give us an update on everything going on with Hurricane Helene, and we have a lot more coming up too.
Yes, the News Edge at 6 starts now.
Fox 35 News starts now, tracking the tropics.
And right now, we are keeping a very close eye on Hurricane Helene.
It is now a Category 3 storm headed towards the Big Bend of Florida.
And let's check in with the storm team meteorologist Noah Bergman and TJ Springer.
So, gentlemen, what is the latest with the storm that's now intensifying?
Yeah, Luann, it looks like it's on pace to make a landfall this evening.
Yeah.
And we're going to see things pick up here later tonight. But I want to stress a couple of things to remind you. First of all, this is not in any way a flood event for Central Florida, Orlando.
No, certainly not.
Never was going to be. It
No.
still is not. It's the wind, mainly from, I'd say, 7 to 2, 8 to 3. This evening, we're talking about that more, and the threat for tornadoes that's going to really anchor in, I think, later tonight.
For sure, yeah, and having that sunshine like we had today and just the nature of this system, we've had these spin-up tornado warnings already. Thankfully, at least from what we can see, nothing confirmed, which is good news.
Yeah, so let's get you caught up to speed with the latest here for Central Florida. So we'll start from top to bottom. We are watching the outer bands that are going to be coming in later this evening. So if you're just joining us, you've been unplugged from the news all day. Here's what you need to know is that we've had a break. Last hour or so, we'll still have a break in the rain and storms for another hour or two. But it's these outer bands that are going to come in later this evening. They pivot into our area between 8 p.m., that's maybe like the Villages, Ocala, Claremont, to 3 in the morning, Volusia County, Brevard County. So it's going to be a much later night than we originally anticipated watching the radars. The highest wind gusts and the highest tornado threat of the event for us here in Central Florida will be during that time. So 8 p.m. to 3 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. The storm status with Helene now. Rapid intensification continues, and it will continue all the way through the point of landfall. And we do expect landfall as far east as Cedar Key, as far west as St. Mark's, or somewhere in the middle. So the scenarios, the way I see it after looking at everything for the last 6 hours, is Cedar Key on the eastern end, which obviously would increase the wind for us dramatically later, or St. Mark's, which in either scenario puts Tallahassee probably away from the worst winds, being as yesterday thought would go over Tallahassee. It's come east a little bit. And landfall officially between 10:30 local time and 12:30 a.m. tomorrow. So we've got several more hours of intensification in this thing over water to go. In terms of the tornado watches, we've got tornado watches through the night for all of Central Florida, southeast Georgia, southeast parts of South Carolina. You see these flashing bright reds. Those are active tornado warnings, and I do expect we'll see these watches expanded through the night. So as of the 6 o'clock intermediate advisory, pressure is down to 950 millibars, and the eye, I got to tell you, is really starting to clear out on this thing. If you just let this play and watch, look at how clear the eye is. I mean, this is very reminiscent of Michael and the whole process this has gone through. I don't know if it'll reach all the way to Cat 5, but certainly I think it's going to get to Cat 4. I think it will reach Cat 4 before landfall. Will it get to high-end Cat 4? We're going to see. The only thing impeding this from getting to Cat 5 is the time spent over water. Here's the zoom in and slow down of the eye. And notice how clear it is. It's cleared out. Remember, the eye warms when it clears out. And you can see lightning being detected. You only see lightning this prevalent in the eye walls of the really high-end hurricanes. And this is going to be a destructive storm for the Panhandle, mainly the Big Bend area, later this evening. I can't stress that enough. We're getting brushed by this thing, but these people and the images you see on the morning news tomorrow, I don't think are going to be good at all. Once this makes landfall. Now, the sun is beginning to set. Here's the visible satellite loop. There's that band that came through earlier. There's another one here. You see some of that lightning in the northern eye wall. But as the sun is beginning to set, TJ, look how clear that eye has become right there. And this is certainly making a run at Category 4 strength. So the worst winds are going to be mainly 8 o'clock and onward. You see gusts here 40, 50, 60 to our southwest, and that wind is coming in. And I'll leave you with this, that looks pretty clear right now over Orlando, TJ, but we've got to watch that line that's to the west.
We do, and that's been producing some tornado warnings out that way already, Noah. Yep. So I think as it swings up our way later on this evening, we could have some of those of our own. So that's what we're going to be keeping tabs on for sure over the next few hours. Dinner time and onward, I think our chance is going to go up as that line starts to shift eastbound. We can see right now as Noah is hitting on the thunderstorms continuing to wrap around that eye, and that's a sign of how intense Helene is getting. We do have a tornado warning to the north of Fort Myers, and I think as that line shifts into central Florida, we'll have to watch because we'll have that wind shear. We can see on storm tracker radar right now, for the most part, not seeing any rain. Had that tornado warning to the north of us earlier on. That is shifting away, and we're continuing to see right now somewhat calm conditions, but I don't think that's going to hold much longer here. Our latest advisory, 6 o'clock, the wind at 125 miles per hour, making that north to northeast trek at just under 25 miles per hour, and that's the same as our last advisory. So it's closing in on landfall, as Noah hit on later on tonight, and we're probably about 100 maybe 50, 140 miles away from the coastline. Still a Cat 2 at 2 a.m. this morning as it moves up into Georgia and then starts to get wrapped around that upper low and ingested, and still a tropical storm by 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon as it makes a beeline for Tennessee, Kentucky. So that's what we're watching. Now, in terms of what we've seen so far today, in terms of the peak wind gusts, we've had some of those getting back up beyond 60 miles per hour. But before we show you those, just wanted to remind you that path updates, our next one is going to be at 11 o'clock unless we get another intermediate advisory. But position updates, we'll have more of those coming, and our next one will be at 8 o'clock. So make sure you keep tabs with us and keep your eyes on Fox 35 and the app. Our peak wind gusts up close to 50 miles per hour in Tampa. Daytona Beach not as strong at 38 miles per hour, nearly 50 in Melbourne at its peak today. And we're going to continue to update these, get you some more reports as the wind continues to crank. Noah here a little bit later on this evening, but I think we're going to see things certainly get a little worse before they get better, sadly enough.
Yep, and power outages, I think you probably agree. I'd say Orlando and East, very limited.
I would agree
I'd say
with you.
Orlando, there'll be some. It's really west. I think there'll be a huge ramp up when we show the map tomorrow on the news.
For sure.
Where you see like west of Orlando, there's a lot of power outages.
Yeah.
In east of Orlando, there's not much. I think it'll be very much a tale of two halves of the state.
Oh, definitely.
Later tonight in terms of power outages.
And there's so many new developments now that I think, thankfully, a lot of the power grids are underground. Yep. So it's the older homes that may have some of those issues and power outages more frequently than not.
And those strongest winds are going to come from these cells right here. Here's the future radar at 8:30 tonight. So notice the low being picked up from our computer modeling very well. So these are the storms that are currently producing tornado warnings. And in fact, there's been several tornado confirmations already down to our southwest. And you notice here that Ocala, the Villages, 9:30, we'll have some live reports, and we'll have people covering this as these cells move through. That'll be where the core of the wind and rain is later tonight. By 11 o'clock, Ocala, Gainesville, potentially high-end tropical storm or even low-end hurricane force winds. And these are the cells we're going to watch later. This is 1 in the morning for some tornadoes. The metro, 2 in the morning, TJ, so it's important that when you go to bed tonight, you leave your phone on for everyone around Orlando, because any of these here could produce tornadoes at 2 in the morning, and those are the most dangerous. So it's a pretty big reminder. When you go to bed tonight, leave your phone on, and rest assured that if there is anything, we'll be uncovering it. So if you wake up, you put us on, and we'll walk you through those warnings.
That Storm Team app, you'll have them right in the palm of your hand.
For sure, and we're going to send things back to now you guys, John and Lou.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. In Citrus County, people in Crystal River are starting to feel some strong effects from Hurricane Helene.
And that's where we find Fox 35's David Martin. He's been there all day long, and he joins us live. So, David, you've gone under some cover here. What are you seeing out there?
Yeah, we're on the second story, John, of the Days Inn here in Crystal River. It's sold out tonight because it houses a lot of the Duke Energy workers, as they're going to help people get power back when it does go out here. And it's my pleasure and honor to introduce you to somebody who is staying here at the Days Inn. Her name is Ebony. Hi, Ebony.
Hi, how are you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I can't let a day go by without putting some kind of cute dog on television, so we have picked Charlie the Dorky. Dorky is what kind of breed?
It's a Yorkie and a Dachshund.
Of course, and he's adorable. How old is Charlie?
He's about 2 months.
2 months. All right, let's take a walk down your pathway here. You on the second story. You're safe here. Where's your car parked?
Oh, my daughter took it. It's not here.
Okay, so you don't have any worries about a car getting destroyed.
No, not at all.
Now, you are here because you live full-time in Ozello, which is near Crystal River, but also in Citrus County, but right on the water, right on the river.
Right on the water, out there toward the Gulf.
Oh, are you on the Gulf proper?
Yeah, it's just islands connected by bridges.
Okay. Oh, was that a yawn? We putting you to sleep there, Charlie the Dorky? So you have a house, you say it's on stilts, 10 feet?
Yes.
But you still evacuated.
Yeah, it's the first time that we ever evacuated.
That is because you're getting reports that the storm surge is going to be north of 10 feet.
Yes.
So you thought, what, get out of Dodge, right?
Right.
What do you have in the house? Were you able to keep things raised? Did you clean up before you got here?
Just a little bit, just prepared everything and got it ready. Took our important papers.
Yeah, you got your important papers. And will you have access back to your house? I guess you may don't want to go tomorrow, or perhaps tomorrow afternoon.
How the water does.
Yeah, exactly. It's a slower moving storm than we anticipated 24 hours ago. So even looking out here, out the parking lot of the Days Inn, it's kind of quiet right now. We haven't gotten too much activity here. So you'll be, I'm sure, rocking and rolling when you go to bed tonight.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to bed. I want to see it.
You want to watch it? All right. You're one of the, but you're in a safe location, but a lot of looky-loos who did not evacuate, who still live on the river here, they're going to, I hope they stay safe overnight here. But all right, well, Ebony, I appreciate your time. Good luck back in Ozello when you go back to your house. We wish you and your mom, I know who's in that room, 251, the best. And thank you for sharing Charlie with us, the Dorky.
Welcome.
Charlie, good seeing you, my friend, because it's going to get wet around here. John and Luann, look at that face. I love it.
Love it.
We'll take him home with us.
Oh,
Maybe
so
make him the
cute.
mascot. Dorky. He's a dorky.
It sounds like an insult.
Right. Sorry, dog.
He's a cute boy.
All right, our team coverage continues tonight after a tree falls on a house up in Ocala.
And Fox 35's Marie Edinger is joining us live from that home right now. So, Marie, show us the damage out there.
You can see it right behind me, and it is just incredible looking at this, knowing that everyone was able to make it out safely. Nobody hurt in this, though there are some concerns that there could be more damage coming up. There is a lot of wind picking up in this area. I did talk with a woman who lives in a neighboring home about that. She says she's worried about what this storm could bring. But back to this household, I also talked to a woman who lives here. She is one of 3 adults. There's also 2 children and a dog who were in this home when the tree fell on top of it. She didn't want to go on camera. She is still pretty shaken up, but she explained how they were able to make it out alive.
We were in the rooms, and then we thought we heard thunder, and then basically the roof just caved in. But it didn't hit our rooms, and that's where we were. So, but everything else is the whole roof is in.
So, I mean, did you just run out? Like, how did
I
you realize
panicked at first because my daughter, she was in the hallway just leaving the bathroom, and she came running to me, and then I seen everything was caved in. I was trying to yell to my dog. She was in a cage because I just fed her and I put her in the crate. But we had to force the windows open, and that's how we got out. Everything's gone. Everything's gone.
It crushed everything, or how did that happen?
Yeah, the trees are in there, and the roof fell on all the baby's toys. But in the attic, it's something toxic, so it's stuck to everything.
I live in the building behind them, and I was standing outside having a cigarette and heard the crash, so I came around to look and to see, make sure everyone was safe.
What did it sound like?
It was a crack, and I was like, whoa, oh my God, my heart went from here to all the way up here, and I'm like, I came around to make sure the neighbors were okay because I knew there were little ones over here. Waiting to see what happens when the rest of the storm comes in.
Rescue responded to this incident, and the Red Cross did as well. We got confirmation the Red Cross is providing financial assistance. They're helping with emergency needs like food, clothing, lodging, and other essentials. They're also helping replace some medications for the family here. The woman who you heard from, the one who didn't want to go on camera, who lives in this unit, she explained that her landlord is also being extremely helpful, that she does have renter's insurance as well, and her landlord is offering up another nearby unit. So they're going to be okay, but this is still going to be a long journey for them, and just figuring out what things are going to look like tonight where they're going to stay, and figuring out how they're going to replace, as you said, every single thing they own that was damaged by this tree. Live in Ocala, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Wow, you can hear the breeze kicking up right there again. Thank you, Marie. See you in just a little bit. And we are streaming live on the Fox 35 News app right now. So here's what you need to do. Make sure your cell phone and your power banks are fully charged so that if your power goes out, you can still switch us on. You can also watch us on the Fox Local app and fox35orlando.com if you happen to be on the go.
And we have some new breaking details to tell you about. The National Hurricane Center just upgraded Helene to a major Category 4 hurricane now. We are going to check back in with Noah and TJ with these new breaking developments after this quick break. this brand new video from the International Space Station. It shows the size and power of Hurricane Helene. This video was released by NASA as that storm moves across the Gulf of Mexico towards Florida. And right now, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge over in Tampa is shut down. Take a look at those waves. Those are people driving on the bridge, though.
Wow. No, I'm out.
Those are cars. hours. Well, this must have been from earlier today because we're being told that the bridge is now shut down.
Yeah.
That bridge is closed, they said, at 1:30 this afternoon because of the high winds. And look at the waves.
Well, that explains why they shut it down. That's got to be that little road that leads up to the Skyway Bridge, right there along the barrier. Yeah, there's
that would be so scary.
There is no way.
No,
Maybe that's why they're getting off, right? They're getting out of the islands there.
Well, FHP says that wind gusts reach 60 miles per hour, and you can see the camera just a shaking there.
That's some video right there. All right, our team coverage continues this hour from Volusia County.
Fox 35, Stephanie Belfamonte is joining us live tonight. So, Stephanie, we're starting to see some damage out there. Show us around, if you would.
I will. So I just want to start by saying we were in Seminole County covering down power lines there. We were making our way to Lake County, then got stopped here in Volusia County where I am right now, US 17 and Citrus Street. And if you take a look, you can see they are fixing down power lines right behind me here. We were actually driving when we were stopped behind a Duke Energy truck, and the person who was driving had gotten out of the car, and there was a down power line right in front of his truck, so he had stopped traffic, and now you can see them fixing it here right now. When we were in Seminole County, it was Florida Power and Light out there, and when I was talking to the crews there, they were telling me that as winds are picking up and there are tall trees, kind of like what you're seeing out here, they're just knocking down power lines. So they are working quickly and fast because they want to make sure they get everything fixed before we really see the impacts from Hurricane Helene here in Central Florida. So you see them out here on the scene right now. As we've been here, we are seeing them hustling because they want to make sure all of this work is done before it gets even worse and windier and all of that. But in this area right now, I was talking to the neighbors, and they were telling me that they've been out of power for about an hour or so, I think. And they're really hoping that they get this all fixed before this evening. And there we go. We got some trucks. They already fixed that part. Like I was saying, they're doing this quickly, and now they're moving on to this. So you can see what we are seeing across counties right now. Seminole County and Volusia County, lots of down power lines, but our crews are making sure that they are working quickly for everybody at home. Reporting live in Volusia County, Stephanie Belfamonte, Fox 35 News.
All right, Stephanie, good to see those trucks out there restoring power. Thank you. Well, we continue to track Hurricane Helene as it's moving north in the Gulf and heading toward the Big Bend region. The water looks rough right now over in Cedar Key. That's on the right, and it's going to get a whole lot worse throughout the evening. Well, we want to check back in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren.
Okay, Helene now a Category 4, and you're going to put that into perspective for us here.
Yeah, John Lou, quickly, just look this up. I'm making a graphic for you. We'll show it in the next hit we come up with. This will be the 16th Cat 4 or 5 to hit the state of Florida on record.
Oh, wow.
So maybe less than some of you may think. Just all time since the mid-1800s, this will now be number 16, Cat 4 or 5 to landfall in the Sunshine State. So what that means is sustained winds, and they have to be documented. This means that it was not just estimated from a radar. The hurricane hunters are in there now. We'll show you them also coming up in a few minutes. Determined with a dropson, an instrument they drop out of the plane, between 130 and 156 mile an hour. And I do think this thing is going to make a run at Cat 5. I mean, Michael did the exact same thing. It wouldn't shock me if in 3 hours this is knocking on the door of Cat 5. The only thing impeding it from that is time over water. This will join the ranks of what's been really just mind-boggling spell since 2017 of Harvey, Laura, Ida, Zeta, Michael, Idalia, Helene, Ian, and Irma. And you can see that there's this, many people bring this up, there's this gap obviously into the Tampa area, and the east coast of Florida has been spared. But just since 2017, it's been really just a huge active spell on the Gulf Coast for high-end hurricane landfalls. Edge to edge now, 600 miles or so is the tropical storm force winds, and you can see the loop over the last 8 hours. Man, I hate to see this. Just all the way up to the last second, this thing is going to intensify. Now, if there's any sort of positive, it's that a lot of this right near the eye will be marshland. I mean, there's people who live there, and there's communities, and a lot of them hopefully have evacuated. But we're going to hope that this picks the least populated part of the Big Bend to landfall, because this is going to be When you wake up tomorrow and see the news, there will be very bad images. The surge will be worse, on par or worse than Ian at this point in some of those spots. We'll see what the videos look like. It could be a couple of miles inland. So here's I-75, here's the Turnpike, here's Tampa Bay. This is the super high resolution imagery. NASA, NOAA, actually here in Florida. This is a satellite that was launched a few years ago. It gives us a snapshot of Earth every minute. It's the best satellite we have in meteorology, and every minute it returns us an image, and you can see the intense thunderstorms here on the northwestern eye wall and the eastern eye wall, and you can see the lightning that's in there. And if you just extrapolate this out, here's the Panhandle, here's the Big Bend, here's Tallahassee. So the way this is going, north-northeast at 23, I mean, if you just look at this with your eye, north-northeast, if it holds north-northeast, it's going to miss Tallahassee to the right. Cedar Key is over here, somewhere probably between Cedar Key and St. Mark's, I would say, between about 10:30 Eastern and about maybe 12:30, 1 in the morning tomorrow. Wind gusts are picking up to 48 now in Orlando from the west, but we will talk much more about Helene coming up in a few minutes. It's quiet right now on the radars, but watching this band with the eastern eye wall that's coming into the western part of the state. Multiple tornado warnings down here, and there's been several tornado warnings with this line here. This is going to move right across the metro, Ocala, Marion County, probably starting at about 8:30 and then going through about 2, 3 in the morning. And there you can see the eye offshore, John and Lou, of now Category 4 Helene, which possibly could get up to Category 5. So we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll come back with much more coverage regarding Helene. Stay with us here on Fox 35.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Helene. Take a look at this. Wind and rain batter the causeway connecting Fort Myers to Sanibel Island down in southwest Florida. This is the bridge that was washed out by Ian. Now, a traffic camera captured this around 5 o'clock this evening, so about an hour and 40 minutes ago. And you'll remember this causeway was partially wiped out, and then it had to be repaired from scratch just 2 years ago when Hurricane Ian brought catastrophic damage to this area. So not what you want to see out there.
They repaired in like 3 days. Remember that? And then they actually had to build the real one.
Right. They had the temporary bridge up quick. Well, search and rescue teams are ready to act if and when things take a turn for the worst.
Over 1,100 people standing by right now, and Fox 35's Garrett Weimer is live from our streaming studio with an update on from the state fire marshal. So, Garrett, what'd they say?
Well, the state leaders are saying 7 of those teams are already activated. That includes Task Force 4 out of Orlando. Some of those teams are already pre-staging in Ocala and in Orange County, and others are just waiting to see where they're going to be needed. Now, state CFO and Fire Marshal Jimmy Petronis, whose office oversees these task forces, says they've also called in several out-of-state teams to help too. Mandatory evacuation orders are in place for many in counties along the coast, and Petronis says he hopes people followed those orders because by the time search and rescue gets there, it could be too late.
The adage is if you hide or wet and run water, there's no way you can survive storm surge that is playing 10 feet.
Some places that storm surge could be even higher than that. Now, I also spoke this afternoon with John McDonald. He's the emergency management director in Levy County. His main concern, Cedar Key. He told me a lot of folks there did cooperate with evacuation orders, but he said there are pockets of people who decided to stay behind. Of course, as more updates become available on these, we will be sure to bring you those details right here on Fox 35. Live tonight, Garrett Weimer, Fox 35 News.
Garrett, thank you. And we are keeping a very close eye on Helene right now. It is now a Category 4 storm. Our live coverage continues right after the break.
Well, the Tallahassee area is the most of concern right now as the eye of Helene is really bearing down on the capital city, although it may go a little bit to the east. The city hasn't been hit with a storm like this in a couple hundred years, so there's a lot of risk factors. That's why Leon County schools are open for people who want a safer place to stay. Right now, they tell us there's an estimated 1,000 people and 158 pets at their 8 shelters. All right, locally, though, some school districts here in Central Florida also sharing their plans for Friday, which, of course, is tomorrow. And it all, of course, depends on what happens this evening. This is what we know so far. At this point, the only districts that are closed tomorrow are on your screen. It's Marion, Osceola, and Polk counties. And you can find a full list of the districts and their plans, even the plans for the universities across the state, on our website, fox35orlando.com.
And an update from Florida State University now. Students staying in the dorms were moved to the conference center before weather conditions there deteriorated. The school says the conference center includes hurricane shutters and debris curtains on the windows. There are also generators to keep the lights and AC running for the students.
Our team coverage continues with Fox 35's Manny Martinez.
He is in Taylor County right now, where people are bracing for their 3rd hurricane in a little more than a year.
We are here now in Perry, Florida. We're starting to get some of the first raindrops that we've seen all afternoon long. And we're about 4 hours, give or take, north and a little west of Orlando. We were here last year during Hurricane Idalia, and we're starting to see some of the signs of the area rebuilding after it. This is one of the utility poles where last year the storm snapped it and it was laying in this parking lot. I remember we were here, and now there's a new one. Across the street, the Golden Arches at that McDonald's, they were a little off kilter because of the storm. Those have since been fixed. This area is under a mandatory evacuation in Taylor County. We have seen some people out here, but most people have seemed to have heeded the warning. Another sign of the damage from last year is this local family-owned restaurant. It had a sign up here when we were here last, and it was knocked down to the ground. It does not look.
Right there, because we are getting word that there is a tornado warning. So let's get over to the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist.
There's Noah right there. Noah, so what are you looking at right now?
Yeah, guys, these are these outer bands that we've been talking about that are going to really start to perk up over the next few hours. And I really think we're going to have a lot of tornado warnings here as we go forward. So let me first of all move this little monitor a little bit out of the way so you can see more of the graphics and less of my monitor here. So here we go. It's 6:48. So we've talked about this for the last couple of hours, that it's this line here that's going to be progressing to the northeast that's going to produce, I think, the majority of our tornado risk. So let's go in and look at where this tornado warning is. So technically this is still a little bit to the southwest. You see that's for Polk County. So this is for the Lakeland area. The actual rotation is going to be down right here. All the cells are moving to the northeast. If anything, this is a good heads up and reminder for those of you, let's say, around the theme parks, Clearmont, the villages. This exact tornado producer right here probably will hold together for the next 1, 2, 3 hours. There's nothing in front of this that's going to just make it go away, at least from everything that I can see. So this will be a storm that we're probably keeping an eye on, unlike the ones earlier, for a couple of hours now. So tornado warning till 7. Now let me clear that off and show you the actual rotation here quickly. So this is still a bit to the southwest of us, but the radar out of Tampa Bay does show some pretty decent rotation, actually. You can see that right here. Now what we're looking at is where the green in this little darker color merge. That's where the rotation is. So this will be, again, outside of our immediate this is still technically outside of our area right here, but the rotation is not crossing over the county line and will be in the Lakeland area probably in about 15 minutes or so. Let's do a quick little check of the correlation coefficient. So what that is tells us if there's any debris that's been wafted. Just looking at a couple of different modes of the radar here, we're not seeing, well, actually, that may actually be a tornado. Well, you see this right here. See a little pixel of yellow. TJ, I don't know if you're seeing that, but this may actually be a tornado. Let's do a little meteorology here. So the way we confirm a tornado on radar, if you didn't know, we can, without having a human see, our radar technology is good nowadays. It's good enough. There's been research done to it that a meteorologist can look at the radar and we can help explain to you on air that a tornado is on the ground 100%. 100.0%. If there's debris co-located with where there's precipitation on the radar. So notice this little pixel right there. That tells us there's something dissimilar that everything around it in the atmosphere. And we put this back to the, yeah, actually, TJ, that could be. Yeah, that could be. I don't know if you're seeing that. So notice how I'll zoom this back in. Let's go to the velocity. Doesn't line up super well with the velocity. I would say that's inconclusive. So what I'm looking for is where the wind is rotating. So check. See where the wind is rotating where I just drew. To be where there's rain. Check. And the third check is to see if there's debris in that spot. And it's inconclusive. I would say there might have been a brief blip of something right there, but that's going to be in the Mulberry area, then Lakeland in the next couple of minutes. Let's put this back to the regular mode of the radar. Zoom this out a little bit for you, and I want you to notice the heading of this is going to be northeast at about 45 miles an hour, so something like that. So Eaton Park about 710, Winston 708. This will be a storm, again, eventually that's going to come towards the Claremont area and the Villages maybe about 2 hours from now. It is moving very fast, and in fact, I will put a longer time of arrival for you on this. Let me get our tool queried in here. So big picture, I'll put the clock time on here so you can see what I'm talking about. So where that potential tornado is, there's the heading of it. So notice the Villages, this thunderstorm should hold together that entire duration, and you'll see with the loop of the radar, it's moving north-northeast. So in the area of the Villages, this thunderstorm about 8:35. So maybe, you know, an hour and a half or so from now. So this will be one that probably along this journey northeast will produce several tornado warnings. TJ, you're looking at the radar over there. Are you seeing anything else?
Yeah, you know what? You mentioned kind of that inflow too, Noah. There are some areas of weak reflectivity where we're seeing the green kind of mixed in with the reds and the yellows. So those areas are where we're going to have to watch for maybe that area of rotation kind of circulating around in that general vicinity. I'm going to circle that right in here. We're seeing some of those areas just to the south and west of Mulberry. So again, this is lifting this tornado warning. Once again, if you're just joining us, for Polk County until 7 o'clock tonight, 7 p.m. this evening, it's going to lift to the north-northeast. So Lakeland Heights, Lakeland, Plant City, all of you need to be in your safe zones right now, whether that's the most interior room in your home. I know many of us don't have basements here in Florida, so that would be your bathroom, a closet. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can. But again, right now, I'm not seeing anything that this would lead us to think there's a tornado on the ground, but Noah was just showing that debris area. Right now, there's a little blip. There might be something that's non-precipitation driven. Remember, this is looking at how uniform the atmosphere is in terms of the precipitation falling through it. So if we're looking at rain and hail, we're going to see colors like this. If we're looking at any sort of debris, it's going to perk up in those yellows and those blues. Looking at our product in-house here, this is something that picks up rotation in the storm. And right now it's weak, and this is like what we saw earlier on today with that warning for Volusia County. If you were watching Noah and I earlier on before dinner, we were seeing that broad rotation, and it looks like it's actually gotten a little bit weaker since last talking. But right now, I think it might be one of those quick spin-ups now where it looks kind of bad for a moment, then it fades. But I think that's the nature of what we're in for through the remainder of the night.
Yeah, TJ, we continue to track that. Actually, within the last couple of minutes, we just got a wind gust of 66 miles an hour in Cocoa Beach. So that's also some breaking news too. But real quick, just let me put another little bit of insight on this for you here. So one thing we're gonna watch here over the next several hours is this line. see if it goes from Gainesville down to Ocala and Lakeland. That's going to push northeast, and eventually it's going to parallel the I-4 corridor and will make it towards Palm Coast, Deltona, and that will probably produce a lot of tornado warnings and probably the strongest winds we're going to have of the entire night. So here's one more track of that tornado warning for you. Again, it's moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour, so we'll do that right there. And you can see the Lakeland area. If you've got any family or friends there, heads up, 7:08 p.m. So for right now, we're going to send this back to the anchors. TJ and I are going to keep an eye on the radars, and if we get any more warnings or this starts to get a little closer, we'll come back and join you. But again, I think this will be the beginning of the strongest and worst weather we're going to see from Helene as this line here approaches the metro over the coming hours.
All right, we'll check back in with you guys in just a little bit. Well, several new videos just came into our newsroom tonight.
Yeah, Helene's impacts caught on camera from high above. All right, first of all here, new time-lapse videos of Hurricane Helene. You can see the infrared color radar of the storm over a 10-hour period. Now, this other one shows flashes of lightning near the eye of the storm. And you can also see how far the storm has traveled since this morning. So it's really moving fast as it heads north.
And if you have ever wondered what it's like flying into a hurricane, you got to see this video. It's from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, otherwise known as NOAA. Well, hurricane hunters filmed the view from inside the eye of Hurricane Helene this morning. It's just fascinating. Crews collected data that is used to help with researching tropical cyclones and forecasting.
What freaks me out, Lou, is I know they do this during the day, but they flew in there last night, too. I'm sorry, at night over the ocean like that?
They know what they're doing, though.
No.
That's how we found out this thing had been upgraded to a Category 4.
I know. I'm glad they do it, right? All right, storm surge batters a bridge in Lee County. That's in southwest Florida. You can see the traffic camera wobbling right there. The bridge you're looking at right there is actually a drawbridge close to the Fort Myers area. A car trying to make it through there, splashing the waves over the bridge. So again, don't do that. It would have been good to be off that island a long time ago. All right, stick around. Our coverage of Hurricane Helene continues right here in just a couple of minutes. All right, I guess we're going to keep on going then. All right, Lou, we'll keep on going with our coverage right now.
All right, let's do it.
All right,
things are relatively clear here in this Shadow Bay neighborhood. There's a little bit of water pulling up here on the road, but when the situation is at its worst, it's hard to even drive here. This is the source of the problem. We spoke with a woman who says she filled a couple of manholes on her property up with concrete to avoid flooding. That's caused some extra issues for everyone involved. And you see that tube there? That's running to her backyard so she can try to drain some of this water into the retention pond back there. This has caused a lot of confusion, a lot of frustration in recent months. There's actually a lawsuit and a criminal investigation underway. Up to this point, no charges have been filed, but that is still moving forward. It's a situation to monitor. Again, in this Shadow Bay neighborhood, not much flooding or issues happening right now, but it is something to keep an eye on. Reporting in Longwood, Chris Lindsay, Fox 35 News.
And again, we continue to track Hurricane Helene and the impacts right here in Central Florida. Here's a live look over Daytona Beach right now. You can see it is really dark over some of the areas there. Florida Beach Safety says the red flags are out and there shouldn't be anybody out there on the beaches right now. Extreme high tide at 7 to 9 feet. Right now, the beaches are expected to be open tomorrow morning once crews make sure that everything is safe. And our Fox 35 special coverage of Hurricane Helene continues right now. All right, welcome back. It is 7 o'clock, and we're continuing our coverage right now of Hurricane Helene. And you can see it's now, the video on the left-hand side is really something. That shows how serious it is out there. It's Category 4, winds up to 130 miles per hour. Good evening. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm John Brown.
And I'm Lou Ann Sorrell. Good evening, everybody. Landfall is expected within the next 6 hours or so. And this is the craziest video we've seen so far on the left here. FHP says people were still trying to drive over the Howard Franklin Bridge over in Tampa, even though you could see those waves crashing over the bridge. But right now it is shut down And we can definitely see why.
That one's one of those, Lou. It's like, man, if
Why do you do that?
the high tide is like right there, it could easily wash you off.
Scary.
That is scary.
Well, in Citrus County, people in Crystal River are starting to feel some of the stronger effects from Hurricane Helene.
And Fox 35's David Martin has been there all day long. He joins us live once again. So, David, what are you seeing out there now that it's getting closer to landfall? It still looks pretty nice over there.
We're in the middle of a quiet moment, John. Just about maybe 4 minutes ago, the rain was coming down pretty hard here. And we're on the shore of Crystal River, as you can see right over there. This is the #1 spot for rising waters in the city. People come down here to see what exactly is the storm doing. And what will the storm do at high tide tonight, too? This is water that will clearly surge as Helene makes her way up the side of Florida. I happen to be standing on the deck of the Crystal River Water Sports Dive Shop, and I'm told by the folks who work here that when there's a 9-foot surge, that equals 1 foot of standing water in the dive shop. Now, if predictions are going to come true here in Crystal River and they get 12 feet, then you can imagine a lot more water, right, in that dive shop. And if it gets to 15 or 20, they're going to be soaked in there. But they have cleaned out what they could. They've put things up on risers to protect the merchandise, because this is a tourist town, and a lot of people who come from all over the world to swim with manatees or scallop or take some great eco tours, they do it right here at the Crystal River Water Sports Dive Shop. We got a chance to talk to Captain Sandy in the past couple of hours about specifically what they do with boat preparation and Hurricane Helene. Take a listen. How are you feeling about Helene?
Quite honestly, I haven't been in Florida long enough to have a feeling about it. I just have to go off what all the other people are telling me. I've got a lot of respect for it, though.
Yeah, it's a biggie, no question about it. You had to remove your watercraft because your livelihood depends on boats working.
Oh, for sure. If we don't get them out of the water and they get destroyed, that means we're not doing the tours and we're not paying our bills at home. So we do everything we can to help protect the company.
As you look around Crystal River, especially west of US 19, are you seeing a lot of looky-loos, people who have not evacuated?
That's a fact. We have cameras here, and the boss has been in touch with me, and he said there's a lot of people coming in here and watching the water rise, and they're waiting for the end, or whatever you might want to call it, But so we just keep coming down here, checking on things, and like I said, do our part to help protect our livelihood.
Where will you be tonight?
Luckily, like Captain Sandy, I live inland, and I'll be sitting in my house and hopefully not get wet.
Not get wet. That will be the order of the night, because the rain is starting to come. That was not Captain Sandy, by the way. That was a different captain with Crystal River Water Sports. We'll talk. That was Captain Mike. We'll talk to Sandy in the next hour for you. But the sentiment's basically the same. You got to get those boats out of here, protected, get them up on high ground, because you want to get back to work tomorrow, or Saturday, most likely, when the tourists come back here to visit this wonderful city, Crystal River, West Citrus County. Luann and John will be here all evening watching that river creep up here over the course of the next several hours. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thanks a lot, David. Stay safe, because we know the storm is heading your way. All right. And we have a lot more straight to come.
Yeah, let's get right over to Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer. He is giving us the latest on the storm, along with Noah Bergeron. Now, this thing has been upgraded to a Category 4 storm. Any new updates for us, guys?
Yeah, TJ, it looks like the bands are coming in.
Yeah.
And you're going to walk us through, I think, what we can expect for people who might be just joining us tonight.
That's it, and just saying that out loud, this is something we've kind of talked about. We thought, because of the ingredients in play, that it could become a Category 4. That's exactly what we have, and as Noah was mentioning earlier on, this could potentially make a run at a Cat 5. So we're going to continue to be with you here through the entirety of it all, through the remainder of the evening into the overnight, though. We're still going to watch out for the wind gusts of tropical storm force strength, the tornadic potential, and of course more rain bands. So as we walk you through the rest of our evening, numerous tornado warnings are possible. We've already had a good handful, and I don't think we're done, as that band that Noah was just mentioning continues to sweep off to the north and the east. As we head through the night, wind gusts possibly between 40 and 70 miles per hour for most of central Florida. Some spots to the north and west, like Marion and Alachua County, possibly 7 to 90, maybe even upwards of 100 miles per hour the farther north and west you trek, including our WOGX viewers anywhere from Dixie, Levy, Gilchrist, and Alachua County, as we were just hitting on. Remember, It hasn't been raining the entire time. I think so many of you are saying, hey, what's going on? Why isn't it raining? Where's the wind? Where's the thunderstorms? We still have them off to the west, and they're going to continue to work in through the remainder of the night because the timing of landfall has gotten pushed back just a little bit. So that's why we haven't seen really completely rain-filled afternoon. And then, of course, we are going to monitor that surge for Flagler and Volusia County. Now, looking at county by county, some of the major impacts. I tweaked the rain just a little bit. Northwestern communities certainly going to pick up the lion's share of the rain, 3 to 6 inches. That's where the wind gusts could get between 75 and I mentioned maybe 100 miles per hour. Dixie, Gilchrist, Levy, and Alachua counties. As we head to the east, more of our central communities here across the Fox 35 viewing area, like Marion, Lake, Sumter, and Polk counties, around 2 to 4 inches of rain. The worst of the weather now through 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we're going to be here giving you the coverage for it all. A few tornadoes are possible. 50 to 75 mile per hour tropical storm force wind is on the table. And then as we continue on with that eastward trek, our far eastern locales closer to the Orlando Metro, Flagler, Volusia, Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard counties, I think through 3 a.m. maybe you have to tweak that. We may have to push that a little further into time, but certainly not going to see as much rain in these areas. More hit or miss tropical downpours. I think total is going to ring in around 1 to 3 inches with the wind still getting between 45 and 60 miles per hour or so. And I remember when we were on the air just a little bit ago, Noah mentioned that stronger gust in Cocoa Beach. They're certainly going to be dancing in that 60 mile per hour realm, I think, Noah, as we progress through the remainder of the night.
And it's this line here, TJ, that's starting to come in. We're going to watch this to bring in the strongest winds of the night, and that'll be tethered to the outer bands. So we're watching the outer bands coming in later this evening. Between 8 and 3 in the morning will be that for Central Florida, and the highest wind gust threat and tornado threat will be during that time frame. So rapid intensification continues for Helene. Landfall as far east as Cedar Key, as far west as St. Mark's, and that landfall will occur, I think, between 10:30 and 12:30 in the morning. Cat 4 or 5 storms to hit Florida, not many. In fact, in that area of the Big Bend, there's hardly ever been few. This will be just the 15th storm to hit, and if this does reach Cat 5 strength, it would be just the 4th. In terms of Cat 5 storms to landfall in Florida, Michael 2018, an unnamed storm in 1935 that hit the Keys, and then obviously Andrew in Homestead in 92. So if this does reach Cat 5, which I do think is possible, it would be just the 4th Category 5 hurricane to ever directly strike the state of Florida in recorded history. So we will keep an eye on that as we go through tonight and tomorrow. All right, so here's the latest satellite quickly. 7 o'clock advisory, 130 sustained, and still moving a little bit to the north-northeast. And we will be following this all through the night for you here in the Storm Center.
All right, thanks, guys. Well, our team coverage continues tonight. In fact, a tree falls on a house up in Ocala.
And Fox 35's Marie Edinger has more from that home.
You can see the damage behind me, and looking at this, it is just incredible. Everyone was able to make it out okay. There were 3 adults, 2 children, and a dog all inside this apartment, and incredibly, they made it out unscathed. But I talked with the mother who lives here. She said that although they are technically unharmed, the way they had to make it out is something that's going to stick with them for quite a while. She didn't want to go on camera, but she did explain the moments this all happened.
We were in the room, and then we thought we heard thunder, and then basically the roof just caved in. But it didn't hit our rooms, and that's where we were. So, but everything else is the whole roof is in.
So, I mean, did you just run out? Like, how
I panicked at first because my daughter, she was in the hallway just leaving the bathroom, and she came running to me, and then I seen everything was caved in. I was trying to yell to my dog. She was in a cage because I just fed her and I put her in the crate. But we had to like force the windows open, and that's how we got out. Everything's gone. Everything's gone.
It crushed everything, or how did that happen?
Yeah, the trees are in there, and the roof fell on all the baby's toys. But in the attic, it's something toxic, so it's stuck to everything.
The wind in this area is really starting to pick up, and I talked with a woman who lives in a neighboring building. She rushed out when she heard this happen, and she says now what she's thinking about is worrying what could come as this storm intensifies.
I live in the building behind them, and I was standing outside having a cigarette and heard the crash, so I came around to look and to see, make sure everyone was safe.
What did it sound like?
It was a crack. And I was like, whoa, oh my God, my heart went from here to all the way up here. And I'm like, I came around to make sure the neighbors were okay because I knew there were little ones over here. Waiting to see what happens when the rest of the storm comes in.
Marion County Fire Rescue and the Red Cross confirmed they both responded to this incident. The Red Cross told me they are covering emergency needs like food, clothing, lodging, and other essentials. They're also replacing medications for people in this household. The woman who lives here who did not want to go on camera, she also told me that her landlord is being extremely helpful, and she does have renter's insurance, so they are going to be okay in the long run, but for the short term, they are still just trying to think about where they're going to spend the next few nights. In Ocala, Marie Edinger, Fox 35 News.
Marie, thank you. And most schools here in Central Florida have announced that they plan to reopen tomorrow, but 3 counties will still be closed. They are Marion, Osceola, and Polk. You can find a complete list of all the school districts and local universities on our website. Just head to fox35orlando.com.
Well, we are streaming live on the Fox 35 News app, so make sure your cell phone and your backup power sources are all charged so you can still watch us even if your power does go out. And you can watch us on the Fox Local app as well and fox35orlando.com if you are on the go.
Well, we are keeping a close eye on Helene right now. It has now been upgraded to a Category 4 storm. This is a live look over at Fort Myers. It seems like things have calmed down a little bit there as the storm moves north.
Yeah, the governor even said they've gone into this area and looked around and not too much damage down there right now. That's great news.
Yeah, and Helene is moving quickly north at this hour. We'll be back with much more coverage of Helene after this quick break.
TMZ.
Utility companies to have a direct line of communication to expedite our cut and toss efforts. A lot of times when storms like this come through, you can have oak trees wrapped in power lines. It takes very close coordination with utilities, and we're ready to do that. The cut and toss efforts have actually already begun in Southwest Florida. The impacts were not that significant where the storm has already passed. FDOT crews have already driven and cleared more than 2,000 miles of roadway in Southwest Florida, so we've already started working. Once the initial response is through, our cut and toss crews will transition to debris removal. And under Governor DeSantis' leadership, we will stand ready, just like with Adalia and Debbie, to support fiscally constrained counties with the debris removal operation. Please listen to your local law enforcement, your local emergency offices. if roads are not safe to drive, please do not drive on them. Water over a road can be very dangerous, especially around culverts and bridges. Every storm season, we see people try to navigate through water. You have no idea what's going on underneath the water. Please do not drive through it. We're going to stay in touch with our airports and seaports. Seaports are closed waterside right now. Airports are going to reopen just as soon as practically feasible. And again, Governor, thank you for your leadership and support.
Sure. So we are getting close to having a landfall. I think the track is kind of taking it into that Taylor County, but I would say anywhere from Wakulla Jefferson County line over into Taylor is where a lot of the models have it. But keep in mind that wherever that eye hits, particularly on the northeast side of that storm, that's going to whip up a lot of storm surge. And so if it's hitting Taylor, you're looking at coastal, Levy, Dixie, that's going to be some significant surge. On the west side of the storm, you still have surge, but it is not going to be as high as the ones on the northeast side. That's just how these things work. So where it hits is important for the wind. The wind is going out pretty far from this storm, and so you're going to have hurricane force winds for probably 50 miles outside of the eye of the storm, and then you're going to continue to see surge, particularly in that Big Bend area. So, but people do have time. If you're in those coastal areas, particularly in that Big Bend, if you want to get out of Dodge, you still have time to do it. We're likely to see conditions worsen, but if you go right now, you're probably going to be okay. And then if you decide not to, hunker down, you gotta be as safe as you can. I will say that regardless of what people decide to do, we have resources that are staged, whether it's National Guard, whether it's Fish and Wildlife, whether it's our State Guard, all these assets that can go and help with search and rescue efforts if people are caught in difficult circumstances. You don't want that to be the case, and just keep in mind that if you do find yourself in those situations, those rescue efforts will be undertaken, but once it's safe to do so, they're not going to go out in a Category 3 hurricane trying to effectuate rescue. So the storm will pass, and then they will go in and help people that are in need. So we have that, locals have that, and you'll see those resources be put to bear if needed, but it will likely not happen until that storm passes. So just keep that in mind. If you stay behind and then you call in the middle of the storm, I think in pretty much all instances they're going to say we're going to have to wait. So be smart over these next few hours. With that, yes.
Governor, I'm curious if you've seen that post from the Taylor County Sheriff's Office that basically said that if people were staying behind despite the evacuation order, that they needed to put their name and information like their birthday and permanent marker on their limbs. Is that too much, or is that fair?
Well, I think people still have time to effectuate an evacuation in some of those areas. I mean, particularly you look at Taylor County. You look at that eye is kind of is heading in that direction potentially. It's a very real possibility that this storm will make landfall in Taylor County. So you're looking at those, particularly on the coast there. You're going to look at seeing some pretty significant storm surge. And if the storm surge is, I think they've said a maximum could.
A ton of lightning there in the eye wall. This is a large storm in terms of the wind field. We've showed this a lot. That's the wind field, and for perspective, in Ian, it was only about 160 miles wide. Hurricane warnings extend up to Macon, Georgia. Tropical storm warnings still continue up into South Carolina. So for us here in Central Florida, we're going to watch these bands to the west start to creep in. Now, how far east they make it still remains a little bit tricky, but best chances for tornadoes and damaging winds is Ocala, the Villages, Gainesville, Sumter, Lake counties. We'll see as those storms move through. Still at 2 o'clock in the morning, we'll have to keep an eye on these cells for potential tornadoes. Now, there is Some hope once we get past midnight that the instability may start to wane, but we'll keep an eye on that. And by the time you wake up tomorrow, the storms are gone and the sun will start to poke out, but it'll be still windy for tomorrow. Here's the latest forecasting modeling for those gusts. Again, it'll be really the I-75 corridor and west of the metro. Could see some 80-mile-an-hour gusts around Gainesville, 65, 70, 75 Ocala. That's midnight, and some more gusts up around Orlando, up to 50 miles an hour. So we've got a special guest with us now. The Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center, Jamie Rome, is joining us. And Jamie, good evening. Really appreciate you. I know you've got a lot of requests to talk, and we really appreciate you taking some time here with us on Fox 35.
Well, thank you for having us on your show.
So I don't know if you heard me just reading, but this storm, it looks like it's going to be one of the maybe top 10 lowest pressures to landfall in the state of Florida. Just give us your 2 cents on where we stand with this. And one thing we were talking about in the Weather Center is how the progression of this today looked similar to how Michael did, how early in the day kind of looked ragged, then really came on strong, had some dry air in the eye, got mixed out. Curious what you think of that analogy, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just yet another Category 4 landfall. It seems like we've had so many over the last 10 years. And, as you denoted, storms that are going up or intensifying as they make landfall tend to be able to carry that strength, that momentum, that power inland. So I think it's, we're going to be looking at a situation where it's not just the catastrophic damage, near the coast with the surge and the strongest push of winds, but these winds are going to extend well inland.
Now, the Cedar Key hurricane of 1896, does that draw some comparisons to you here for this? Because if some people in our viewers are not aware, the Big Bend really has not really been hit by something this strong, at least in modern times.
Yeah, we've had a lot of storms go up in here and several recently, but what makes this one truly unique is it's both large and powerful. So usually you get intense storms but they're little, or you get big storms but they're weak, and this one is both, which you don't see often. And then this part of the coastline is especially storm surge vulnerable, so that's why we're predicting 15 to 20 feet of storm surge.
Jamie Rome, the Deputy Director of the Hurricane Center, we appreciate you taking some time with us, and we'll be thinking of everybody there. And I know you guys got a long night ahead tracking down there in Miami. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And John and Lou, we will send things back over to you.
All right, gentlemen, thank you. We are keeping a very close eye on Helene. We will be here live with you throughout the evening. It is now a very dangerous Category 4. Here's a live look at Pensacola, where things aren't looking too bad right now up in the Panhandle, but it will deteriorate throughout the evening. We're back with more after the break.
for people who are in the direct path of the storm surge, it's important to be aware of your surroundings.
The executive director of Florida Emergency Management has a key reminder tonight. Silence does not mean you're in the clear.
You will hear tree snapping. Pine trees snapping sound an awful lot like fireworks or potentially gunshots. So please make sure if you hear that, act immediately. Get to the interior portion of your home, away from glass, most likely a bathroom, and stay there until you hear that sound stop. If, again, for the people in the Tallahassee area, if all of a sudden it goes from catastrophic trees popping to absolutely nothing, that does not mean the storm is over. What that actually means is you're in the eye of the hurricane. All right? Do not go out and survey damage.
And we are hearing from officials that you run from the rain and you hide from the wind.
Also, some new video coming in right now from St. Petersburg, and you can see flooding taking hold in several waterfront neighborhoods there. This was taken near the Weeden Island Preserve. In their post to Facebook, the police department urging drivers against driving through the water right now.
And here is a live look tonight at I-275 over in Tampa. If we can get that up. It is closed right now because of the storm. No worries, we'll be back with much more on Hurricane Helene after this. We continue to track Hurricane Helene as it moves north in the Gulf. It's heading up to the Big Bend area, but this right here is a live picture of the Howard Franklin Bridge over in Tampa. You can see the camera really shaking and jiving there because it is windy, and the bridge even looks like it's swaying a little bit, as you can see those huge waves crashing into it. Well, we want to check back in with Fox 35 storm team meteorologists Noah and TJ tonight.
Okay, it's hard to believe that, just what, hour and a half due west of here, it's like that, and here in many areas it's still so calm, guys.
Yeah, John, it's remarkable to note that the Big Bend, TJ, there might be gusts to 170.
Yeah,
there's going to be, I think the surge is going to verify. I really think it will get 15, hopefully not 20, but I think the surge will be 15 plus feet. Like John was just saying, it's remarkable. We're standing here in Lake Mary, Florida.
Exactly.
And if you didn't know any better, like if we didn't have modern technology and all the news and the satellites and radar,
a normal day,
you wouldn't, at least for a part, you wouldn't have known that there's a beast literally 200 miles to our west, not even.
It's hard to fathom how fast it's strengthened. We talked about how rapidly it would intensify, but to go from a Cat 2 just this morning, now 2 categories, and like you said, who knows, it could be a Category 5 before landfall.
Yeah, and you're going to show us more of the current radar right now.
Yes, for sure. So this is Helene continuing on that beeline right up toward the Big Bend, and we can see on Storm Tracker radar, there's definitely a nice amount of storminess now. That's what we've seen on satellite imagery, and we're going to continue to see this as we head through the remainder of our evening. So let's zoom in. Let's use our local radar here. Let's use our Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar. We'll zoom in, and we can see there is a lone tornado warning off to our south and west, and we've had a couple in this area with this band, and this band's going to continue to move to the north and east as we progress through the remainder of the night. We've already had a couple across Volusia County today, a few now, some for Brevard as well, but thankfully none right now. We can see a lot more rain off to our south and west. So as we take a look at our velocity too, you can see, actually we'll have to put this on, there we go.
Maybe the Tampa, maybe the Tampa
that would be
radar
even
there?
better, yeah, Tampa Bay. So we can see not a lot of, at least cells right now, aside from that one, that have had a ton of rotation with them. But we're going to continue to watch as we progress through the next couple of hours, because this is that band, at least with this warning in particular, we can see a little bit of rotation. All the ones that we've had today really have been showing brief rotation, and then they'll kind of lose some of that structure, we say, or that rotation will fade away. It's been kind of broad, but it's something we're going to continue to monitor as we head through the remainder of our evening for sure. And I think as all of this starts to lift into Central Florida, now all these showers, we're going to continue to see that threat going back up.
Yeah, TJ, and here's the view from Volusia County. I mean, check out the wind speed. That's the sustained wind.
Yeah.
31 miles an hour. So the tropical storm conditions, by definition, have been met. It's 84 in Volusia with a heavy mist and some rain. Here's the current gusts. Now, the wind is going to verify in Central Florida. I think the wind is going to be right as expected, 8 to 2 we've been talking about all afternoon, because these are actual observed gusts from the airports and official weather observing. Notice, like we've talked about, how the wind is going to inch in from the west. 57 now in Clermont, 56 in Bushnell. We're up to 52 in the Villages, 53 in the last few minutes in Leesburg. Still only 38 in Ocala, 44 in Sanford. But notice these brighter pixels here. This is the 60 and the 70, and that's continuing to push in from the west. All right, so let's talk about the big picture. This will make a landfall probably 10:30 to 11:30 in my opinion. There it is, and we'll watch these trailing bands for tornadoes and strong winds. It's within the actual downpours that we get the big wind, because it's called momentum transfer. The wind upstairs is a lot stronger than downstairs, and to get the air that's up there down to the ground, you need a mechanism to transfer that energy or momentum to the ground. And when you have a rain shower, it's raining hard. It helps pull the air down. Think about it like a faucet. You turn the faucet on high, you get the water coming out, and there's air around that too. So within these downpours, that's where the stronger wind gusts will be for us. But there's the landfall. By midnight, maybe 1 in the morning, it's already in South Georgia. Then from there, we have the rare what's called Fujiwara effect. It's a little bit inside baseball, I know, but while we've got this longer format here, you can research it after. It's actually really interesting online. Think about like two planets coming at each other. You might remember this phenomena from sci-fi movies and in Hollywood when you see planets colliding and the Earth ending and this, that, and the other. It's called the Fujiwara effect. When two objects are coming at each other, instead of colliding, they orbit each other, and then they get faster, and then they combine into one. And that's what's happening here. Here's the hurricane. This is another separate low and storm up in the atmosphere, and notice how they pinwheel each other and then they become one. For this part of the world, that's actually quite rare. Normally you see that over on the other side of the world in the Pacific Basin and also in the Philippines area. Real quick, before we move forward, I wanted to give you a brief update on the rest of the tropics. There's Tropical Storm Isaac that will move away from the United States, and we do have to talk about 2 other areas while I have all of y'all's attention. I do think Joyce will form. Hurricane Center says a high chance here, and possibly Kirk now in the Caribbean towards next week, and we'll talk about things more in a few minutes.
All right, and they were just talking about tropical storm level wind gust in Daytona Beach, so we're going to start to see some of the impacts of Helene, and our live team coverage continues right now in Volusia County.
Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie is live tonight in Daytona Beach shores. So Hannah, we are hearing the beaches are planning to be open tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess that is the case, but right now red flags are flying, and if you can see us, you probably know why. The wind is pretty strong right now. Right now I'm actually standing in what used to be the primary building of a home here on Wilbur by the Sea. I'm told in this entire stretch about 12 homes were actually destroyed during Hurricanes Ian and Nicole 2 years ago. And now with Hurricane Helene rolling through, people in the area are dealing with some PTSD.
The concern is always when the tide rises to abnormal heights, that if it breaches these walls, it'll pull a lot of the dirt away again, compromising the structures that are still standing, compromising the houses that are under construction now, and compromising the seawalls that have been built, plus removing more sand, which sand, this costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to replenish the sand, and that's not covered by insurance. That's an out-of-pocket expense. So that's the biggest fear.
So if you take a quick look behind me, the water right now, I'm told, looks eerily similar as to what it looked like when Hurricane Nicole came through. And if you take a quick walk with me right now, just showing you how many steps I'm taking here and how far we are from the water, I'm told when Nicole came through and wiped this area out, that storm surge came to about right here in the sands. That just shows you the amount of flooding this area took in. The folks I spoke with today are hopeful that's not going to happen again. They don't think it's going to happen again, but going through something like that voice in the back of your head always just kind of says, what if? It's a scary thought to have. Reporting live in Wilbur by the Sea, Hannah McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Thanks, Hannah. Also, check out this video here from South Florida. Hurricane Helene has caused quite a bit of flooding in Fort Myers. Some streets began flooding this morning, but the good news with all this is the governor spoke about, I guess maybe about an hour ago now, and they said they already sent crews in behind the storm because it's already passed Fort Myers, and they're not seeing that much damage at all. There's some high water, obviously, but Luann, the good news here is they're not seeing too much damage because they sent power crews in there and they didn't have much to repair right now.
That's great news after Ian, and now it's like kind of right by Tampa that's getting the most of it, and then it's going to move north into Georgia tonight.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to head up that way right now because after Helene is done with Florida, its next target is Georgia. Still going to be packing a serious punch and probably still going to be a hurricane when it gets there.
So let's check in with Fox 35's Caroline Elliott. She is live in Valdosta, Georgia tonight. Caroline, set the scene. What are you seeing there tonight?
Yeah, John, Luann, even though we're still several hours away from landfall, as we get closer, there's a lot of people here with a lot of nerves and a lot of anxiety as we do get closer to landfall. You know, right now, this really is the calm before the storm. You see some light rain, a little bit of wind, but as we get closer again to landfall in the next few hours, conditions are expected to get a lot worse here. And the last hour, the Lowndes County Emergency Management here in South Georgia said that because this storm has shifted more east, that this entire county now is in the direct path of this storm. So a lot of people here really are bracing for the worst. We know a lot of businesses, a lot of homeowners in this area have been prepping for the last several days, and now a lot of people are expecting this region could look completely different come sunrise tomorrow. John, Luann.
Caroline, thank you. And our live team continues right now. Fox 35's Manny Martinez is live in the Storm Team Thunder Truck right now up in Perry, which is in Taylor County.
Okay, you may be thinking, Taylor County, where's that? It's the Big Bend of the Big Bend area, so right in that area there. So, Manny, what are you seeing on your drive up in that area today?
John, I will show you right about now. The rain has been coming down in pockets, and in this moment, it is just a mist. We are waiting on the storm and have been for hours here. We got here at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I stick my hand out the window and I just feel a little bit of a mist. But it was raining a little harder earlier this evening, probably around 6 o'clock. The first drops we felt were maybe closer to 5 o'clock. On our drive here, which took about 4.5 hours, we really didn't see a single raindrop. But that is just not to discount what is to come. We know what is to come specifically for this area. Taylor County under a mandatory evacuation. We are driving right now, and you will see that it seems as though most people have heeded that warning. We see very few cars out, most of them police officers. We've seen a sheriff's deputy drive by and a lot of storm chasers, to be honest with you, that we have seen. Only have seen a couple of people walking on the streets, just kind of ambulating, quite frankly, but I've only seen 2 of them in the hours that we have been here. And so I mentioned that this county, Taylor County, is under a mandatory evacuation, and I just want to point out something as we'll turn right here and head closer toward downtown Perry, that the Sheriff's Office and the Division of Emergency Management put out as a foolish man just sped right past us, saying that if you or someone you know chose not to evacuate this area, please write your name, birthday, and important information on your arm or on your leg in a permanent marker so that officials know who you are and that they can make notifications to any family members. So that's how dire it is here, and it is going to be here later tonight. So we were here last year for Hurricane Idalia, and we have driven by some areas that still have damage that we know we saw firsthand last year. This area also had Debbie at the beginning of August, and now they are going to be grappling with Helene. John and Luann will send it back to you, and we'll check back in here in the Thunder Truck.
All right, thanks a lot, Manny. You know, the good news here, Luann, is they were driving around. You could see there's nobody out other than a couple of cars.
Yeah.
So at least people have heeded the warnings and are at least staying home or they've gotten out. That's the good part of this one.
Absolutely. Well, here is another live look at I-275 in Tampa. This bridge is closed right now because of the storm. You can see that the waves are really whipping up onto the bridge, and that is not where you want to be. Yeah. We will continue our coverage of Hurricane Helene right after this.
We are continuing our coverage of Hurricane Helene, and our coverage now takes us to Marion County.
That is where Fox 35's Kelsey Cairns is joining us live from right now. Good evening, Kelsey. You spoke to Marion County Fire Rescue tonight. What did they tell you?
Yes, good evening to the both of you. Yeah, right now we're in Marion County in downtown Ocala area. As you can see all around me, we've got the winds that have been just starting to pick up, and ever so often, every few minutes here, we'll get some rain that kind of comes through. We're here at the racetrack gas station, and I actually spoke with Marion County Search and Rescue earlier today, and they explained to me this is a volunteer organization. Keep in mind, this is not part of any other agency in the county. This is all all volunteer. Now, we learned earlier tonight they are prepared to respond to any situation where there is someone that you know that has been unaccounted for. So here in Marion County, as you know, we're northwest of Orlando, about an hour and 20 minutes or so. So the idea here is we're not going to really see a lot of that storm surge, but what we're probably going to be planning for and what we're really keeping an eye out for up in Marion County is any kind of projectiles that are in the air, whether it's trees, downed power lines, or trees in the street, that sort of thing. And that's really what Marion County Search and Rescue is prepared to respond to tonight. I actually spoke with Team Director Frank Marino, and he explains that they're doing everything they can to help you and your family.
Well, some of the things we worry about is trees coming down. Since we've had so much rain and the ground is so waterlogged, the trees will come down. The other thing is all the mobile homes, all those areas. These winds will easily flip them over and move them around.
Yes, and I like that he pointed out how you can see the mobile home communities and that sort of thing, and how sometimes you get a little on edge when you drive by those communities, especially up here in rural Marion County that are kind of spread out there as we continuously start to see these tornado warnings in points south of Marion County, as Noah and TJ have been keeping their close eye on all evening long. Now, also another tidbit from Marion County Search and Rescue, Frank explained to me that they're not just doing a search and rescue operation. What they're doing, they're also doing wellness check. So if you're just tuning into this now, if you have a loved one or a family member, maybe a friend that's been living in Marion County or staying here anywhere in Marion County, Florida, they're going to check on your loved one free of charge. All you have to do is give them a call. And of course, we're going to continue to monitor all the conditions here in Marion County as the weather continues to deteriorate tonight from Hurricane Helene. For now, reporting live in Ocala, I'm Kelsey Cairns, Fox 35 News.
Kelsey, thank you so much. Well, let's check in now with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer.
You know, TJ, we've talked so much about this storm surge coming in, and part of the reason is we know the Gulf is so shallow that water has nowhere to go but up into those communities.
Oh yeah, that's so true. And Brooks and I were talking about this earlier too, guys. You know, with how fast Helene is moving, if it's slower, sometimes you can interact with some of that water, that upwelling, so to speak. But really, there's been nothing to weaken and really change Helene at all. And in fact, it's obviously gotten stronger so quickly since lunchtime today. Now a major Category 4 hurricane. At our last advisory at 7 o'clock, and we are expecting another one here at the top of the hour. The wind sustained at 130 miles per hour. We've really seen over the last 2-3 hours the shades of whites and blacks. That's all the really high cloud tops up in the atmosphere wrapping around Helene's eye, a sign that it's really been organizing quickly as it makes its way off to the northeast at just under 25 miles per hour. And that's one thing. It has so much forward momentum. It's going to be so much worse on that northeastern side of Helene as it makes landfall here in likely just about a few hours or so. Here's storm tracker radar. We can see showers starting to move in, and eventually I think we're going to have to watch out for some gustier wind and these downpours as we progress through the next 2 to 3 hours here at home, because it has been dry. I think so many of you have been wondering, hey, are we going to get the rain? Where's the rain? Where are the storms? Well, we've had some. We've had tornado warnings too, but all this is going to shift in as Helene's outer bands start to impact us in central Florida. You can see that track continues to pinpoint it pretty much right at the Big Bend, and still, even at 2 a.m. this morning, or 2 a.m. Friday, I should say, a Category 2 hurricane over Georgia. So it's going to be a long-lived event, as it's still tomorrow afternoon a Category 4 hurricane, or Category tropical storm rather, going from a Category 2 hurricane to that tropical storm, Helene, as it starts to get ingested and wrapped around that area of low pressure upstairs in the atmosphere. And that's going to keep that potential for not only heavy rain around, but gusty wind and maybe tornadoes across the Ohio Valley and eventually the upper Midwest as it shifts back to the northwest. So through the remainder of the evening into tonight, still going to have to watch out for some more tornado warnings, gusty tropical storm force wind, and in some case hurricane force wind, with the rain becoming more numerous. Not as much, 3 to 6 inches north and west. Still expecting around 1 to 3 inches for our eastern locales, with still that minimal surge for Flagler and Volusia counties. Here's the wind gusts, 9 o'clock. Look how much they're increasing, between 60 and 70 miles per hour up toward the villages and Ocala. But check out Cedar Key and Horseshoe Beach, over 100 miles per hour hurricane force wind out that way, and that continues continues as Helene will make landfall closer to likely 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Of course, we'll have more from not only myself and Noah, but we have Laurel Blanchard here in the house as well, and we'll bring you the latest coming up in just a bit. For now, we'll be back in just a few minutes.
You won't.